episode in Australia where they're being interviewed. Why didn't we see that in America? I don't know if that even happened in America. But she's looking at him like, is this okay? We talk about this? And he's just like, ding, ding. He's all happy. Well, what if they brief that guy in full and they barely brief her or debrief her? So he's got all the answers. It's a game, man. Love to know his Mason membership status, right? But what are the other agendas that are sort of incubating? Certainly would take your mind off a president that before he was president seems to lose a lot of confidential documentation. Has a son that's a crack addict and impregnated his niece who had his baby. Got some bad controversies going on there. What if you wanted to take a lot of that steam off of your family and yourself? Well, quite frankly, anything is okay. And, it's been in my experience that when a politician's in trouble, it doesn't matter really what camp they come from. You're not safe in your own house. You just aren't. When the neocon conservatives want to do something, they take down Twin Towers to start gigantic wars in the Middle East that turn out to be completely useless, but cost trillions of dollars that are then laundered through their personal organizations like Halliburton, Unical. When it comes down to the other party, well, there's a lot of mass shootings, isn't there? It's sort of like they're all on the same team, but one handles the more domestic situations, and their party really starts with a D. It's pretty interesting. And the other party takes on more global things. Both are the same party. They use campaign slogans and various controversies around the world to make you believe that they're actually on the opposite side. They even drum up issues to piss you off. One side will be for it, one side will be against it, and of course, society immediately divides because they both have fan bases. But I think it's very interesting. The first balloon was blamed on China. And of course, the rumor floated around this was happening during the last administration's presidency as well. Now, I think most of us know that if any of that was ever reported to 45, the actions would be extremely swift and would have gone far beyond shooting it out of the sky. It would have gone to economic sanctions and potentially some more militant responses. What are they doing up there? That might get to the motive as to what on earth these things would be there for. But part of it's just testing the waters. Let's just put it up there and see what they do. Could they have put something up there and lost control of it? Maybe. The Chinese newspapers over there, they seem to claim at least the first one with the big truss on it that was the size of 2 buses. They seem to claim that one, and then they blew it off. Now, let's say you've got a balloon up there with a bunch of electronics on it, and you do sense these things the second they launch because you are the United States military. There's nothing that reaches 30,000 feet or 40,000 feet or even higher without us knowing about it because we have aircraft that do all kinds of maneuvers all the time. Plus, we want to know if bombers are coming our way, missiles are coming our way. When it moves very slow, obviously the artificial intelligence will tell whoever is looking at the data this is not a missile. But it has a bunch of electronics on it, supposedly, right? Cameras, what have you. And you have to understand, too, that the inside of the balloon can have a lot of instruments inside of it as well that are covered up by the balloon itself. Like the transmission mechanisms to get the data back to its source. Well, what if we have technology, especially over Alaska, to fry that thing? To just melt it with EMP waves? I mean, if they haven't built that stuff out of some extremely strong and extremely classic electronics, it's just going to melt, especially all the chips. They would at least have to shield it in a way that the thing would weigh a lot. So you put some aircraft by with that technology on board, maybe an AWACS of some sort, and you just sock it and rock it and turn it into a floating piece of rubble. Then who cares if it flies over the United States? What I find interesting is the Pentagon never took that tact and said, well, we discovered it over Alaska and we take the proper procedures to eliminate its threat. Then it's just a piece of metal floating over the United States. And then we monitor it to make sure it's not going to lose altitude and land in a major city. Then it would have calmed everyone down. They could have said that. They're not stupid. And we know the technology exists. But the fact they didn't say it, that means they want a controversy to exist. Letting the thing fly over the United States when it's found floating over Montana. For those of you who don't know anything about the United States, Montana is a very sparsely populated state. It's less populated, I believe, than Kansas. And I'm going to tell you right now, you could shoot a balloon down over Kansas probably in 95% of the regions. And since things that go up come straight down, you don't need to worry about shooting it in square A and having it float away and hit another city, because it's going to hit, from, say, a shot over square A, it's not going to float to F and land in Kansas City. It's going to go straight down inside A. So you just look down, you say, there's a farm. We'll talk to the farmer. We'll let him know. We got all kinds of agents that can get to places in 2 seconds, and we have everyone's cell phone. So we'll make all the phone calls, and we'll shoot this thing out of the sky over Montana. No problemo. Didn't do it, did they? See, the thing was a complete ruse to make sure everybody's panicking or getting systematically more and more impatient and angry with China, which is really strange because the current administration has ties to China, probably more than the Ming Dynasty ever had, right? Taking money like an ATM from that place to do whatever they want us to do with their artificially inflated currency, which really doesn't have the value that they state it does. But it's an honor system, right? It's a closed system of economy where we can't audit how much currency they've printed versus how much they've got to back it. So they're allowed to say out of thin air what their money's worth, and we believe it. And then they use that artificial inflated currency to purchase a bunch of farmland, a bunch of properties, a bunch of businesses. That's a game unto itself. The idea is a spy satellite. Okay. Well, again, the first one that we saw was very, very human, extremely human. We have Google Maps, which is sometimes called Google Earth. Same technology, different applications. Same exact database of images, to be honest. And they have photographed the entire planet. Now, of course, Google will not go against the United States military/government and publish, say, truly accurate images of covert areas like Area 51. They'll simply submit the images, have them edited, and submit them back into the database. Nothing will be published in Google Maps willy-nilly without oversight. So in terms of all of the missile silos and that sort of thing, well, just depends. There's a bunch of missile silos around Wichita, Kansas. I don't even know how many, but when you grow up there and you drive by fields and you see these lumps of concrete surrounded by barbed wire fence, well, you can see them from the highway, let alone from the sky. So if you really wanted to know where those things are, you could just hire a bunch of Chicons to take a bunch of flights all around Kansas, and you would pretty much be able to map them, especially if they have any intuition and cartography of any kind, or trained to do so. Well, then they could also rent a plane and just fly around. They could hire an American pilot just to do loops. So I really don't think that there's anything on the ground that is unknown to the Chinese government or any major government in the world. So what are they spying on? Well, the second tier of the theory was that they were spying on communications between satellites. Now that could be anything, right? Military, private. And the insinuation is there's no other way to do it, or there's no other better way to do it than to put something kind of between the two broadcasting station and the satellite that's bouncing it off into other areas of the world. But most of the data collection that happens in the United States and around the world that is absolutely a threat to mankind and violates whatever eavesdropping constitution that countries have is broadcast and transmitted on the ground. We're told that a lot of communications goes over satellites, especially between places like Australia, New Zealand, between the United States and Europe, any place that has a big body of water between it. And then you start seeing these images of all of the manual cables that are on the bottom of the ocean that they have been stringing around for probably around 100 years. The ships that can audit those cables. I mean, it's just really a phenomenal thing. They take these ships, they go to the coast, they put the gigantic cable over the hull of the ship. And so the backside of the ship, the aft, is going back to land. And over the bow of the ship, in the front of it, it's pulling it off the bottom of the ocean, and then they can look at it on the hull. They can open it up, put new electronics in it, fix a broken connection. Now, I'm not sure exactly what they do if those cables could ever get severed on the bottom of the ocean. I think that would be very, very rare that would ever happen if it wasn't sabotaged by a foreign country. Plus, they have a lot of redundancy. So in terms of what goes in the air, well, if you're over a theater of war, there's a ton of encrypted packets of information going back and forth. And the ciphers are rotated constantly. So your capability of decoding the enigma machine of the packets of information in any way that would be useful to you is almost, well, it's categorically negligent. A sortie that takes off and gets commands to do something, well, as long as you watch the sortie and where the bombs dropped or where they did whatever they needed to do, you're going to be able to see its finale before you're ever going to be able to decode the packet. Now, the one shot over Canada/Alaska over Lake Huron, I think that's the way you say it, Huron, was a smaller metallic balloon that had an object tethered to it. I mean, quite frankly, this is almost breaking news as I talk about it. They're out there trying to recover it. The interesting thing is that the way that they've sort of announced this is that Trudeau and Biden both came together and both agreed it should be shot out of the sky, thus clearing the airspace for the F-22 from America to do the deed. In a way, it's kind of interesting to see America and Canada working together on anything. Now, what I think is kind of funny is that there's sort of like this subliminal insinuation, and it's understandable, and it may even be scientific, that no one really suspects this to come from Russia, because people assume that Russia can get that information and has achieved the procurement of information without any balloon technology being used. But everyone assumes that China lacks the technology to do this any other way. And quite frankly, I'm on board with that. The problem, I think, with the China being a huge threat to everyone is it seems like most Asian countries, save Japan, are using propaganda to prop up their organization. For instance, North Korea saying they have a nuclear weapon. Hilarious. It's just hilarious, right? Even though above-ground nuclear testing has been banned since 1973, Kim Jong-un's father and son would definitely detonate something above ground if they had it, just to threaten the entire world. We haven't even seen an underground test, at least to my knowledge. There's been a big explosion by a train station several years ago that they cleaned up, yada, yada. But there's absolutely no proof, and so the only thing you have is a bunch of people claiming things. Now, are there weapons out there that are for sale? Maybe, especially if Red Mercury's real. Go see my episode on that. But China's playing a very dangerous game. They're threatening the world over and over in different ways. They're using fake money to buy influence. The European countries are going along with it because, well, they get a ton of cheap labor. It's definitely a deal with Faust if there ever was one. Chinese Navy is currently powered by diesel fuel. They've got a giant aircraft carrier that's one of the biggest aircraft carriers ever built, except it's still in the dock and can't go anywhere. If it does happen to go anywhere with a big belly of diesel fuel, well, I dare say that bunker buster technology from even 2003 would rip that ship apart in 2 seconds. It would be an X-ship the second they try to deploy any of that stuff. They don't really have an army to threaten anyone with. Now, if their soldiers could somehow magically teleport from the coast of China to the coast of your country, in my case, America, yeah, there'd be a hell of a hand-to-hand combat situation because I do not underestimate a human body. The Japanese proved that, just 4 decades into a modern industry, they were damn near impossible to defeat. I mean, it was a very formidable enemy. But China hasn't been in a war for over 400 plus years. I think one expert said 450 years. Every single time Europe showed up to bombard their coasts to make sure they bought opium from, was it the East Indian Company, as put forth to them by the Queen of England or King of England. Can't remember which one was in power at the time. This is several hundred years ago. They just caved because this was super duper technology. Now, hopefully, we don't go to any blows with anybody. It's a stupid pastime, like I've always said. War is just stupid. And I know that sometimes you can get caught up in a military mindset and say, well, that's just the way it is. I'm not going to totally disagree with you because there's always a bully in the playground. And you got to strike that guy down. Then the problem is maybe the country that you belong to, even though the citizens aren't bullies, the politicians who have no skin in the game, right? They have no relatives that have been drafted, no relatives that are active duty. Oh, well, they're throwing around your kids like they're meat bags, right? What I think is encouraging is that the balloon situation, especially as it relates to anything extraterrestrial, which I don't know that I've had a single conversation with people, or a person, that believes that. The beauty is it's not going in a really dark place yet. Even the press, who likes to spin us every which way but loose, has not spun it in any super dark way. Now, you might chalk that up to, well, it's because it's China and we always protect China. Well, you might be right. But again, a lot of this stuff could be handled covertly. It just could be. And the only thing you're going to have as a contradictory narrative is some guy hiking in Alaska that goes, man, I saw this thing fly by and shoot something out of the sky. Well, to be honest, I can't believe I haven't heard that balloons have not been used as a part of a training exercise. Yeah, let's just throw up a bunch of balloons over some, with almost nothing on them. And let's just have F-22 shoot them out of the sky. Let's just practice that. Even just for dogfighting alone. Because think about it, when you watched Top Gun Maverick, which is very accurate to the way that the war games work for aircraft, they're obviously not shooting missiles at each other, but there's going to be nothing like the experience other than shooting a missile. When you grab the joystick and you deploy the missile and poof, it rattles off the wing or it comes out of the bowels of your ship. There's nothing that's going to be like that unless you actually do it. So it seems like weather balloons would be a great practicing situation. So I think that my point here with that particular point is that they could keep it secret if they wanted to, except for when they let gigantic multi-bus wide diameter balloons float over a very populated area, at least to the point where people can look up and go, what's that? There are telescopes everywhere in the world because there's a nerd in every single major city and little town. So if you're going to let it get within viewable range, what is it? The 200 zoom Sony cameras can pick them up, let alone a telescope. But let's kind of venture out into more of the fringy side of sort of conspiracy, just to have a little fun before this thing's over. There was a famous letter online that did a lot of talking through posts online. Never identified themselves entirely, insinuated who they were. Insinuated they were more than one person, as a matter of fact, using an alias. But they said that 45 would be the last president. And there's been all kinds of skepticism as what the hell that means. Countries need leaders. They do. So how that could ever be true, I don't know. Last president of an incorporated corporation? Okay, that's one angle. What are we going to do? Start calling them chancellors here in America? Give me a break. Now, obviously, that didn't happen. Obviously, a different guy came in and he calls himself president. Even though in the Hall of Presidents, where they keep track of the most current president and the past president, all of the artwork in the building, which is just a few blocks away from the White House, they still have 45 as the current president, and they have not put 46 anywhere in the building except on a poster that looked like a child created it in some sort of layout product on sort of like a portable, expandable poster easel thing. Hilarious. But now let's take the alien visitation thing. Because what was really interesting is when 45 got to the end of his presidency, he took an interview with his son. And at one point, there was a great emphasis on extraterrestrials. And there wasn't any specificity to the conversation except the reference of the famous event, 1947, called Roswell. And that finally got 45 to look at his son and say, yeah, what about that one? That's something we need to investigate. Again, yours truly, I went through my adolescence going, oh, really? There was this thing? I didn't know much about it because the internet didn't exist. You couldn't just look everything up in 2 seconds. Then as sort of the internet came around, by 2007, I was writing articles online saying I think that the entire UFO phenomenon has been invented by countries to give other countries the sense that they have captured these devices. And you better not mess with us because, man, we got this. Sort of like the North Korean, we're going to build a thing that looks like a missile, take it to a parade. On occasion, the tip of the missile is going to kind of be dangling off the paper mache thing. But this is more of a first world version of that, right? For a long time, it was only the United States of America that ever claimed to have captured a flying saucer, at least in the first article that was written about Roswell. I went down that path, and I went in to prove it wrong, as so many people have done with various topics over the years, and then I became a believer. And I'm trying to find a way to crack it. And every time I dug deeper and deeper, I found more manipulation of individuals, more harassment of individuals, that if it weren't true, why are these guys constantly getting called? And I became a believer, and I restricted all my research to the people that were either first-degree friends of the people that saw the material or the people that actually saw the material and the creatures themselves. What would happen to your country and my country if these beings, any beings, started to show up and sort of take over the game? Or they had the capability of leading us as a planet, and therefore individual leaders, maybe they don't have as much necessity in the world. What if last president meant that there was this negotiation to go ahead and make contact? Because the one thing we haven't really ever talked about is them actually doing it. Them actually showing up, and it's not a ruse. It's not a fake. It's real. Now, I have no indication that that's going to take place, so don't think I've got some drop I'm about to give you, some secret to create clicks, But if they exist, then isn't that sort of an obligatory moment in time? It's going to occur. We're just waiting for all the stars to align. And then, of course, comes the question, are they good in terms of man's values, do no harm, or are they bad? Now, I don't think they're going to turn us into a slave race. I don't buy that kind of thing. Why would they need that? I'm sure automation in every category of everything is a done deal. And automation means no one gets sick, no one complains, and automation works 24/7, according to the size of the earth, right? What would be interesting, and I've never heard this theorized by any ufologist of any kind, and maybe it has. I've not even heard it claimed on Coast to Coast AM, where all the intelligence agents pretend to be things, and they practice their sort of role-playing online on phone calls live, right? Which is why they get caught up immediately once the questions start coming in from the population. They start sounding like morons because their story doesn't have all of the ins and outs. But the question would be, pick your alien race of choice. Let's say the Greys. Have you ever thought about what their government might be like? How are they staying organized? Are they a commune of people, of beings, I should say, that just simply autonomously follow the rules? No one steals, no one lies, and they just get stuff done. They're exploring the universe, because why not? It's a big place if it's what they say it is. And quite frankly, it doesn't matter where you think you are. There's always an explanation for beings from another place, created by God, that are just simply going to the four corners of whatever paradigm, whatever cosmology you think you might be in. And quite frankly, it's a good test from our Creator to us to see what we would do with someone who is benevolent, someone who is wonderful, peaceful. What would the human psyche do? If a farmer runs out and shoots him with a shotgun, well, he fails the test, right? But if we're to assume, under a scenario, I mean, surely the military's considered this, even if they don't have a single scrap of extraterrestrial debris, that there needs to be a protocol. The inverse of the prime directive. We are being contacted. What do? They come in with a full force governmental, or at least some sort of organizational model that has obviously yielded their civilization to travel further than we've ever traveled, or travel interdimensionally. I mean, however you slice that apple, man, it's pretty darn impressive, right? It would be, even if they're reptilian and crazy. The thing about the reptilian thing, which is why I can't get into it, is that, you know, they're supposedly, you know, everyone's a shapeshifter who's in charge and stuff, but they just can't take over the planet. I mean, they've got all this capability of doing this crazy shit, and, you know, I don't know a single soul that's ever bumped into them. You know, I got lots of friends. I got lots of celebrity friends who have met tens of thousands of people every decade of their life, and there's no talk about that stuff with them. You know, someone coming up and blinking in a slit eye or something. Seems like somebody would have that story, other than David Icke, right? So an alien civilization shows up. I'm like, okay, here's the thing. You don't need this, you don't need that, because we're going to take care of everything. Why do you need a government? Well, you need to protect and serve, right? Well, we're going to protect you, trust me. There won't be any more wars on your planet. It's a waste of resources, and it violates every code of ethics of life. So we're putting an end to it. Well, then what? We're not going to magically genetically upgrade, because even if they gave us a tighter, denser neural net in all of our brains, you still got to teach that brain what they know. And unless they're able to beam down a bunch of kung fu, we're not going to know what they know. If they're truly who we think they might be in terms of the mathematical probability of them being more evolved than us, that could be 1,000,000 years more advanced, it could be 10,000 years more advanced, or 10 million years more advanced. How are we going to make up that difference to be compatible? I'm sure they understand that if they exist. You know, and there's this UFO type that's very interesting. And again, my grandmother, probably at the age of, let's say, at least 75, I think it might have been around 80, to be honest, but I was at her house. I told you this story before several times, but she told me that her and her sister, she was born in 1912. I think her sister was born in 1910. They used to sit in the plains of Kansas, outside of Erie, Kansas, in the lower southeast corner, and they would stare at these flying cigars that didn't have any sound. They just float by. They didn't look like Zeppelins. They just float by. And she said, we just used to watch them. And they're children, so they don't have this alarm. Now, I don't know if she said there was any smoke out the back or anything like that, but the other more modern version of that particular ship, of course, you know, we got the year 2020 models now, is a flying cylinder. Like a really elongated tin can with sharp edges, you know, like flat edges, like it's literally been extruded and cut at both sides. People said they've seen those. And what's interesting about seeing that is it's kind of like the cruise ship in Fifth Element with windows, as if they're just having tours of Earth looking down on us. I think there's something wonderful about that if that's true, because that kind of means, well, they have the concept of entertainment or scientific exploration. But just to observe, for me, indicates sort of a class structure, or at least a discipline structure within their society. Because in our minds, all gray aliens are exactly the same. All whatever aliens exactly the same. They're all the same. They all are engineers. They're all pilots. They all do exactly the same thing. But that vehicle if it exists, suggests that there's a populace that just wants to observe. They don't need to get out on the ground and do something. We have crop circles. And there's fairly interesting footage out there that claims that these flying discs zip around on top of a crop, and all of a sudden just poof, this thing lays down and it's got this crazy geometric pattern in the middle of a desert. I mean, in the middle of a field, excuse me. Be cool in the desert, right? What would be the purpose of that? Well, the shape, if it were real, would probably indicate something of a star map, of a molecule, of something scientific. I don't know that those associations have ever been made in a legitimate crop circle. But it's to show you something of intelligent design that you can't refuse. It's not an anomaly. It's not a tornado that happened to just touch down and make a little circle. What's interesting is I come from Kansas, where there's plenty of little tornadoes here and there, lots of hay, lots of wheat. And I know that without knowing when and where, you're in the middle of a storm, a little funnel comes down, touches the ground for literally a split second, and then the anomaly of the funnel gets disrupted by the weather, and it just gets dissipated. And I don't know that any farmer has ever rumored, oh man, I found this patch of my territory flattened and, interwoven. Because the big distinction with crop circles was that when it's legitimate, the strands of whatever it is, right? Hay, wheat, something like that, they're interwoven like a tapestry. They're not technically broken, at least in any major way. But when a human being, puts a big spike in the field, ties a rope to a plank that has it's like a T plank, right? And so they grab the T that comes up. It's not even a T, it's an L. And so they grab the part that comes up to their hands, and they're carefully walking and stomping down the stuff and creating a very man-made crop circle, which has been done more times than anything that's claimed to be legitimate, that they're breaking all of the organic matter coming out of the ground. It's actually severed and broken because a human being stepping on it. The other question we don't really look at, and it's amazing how there's been, hundreds of UFO shows put on the Sci-Fi Channel, Discovery Channel, History Channel, whatever, and they're so shallow, it's unbelievable. They don't ask any decent questions, which almost suggests that the ufologists themselves are shallow people. And I know that's not the case, but why am I having to ask questions I've never heard before that seem to be very logical questions? The other question is this. If you were them and you had to warm up their society to your existence, and maybe for them, first contact was almost first contact. Roswell crash happens, the Puget Sound crash happens, but we don't actually have a vehicle that drops down so you can see it, but a guy broke his arm, his dog got killed. No, his kid broke his arm, and his dog got killed, and he took photographs that were then X'd out. Men in Black are said to have shown up, seen by half a dozen people. Very dramatic event of 3 to 4 vehicles flying through the Puget Sound Bay, just spewing this molten stuff. And he got a picture taken of him holding up some of this molten, which almost looks like electrified aluminum. Maybe that's the reason why they felt like, maybe we should go down and kind of explain ourselves, because we don't want to have them freak out and build a big defense shield that we got to deal with when we come back in. But what would the pulse be? What would the frequency be if they were to decide to go ahead and make contact? They know, I'm assuming, that they understand that there's a government that has control, that there's individuals on any one planet that have control through money manipulation or whatever, and that they're not going to want to surrender any of that control. They should know that negotiations are always going to be a shark tank of, well, we're going to try and maintain as much control as possible so that when you do come, you really don't have 100% power, because we still want what we have. And, the funny negotiation point of an alien coming down might be, well, we're going to distribute all the wealth evenly. We're going to distribute all the food evenly. Education will be absolute for every human being. And we will work hard to make sure that your least educated individual on this planet achieves a proportional education to the most wealthy, opulent brainiac in the world. I mean, could you just see Prince Philip just going into cardiac arrest? Oh my God. And then what would the aliens do with myths? You know, like I said the other day, I had to sit and watch a PBS special, which again, they want to call all of the internet crap. You know, when someone says, I looked something up on the internet, immediately you go, oh my God, what's going to come out of this person's mouth? But at the same time, you could turn to PBS and they've actually run one of probably many specials trying to prove that King Arthur was a real being. Right, yeah. His father summoned Merlin and struck a deal to bang this chick next door, and he summons the breath of Uther Pendragon to disguise him and let him ride his horse over the ocean, you know, suddenly up a cliff too, which is funny. Hilarious. And so what if there was any clarity of existence? Would an alien race do with that? They would need to get rid of the myths of what man has created so that man could deal with true reality. Because how could you enjoy reality if you're living inside myths your whole life, right? I think one of the things that I would fear if they ever got here was that if they had developed a non-spiritual form such that they can't see things that human beings can see. They never interact with those that pass. They have no theory for what happens to you when you die, except for just you fizzle out. And like you're nothing. It's oblivious. When most open-minded human beings, without even trying, have seen something, if not multiple somethings, that don't have all the answers, but definitely prove that this ain't it. We're not living in one cosmology. Anyway, thought you guys might dig that. This is definitely what's been pulsing through my brain as they punch out all these theories about why these balloons are happening. You know, what's probably going to happen, and this is a Sunday, I'm going to try to get this out tomorrow, but what's probably going to happen is some other stuff's going to drop and this will seem incomplete. So if that's the case, it's just because something else dropped on the day I was editing it. Anyway, if you haven't gone to deepthoughtsradio.com, please go. All the links you need are up there. To the PayPal and Patreon folks, thank you so much. Take care of yourself and someone else, and I'll see you in the next Deep Thoughts. Over now.
I'll just go through one more time for those in the back. You have a 90-degree angle from the celestial body to the surface of the Earth. With a sextant, you measure an angle, 2 straight lines, from the celestial body to the visible horizon. And then you correct for the height, the dip correction above sea level. And upon doing that, that angle that you just took with the sextant is put firmly on the surface of the Earth. This is the #1 flat Earth proof. Don't mention 90-degree angles. Don't mention elevation angles. Don't mention parallel vertical lines. Those two, the zenith and the GP, 2 vertical lines, all only possible on a flat surface. It is a glorious time to be a flat earther. It is a glorious time to know the truth of our world, to be involved in this conversation right now. Because globe believers don't want to be involved in this conversation. They don't want to add things to the conversation. They just want to add harm. They want to insert logical fallacies that we're already living on a globe. Make no mistake, we are pulling the strings. The talk, the narrative that we're talking about right now, the sextant, is only here being talked about by flat earthers and by anti-flat earthers because we wish it to be talked about. We are pulling the strings. We called it the #1 flat earth proof. And they bit hard. The last couple of months telling us all about the 90-degree zeniths, the 90-degree GPs, only available on flat earth. Telling us all about elevation angles, only available on flat earth. Telling us all about not needing the horizon or a dip angle correction. Because guess what? If you don't need a dip angle correction, if you're using something like a bubble sextant, if you're using something like the artificial horizon, you are measuring a geometric flat plane above the surface of the geometric flat plane that we dwell upon. And we're going to go through that with 10th Man next week. Also got someone else, Professor Phil Bell. I'm hoping you just heard the terms of joining the stream. No ad homs, no logical fallacies, and no over talking. Professor Phil Bell, what can I do for you today?
Well, first of all, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Professor Phil Bell.
Wonderful. Okay, so Mitchell, I'm interested in the image that you had up before with the ship, you know, the one that you used to describe the
This
sextant.
one? Which one would you like? The one that has the zeniths, or the one that has the dip angle correction, the one that has actually shooting the angle with the sextant? Which one would you like?
Well, they're all relevant. So why don't we just start with the first one?
Absolutely. Okay, the 90 degrees for the celestial bodies.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, so while you've got that up, Mitchell, you said something about the sun earlier on. And let's say, would you agree that this image is trying to portray that ball up there as the sun or a star or something like that?
Yep, that's what the image is for. The sun that we're shooting the angle of the sextant for.
Awesome. And do you know how far the sun is?
No, we have no idea. It's only an apparent size, an apparent angle, an apparent location. Do you know how far the sun is?
Well, I'm just trying to find out from you if you know. You said you don't know how far the sun is.
Oh no one knows how far the sun is, but you definitely claim that we have a distance to the sun. Do you know how that's derived?
But you do too.
I know how it's derived. Absolutely, I know how the distance to the sun is derived.
You actually do have a claim on that. You know the distance to the sun.
Oh, do I, Professor Phil Bell? How far is the distance to the sun?
Well, shall we work it out?
What do you mean? You said it's my claim. What have I said the distance to the sun is?
Let me share. Would you like? May I share something with you?
If you would like to share your screen, go ahead. As long as it's not rude, as long as it's not inappropriate, it's on topic. But you have made a claim that I have said that there is a distance to the sun, or is that just telling porkies?
Let me show you how. Let me show you how you actually make that claim. Okay.
No, you're going to back up your claim that I made the claim there's a distance to the sun. Let
me show you.
No, where did I say that there is a distance to the sun, Professor Phil Bell?
You don't say it implicitly, but you imply.
Okay, so I haven't actually said it. So
no, you imply
it.
Okay.
I
Yes,
imply
no,
it. So
I said that you imply that you know the distance to the sun.
okay, so that's a straw man. That's a logical fallacy. So don't say that I imply a distance to the sun. I have specifically said there is no distance to the sun. It is only apparent distance,
All right.
apparent location.
Okay,
That is my claim.
let's just follow this through, and then we can talk about that.
So we're
later
going to go
on.
through heights of the sun using triangulation. Is that where you're going to go with this, Professor Phil Bell?
Well, just a minute, and I'll try to get this up. Okay.
Okay, you've got a little screen share button at the bottom of the screen. If you want audio, you have to
Yep,
click audio.
Yep.
There's,
No,
there's
that's
windows.
fine. Okay.
So are we saying, well, Professor Phil Bell has left the stream. If you're still there, Phil, I can't get you back in the stream. You've taken yourself out of the stream somehow. Now, this is going to be very interesting from someone who calls himself a professor. Let's see where this goes. He's taking himself out of the stream. Can someone just type in the chat, you've removed yourself from the stream? Because I can't get him back into the stream. There he is. All right.
Sorry, I mucked it up somehow.
All right, got you back.
All right. Okay. So let's just.
So are you claiming that the sun is tangible in this situation? That is a physical object with
well, okay. Let's. I'm not claiming anything, so I'm just going to have a discussion with you about what you have on the screen. Okay, is that okay? I'm not going to make any claims at all.
So if we've got distances to something, it must be tangible. Have you got evidence to that?
Well, let's just see. Let's just discuss what you have. Okay. So I'm just trying to share something, and I'm just having a little bit of trouble with that.
Okay, I'm just telling the audience what you're trying to set up here. You're very, very close to begging the question that we have a tangible sun, a physical object that we can attain a distance to. Very, very close to begging the question, Phil Bell. I'll wait for your little diagrams.
Sure. That's not my diagram. It's yours, actually.
Okay, cool. Has it got a distance to the sun in the diagram?
Hang on a second. I'm trying to organize. I haven't used this before, so that's why I'm
a distance to a tangible thing. That's something that we can go and poke, something we can go and arrive at, something we can put a flag on, something we can get close to, something that doesn't just move away from us as we move to it, like a rainbow, just an apparent thing. Just trying to fill just trying to fill the dead air here, Phil Bell. We're all in suspense.
Maybe I'll just try sharing the screen.
I thought that's what you were doing, sharing screen. As riveting as this is, we all know where this is going to go. It is going to be claimed that we have a distance to a sun above what? A flat surface? Are you claiming that we do have a flat surface beneath our feet, Phil Bell, in this situation?
Hang on a second.
I've been hanging on a lot of seconds, and you're absolutely ruining my mojo for the live stream here.
I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
Okay. Well, would you like to come back in when you're actually ready, or are you ready to go? All right. I'll just keep.
Just a minute. Okay.
I'll just keep. Okay.
You can keep talking while I'm doing this. Okay.
Okay. I'll put you on mute at the moment, Phil Bell, because you're absolutely not adding anything to the stream. So I was just talking about how we are controlling the narrative. We are controlling what is being talked about here, measuring a horizontal plane with the use of an artificial horizon. That is the claim on the table at the moment from people like Mr. Sensible. We don't need the horizon. All we need is something like a bubble sextant, something that makes its own level horizontal plane, something that doesn't need a dip angle correction. Because if we do not need to correct for dip angle, we are already shooting an angle from the sextant to the celestial body, and he's going to be making a horizontal plane, its own horizontal plane. Titan Long gives me $5 to say, I found this in the couch. Give it to Professor Phil to buy a glasses to find what he's looking for. Yes, we'll check back in with Professor Phil Bell. Professor Phil Bell, we're still not seeing a screen share from you. Oh, there we go. Now we've got it. All right, I'll add it to the stream. All right, you ready to go? It's up on stream.
Sure. Can you still
Let's
hear
see.
me?
I can still hear you, Phil.
Okay, so let's this is the photo that the image
Ah,
that you've been discussing,
okay.
isn't it?
So the first thing I can see glaringly, parallel rays. That's not what I'm claiming here. This is what global believers like Mr. Sensible have said, that we have a zenith, and from that zenith we can derive a distance to the GP. So that one on the parallel line on the right,
Mhm.
that's not a parallel ray. That's a parallel line.
Okay,
So
call it what
where
you
are we
like.
going with this?
Okay, so call it what you like. Okay, it's the fact is it's parallel, isn't it?
It's
To the
parallel
one at the
with,
GP, right?
yeah. So we've got two 90-degree angles
So
only
then,
possible on a flat
so
surface.
on a flat surface, 290 degrees must be parallel, right?
Correct.
Okay, terrific. Okay, so the other thing that you said probably on the last stream that you did, you agreed that every degree of latitude is 69 miles.
Oh no, that was something else setting up people like Sean Hawkins for. We absolutely do not see 60 nautical miles every 1 degree. Have you seen the video by Sleeping Warrior of the stars
I
when they
don't
get
listen
closer
to
to the?
I don't listen to idiots. Okay,
Okay,
so
okay. That's an
we're not
ad hom.
idiots. We're Aussies.
Ad hom number one. Please don't ad hom
We're
anyone.
not. No, I'm not ad homing you.
No, it is an ad hom, and I don't appreciate it in the stream because I'm making
Okay,
the example
so
of someone.
all right.
When
Okay,
we view stars closer than 15 degrees to the horizon, we absolutely do not see, for every 1 degree, 60 nautical miles. That's not what we can arrive with under 15 degrees to the horizon. So that is definitely not a claim that I've made, because I know the observations in here in reality. We cannot use observations closer than 15 degrees to the horizon for
so
60 nautical miles.
don't think that the staple you don't think the staple of 69 statute miles per degree of latitude is a thing that's been used for hundreds of years, that just doesn't exist? Is that your claim?
The claim is, when the stars get closer than 15 degrees to the horizon, they do not move 1 degree every 69 miles on the surface of the Earth.
I'm talking about above that, let's say above 15. The reason it's 15 degrees was because of refraction, but let's go above that. Let's say 45 degrees.
So if it can't be used once, why can we use it anywhere else?
You can't
Why does it
use
hold true?
You can't use it at 15. You could, but it'll be inaccurate because of
Exactly.
refraction.
So we can't use it. Yeah, that's real refraction. That's actual refraction,
Yeah,
like
but
something relative to the horizon.
Mitchell, just hang on a second. So Mitchell, it's you asked me a question. You said, why can't you use it at below 15 degrees? It's not wise to use it below 15 degrees if you're out at sea, because you could be wrong quite a bit. Now, if you want to pick an object that's much higher, like 45 degrees or something like that, then that refraction isn't going to be a problem. So let's go with the 45 degrees. Is that okay?
Let's go with it. Where's this going to go?
Okay. Well, you can see from the diagram, I reckon that anybody just looking at this diagram would know exactly where we're going with this. So if we got 69 miles per degree of latitude, which is a staple of navigation and has been for hundreds of years, therefore, the distance, you can therefore know the distance from the ship, as you've got it there, to the GP. You can know that, right? And you've said that on your last stream. You said, well, that would be thousands of miles. So therefore,
from the nautical almanac. So we look up, we've got an angle with the angle measuring device, and we look it up for the GP of the celestial body in the nautical almanac. So it's already got it written down for us. So we've got distance to the GP.
So you can know that distance, right?
And absolutely, we know that it is a flat surface measuring to
the
GP.
We're counting on the fact that it's a flat surface. That's what you in this particular instance. So I'm going with agreeing with you. So
is that your
let's take your stance. No, it's not. Of course not. The Earth is a sphere, but never mind.
The Earth is a sphere. Okay, we've got to claim that the Earth is a sphere. You're going to beg the question. You're begging the question.
I'm taking
begging begging the question, Phil Bell. You can't just come on here and say the Earth is a sphere and just mindlessly parrot things that everyone else is parroting. How do we know the Earth is a sphere in the first instance? You're pulling yourself away from this argument. Now you've made a claim and you have to back that up. How do we know Earth is a sphere?
I'm not going there. Mitchell.
So you're not going to come in here and tell us how Earth is a sphere.
Mitchell, I'm going to address your picture. Now, let's see if we can get this out. Do you know a little bit about trigonometry?
Why are you asking me a question? Can you tell me what we're doing in this image, and then you can tell me how we know Earth is a sphere?
Okay, so in this image, if we know the distance from the GP to the ship, and we also know the angle of elevation to that particular object in the sky, we must be able to, we can absolutely work out the distance to that object.
From where? From the observer or from the surface of the?
From the GP to that object.
What is the object? Is it tangible, physical, actual location?
Whatever it is. Whatever it is.
Well, if it's apparent, you can't actually derive a distance to it. So where are we going with this?
Whatever it is, you can use mathematics, which is what you're looking at the screen, to calculate the distance to it. But the problem is,
if we've got an angle to something like a rainbow, can we calculate the distance to the rainbow?
I'm using your diagram. This is your diagram. Okay, so
the claim is from me that the sun is apparent, just like a rainbow. Can we measure a distance to something like a rainbow that is only apparent?
There are actual drops, you know, where the sun's shining through for a rainbow.
Can we measure a distance to a rainbow?
Well, why not?
No different to the sun. The distance to the sun and the distance to a rainbow can be both the same thing. As Arwin puts it now, 1 AU, 1 Arwinian unit.
Let's get back to this picture, please. All right.
Let's get back to the picture of the apparent thing in the sky that you're trying to measure a physical distance to.
Well, so
I know it's very difficult.
Look at Y, and we're saying we can actually work out what Y is. And according to your picture, you should be able to determine what Y is, because you know what X is and you know what the angle is. Do you agree with that?
I agree that there is no apparent. There is only an apparent distance to the sun. There is no Y.
Do you agree that your diagram suggests that you can work out what Y is?
No, it is an apparent distance. How can you say
no, Mitchell?
Because it's an apparent distance. Phil Bell,
no,
why do we have to keep going over and over?
Diagram. Can you, if you had a value for X on your diagram and a value for theta on your diagram, would you be able to work out Y on your diagram?
If it's an apparent object that we're trying to
answer the question, please, Mitchell.
Yeah, this is my stream, Professor Phil Bell. You're not going to tell me what to do in my stream. I'll come on your stream for 5,000 Australian dollars, and you can dictate what we're going to be talking about. But what we're talking about right here is the distance to an apparent object. Godzilla37 says, did you see that? Professor Phil Bell almost caught clue. Better luck next time, Professor. And there's one more super chat. Just bear with me. Resident Felon gives me £4.49 to say Mitchell is a legend.com. All right, Professor Phil Bell, can you just give us any evidence to that sun being tangible and physical to derive?
Plenty of evidence for that.
Plenty. Okay, let's go through it, and then we can get back to the
first of all,
claim.
The sun outputs it's 3.9 by 10 to the 26 joules per second of energy.
And that lends tangible physical evidence to a sun?
Absolutely. Cannot do that unless it's a tangible physical object.
Do you know the distance to the sun in your claimed heliocentric model and how we got it?
Well, the claim is it's 93 billion miles, 150 million kilometers.
Did you know that we had to first presuppose that we're living on a spherical Earth with a radius, and that light in the sky, Venus, was assumed to be more than a light in the sky? It is assumed to be the exact same size as Earth, the sister planet, if you will, with the same radius. And then we observed the Venus transiting the sun because we presupposed that we were living on a spherical Earth. We presupposed that Venus was a spherical planet in the sky, and we presupposed that they were distances and sizes to be obtained. And we use Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion after pre-assuming, begging the question, all those things, to get the size of the sun. And then we derive the distance of the sun. So you tell me, why are we begging the question? Why do we not have physical measurements, physical sizes to these things?
We do.
Why did we have to beg the question in the first instance?
don't.
What's changed? What's changed since then? How have we got physical evidence to
Radar.
the distance? So that thing by Christian Huygens, how they looked into their hearts and they said, yeah, that's definitely a little ping there.
Radar, that's one of them.
So how did they know where to look in that little radar image? Did they have a good idea? Did they have a good idea using what I just said, begging the question of 93 million miles?
If you want to get the details, go and look it up.
I've looked it up. I'm detailing.
You asked me the question, and I gave you the answer.
I'm detailing it to a T. I know it's uncomfortable for you to go through how we got the distance.
Not uncomfortable at all, Mitchell. Okay.
Then let's go through it.
We have a little bit of a chat. I'm actually interested in this image that you put.
I know you are. You're interested in assigning a physical.
Now I've got another one, Mitchell, because we're not really getting anywhere. So
no, we're definitely not. And you're talking over the top of me. So that's strike. I believe that's strike 3, but I'll let you keep going. Well, what else are we going to straw man with?
Love to have 3 strikes. Okay.
Phil, you're wasting our time again. Can you put something up on screen that is actual physical, tangible evidence to where we're actually before we do that?
I want to go over something that Sean said before.
I know you'd like to, but I'm going to go into your claim of how we know the Earth is a globe, because that was your claim. We went through my claim that wasn't a claim. We went through your little image. How do we know Earth is a globe? What's your number 1 globe proof, Professor Phil Bell?
Plenty of them.
Just one will do.
I don't even like to put them in order, but because
that's all right. Just one will do. Just pick one at random.
Okay, just a minute, would you? All right.
Are you serious? You've got plenty of them. Just pick one. You've got 5 seconds. Pick one evidence. We'll just talk about it. One evidence. If we don't have any globe proof, you're no use in this stream.
Well, for instance, a boat going over the horizon is pretty good evidence.
Awesome. Black Swan. Debunked it. Do we have a physical?
No, you didn't. How did you debunk it?
The distance to the horizon on a sphere of radius 3959 miles can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's 1 feet. We see in the Black Swan footage and image from a 1 foot observer height, a 10-mile distance to the horizon, in excess of 10 miles. What is that radius to that Earth from a 1 foot observer height, 10-mile distance to the horizon? 264,000 miles. We do not have a physical Earth curvature at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's 1 feet, Professor Phil Bell. It has been absolutely debunked that we have a geometric horizon.
Well, I'm afraid you're wrong, Mitchell.
I know you're afraid, Professor Phil Bell, but tell us how we're wrong.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
You've still got the image of the ship up.
Oh, okay. All right. Looks like I have to undo that first.
You better give us something quick. Brian's logic gives me £4.99 to say, will 2 45-degree angles and 2 46-degree angles give you the same sun height? Radar uses the speed of light. One-way speed of light doesn't exist. Yeah, we don't probably need to go back into that. But thank you, Brian's logic there. That is a great point. One-way speed of light does not exist.
Is this the image that you're talking about? Your Black Swan image?
No, that's not the Black Swan image. That's a White Swan image. That's something that appears to be showing a physical obstruction, but the Black Swan image breaks that physical obstruction limit.
So why are they different?
Why are they different? Because of conditions of the day.
Well,
why do you think they're different?
What's the conditions of the day cause them to be different?
Do you know what a black swan analogy is?
I certainly do, Mitchell, but I want you to explain why the image that you call the black swan and this one are different, given they're taken from the same location at the same height above sea level.
The claim is that there is a physical geometric obstruction, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's 1 feet in all instances. When we observe the black swan image, when we observe the other black swan images, other ones I'm going to bring up on screen in a second here, that absolutely debunks the notion that it is 1.22 times the square root of 7 feet. The black swan analogy is that the claim
I've told
is
you why it
on the
is. It's because of refraction, Mitchell.
hang on. The black swan analogy is all swans are white. It only takes one black swan to disprove that notion. So the claim on the table is that all horizons are physical. 1.22 times the square root of 7 feet. It only takes one observation, one black swan, to absolutely debunk that notion, Professor Phil Bell.
Why is this image, why is this different from the one that you call the black swan? You said the conditions. What about the conditions?
Hang on, I'll just pull up my black swan so we can compare it to what we're actually... share screen. Here we go. This is the more recent black swan, the updated black swan. I hope you have seen it by
Why are you
BMLSP69.
obfuscating on this one?
Because I'm showing you there's multiple black swans, isn't there? There's multiple images from multiple days like you've just shown. So we'll put yours back on screen.
Yeah.
This is yours.
Mm-hmm.
This is the more recent one. Why are they always changing? Because of the conditions.
Yeah, what about the conditions, Mitchell?
So the conditions, so when there's less refraction, we can see further, like we're seeing right now. We can see from 1 foot observer height, 31.82 miles to Anacapa Rock. New
You can
radius
see
of
that
your...
it's refraction, can't you? You can actually see the evidence for the refraction in that photo, can't you?
You can actually see the physical Earth curvature, can you, Phil Bell? That is
But
the
why?
question
But why
on the
would
table.
you? But Mitchell, why would you pick something that's obviously so distorted?
Because it absolutely destroys the notion that you have
But
a
it's not,
physical
Mitchell.
Earth curvature.
Mitchell, all it
Where's
tells you
the Earth
is
curve?
that
Point to the Earth curve. Phil Bell, point to the Earth curvature. Where is the horizon?
Go back to the picture that I...
Where is the horizon? Is that 1.22 times the square root of 7 feet, Phil Bell?
Yes.
That is. So why are we not seeing that
It's got
here?
refraction as well.
Why is it being broken here? Why can we see further?
Refraction.
Refraction. So the less refraction that we have is the more that we can see. So why can we see further with less refraction?
Okay, because that's got nothing to do with it. So what refraction does is lift something that's behind that you normally wouldn't see beyond the horizon up.
An object?
An object, sure. Anything.
Relative to the horizon?
Anything.
So why can we see the horizon being moved relative to the horizon? That is non sequitur.
Why? Because the horizon, there's water at the horizon. It's an object.
So it is a physical object, the horizon.
Sure, you could send somebody out there.
If you're claiming refraction, we do not have a physical Earth curvature. Are we looking at the geometric horizon ever,
Why not?
Professor Phil Bell?
Why not?
You have just said refraction. That means we are not looking at the physical Earth curve edge.
Mitchell, it's no different than if you climbed up a hill. You would see further away. It's kind of the same thing.
Are we still looking at the physical geometric horizon when we climb up a hill?
It's water, isn't it? It's coming back. How do you think you see things, Mitchell?
With
Isn't
our
it
eyes.
Isn't it because light is reflected of those things?
Brilliant. So we're getting into its optical instead of its geometric.
No,
Is that how the horizon...
we're discussing how you get to see something, Mitchell.
Refraction, optical effect.
Are you just not capable of just staying on this on the topic, please?
You are talking about refraction. It is an optical effect. How are we having a geometric,
you want
physical...
to just throw all these things in, Mitchell, but there are...
A physical geometric horizon. It is physical in your claim of a globe. Why can we not see?
Go back to my picture. Go back to the picture.
Where's the physical horizon? Is that physical?
The thing that's blocking the you see that we can only see about half of that rig.
Is it
What's
physical?
blocking it?
Is it physical? Is it an Earth curve?
It's physical.
So what happens here?
How can it be blocking it if it's not physical?
Optical. Refraction, you just said.
No.
Refraction. It's What are you talking about, Professor Phil? You're meant to be a professor. Refraction means you are not seeing the physical thing.
No, refraction just means that I'm seeing the thing a bit further away than I normally would. It doesn't mean I'm not looking at the physical thing.
If you're seeing that something is refracted, can you shoot that thing with a physical bullet? Is it a straight line to that thing?
Well, no, because that's because
No,
where it is an illusion.
Exactly. Optical effect. Thank you so much for
No, where
confirming that,
you see
Professor
it,
Phil
but
Bell.
that doesn't mean it's not the thing.
You just said it's not the thing. It is an optical effect. It is not something that's actually there.
Do you think that it's just some sort of magical apparition? Do you?
That's what a refracted image is. You have just said that. It is an
No,
apparition. It
Mitchell,
is
why do you
apparent
think you can see it?
because we're looking at it.
Well,
Because it's
what does that mean?
actually
What does that
because it's
mean?
actually okay,
What
we'll
does
go
that
through
mean when
that.
you're looking at it?
That it's actually physically there.
It's obviously physically there if you're looking at it.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Professor Phil Bell. I'm going to shout out Titan Long gives you $5. I think Professor
No,
needs some help from.
What the
Okay,
refract?
don't overtalk when I'm shouting out one of my awesome patrons, Titan Long. I think Professor Phil Bell needs some help from Baldwin. He debate quicker and more intelligently. I agree, Titan Long. Professor Phil Bell, what else do you have to bring to the table? Where is your globe evidence? Because we've absolutely debunked the notion that.
No, you haven't done anything of the sort. All you've done is
just
obfuscate.
Obfuscate. We're talking about a physical geometric curve
I
compared
gave
to
you that.
what you're. What do you mean? You keep saying it is refracted. We're not going to keep going round and round. You keep saying it's optical.
I gave you that physical
You've gave us a
picture that
white
you see
swan.
on the screen.
It only takes one black swan to disprove that every
No,
white. It is
Mitchell,
only one swan.
you are ignoring the fact that refraction is a thing.
We have gone through what refraction
and
is.
not only that, I got you to actually admit that it was refraction.
If it's refraction, it's not physical.
Not
You need it to be
Mitchell,
physical.
is.
You need it to be physical to be Earth curvature. We do not have a physical Earth curve horizon in the black swan. That is why it's so devastating to you, Professor Phil
No,
Bell.
Mitchell, it doesn't matter how often you say that, it doesn't work.
You can
Mitchell,
just keep saying
you can't
no,
see something that's not there.
So why are we seeing it? Is it actually there? Because there's no geometric horizon to block it?
The light is still coming from that object. It's just that where you see that object is different. That's all. But
Yeah,
it's still
we're
the
actually
light
seeing
coming
it.
from that object.
Us as flat earthers can see that object because it's coming straight to our eyeballs. Not because it's refracted.
It's not coming
it's
straight to you. It's not. It's coming from.
So bent lines. So not a straight distance, not a straight measurement when we're using the horizon. So what's the sextant used for, Professor Phil Bell? Going back to the sextant.
It's used to find your latitude.
It's used as an angle measuring device, firstly.
Of course.
So when we're measuring an angle from the horizon that you have just said is a bent line from you to the horizon, we need a flat, straight line. We no longer have that with the sextant.
That's nothing to do with how to use the sextant.
We're looking at the horizon. You just said
you look at the horizon and you measure the dip angle to the horizon. And the reason that you measure that is because you actually want a tangent.
We don't want a tangent. So a tangent, right again,
but you need
claiming
that to,
if there is a claim of a tangent, there is a claim of a globe. Where is the claim of the globe, Professor Phil Bell? Going back to your claim.
You need the tangent.
A tangent asserts a globe.
Okay, you can call it what you like, Mitchell, but what you
that
need...
is the definition. What is the definition of a tangent, Professor Phil Bell?
Mitchell, do you know what... you obviously know what a spirit level is.
What is the definition of a tangent before we go into a spirit level and absolutely confirm the flat Earth?
I'll put it down. I'll do that for you.
A tangent is a line touching to a
hold
curved
the spirit
surface.
level in your hand.
Professor Phil Bell, we're not going to go into something before it's been addressed. A tangent
I am addressing it. I'm addressing it, Mitchell. Hold the spirit level in your hand, and when the bubble is in the middle, that will be the tangent.
So that's going to line up with the horizon? The bubble level is always going to line up with the horizon?
It won't line up with the horizon because the horizon is dipped below that. That's why you have a dip angle.
So we've got two parallel planes then. Using the bubble level, we've got a parallel plane above the surface of the parallel Earth, two parallel flat planes.
The spirit
Brilliant.
level that you're holding in your hand, that spirit level is giving you the tangent that you're looking for.
No, the tangent
dip
is
angle.
a tangent is a straight line to the edge of a curved surface. That's not what a spirit level is doing.
What do you think the spirit level is doing?
The spirit level is giving us a horizontal flat plane.
That's
and
all we want.
obviously,
That's all we want.
horizontal flat plane, brilliant. And we've got a
No,
horizontal flat plane
all we
beneath our
want is
feet.
all we want is the horizontal. Yes.
So the tangent isn't going to where the bubble level is pointing. The tangent is a straight line to the curved surface of something like the Earth here, something that is not attainable. We have a bent line if you're claiming refraction. This is going round and round in circles. John Furr gives me 20 Canadian dollars to say, thank you, Phil. Every alleged globe proof leads to the flat Earth. Absolutely.
I'm not talking about the water, Mitchell. Okay.
What are you talking?
I'm
You
talking
just
about
said the
simply
horizon
getting a
is the water.
horizontal line. How do you get a horizontal? How do you know that it's horizontal? Look at the bubble in the middle of your spirit level, right?
Absolutely. Horizontal
Okay.
is defined
Okay.
by...
Now, all right. Now, from that point to the object in the sky, that's the angle you're interested in.
Brilliant. So we don't even need the horizon?
No, you actually don't need a horizon.
Can you just put that into a sentence so we can trim it out, Professor Phil Bell? You don't need the horizon. We can use the bubble level to attain an angle of elevation to a celestial body.
You heard me.
No, just please, just you. Sorry, I'll let you talk.
I'll put that in your comments.
I'd like you to say it right now.
You don't need an horizon.
For what?
Sometimes, have you ever sailed or anything like that? Sometimes you can't see the horizon. You still have to try and figure out where you are.
And what can we use when we don't see the horizon?
You can use a mirror. You can use a spirit level if you want, or
something
you can
like a bubble sextant.
You can use a bubble sextant is pretty good.
Also, you can use an artificial horizon, any of the two. So how do we use the artificial horizon?
So you don't need to have the horizon out there. That if you don't
Brilliant.
have it.
Talk us through it. Talk us through it. How do we use the sextant with an artificial horizon? How do we use the sextant with something like a bubble level?
Well, the bubble level tells you what so hold the sextant in your hand so that the bubble level is right in the center, so that you know that it's horizontal. And then measure your angle to the star or whatever it is that you've decided to shoot to.
That's exactly how we use the bubble level and exactly how we prove that the Earth is absolutely flat beneath our feet.
You haven't
parallel plane.
How did that prove that the Earth's about? Well, all it did was prove that you were holding the sextant up horizontally. That's all.
We'll go back to the images.
Nothing else.
Go back to these images. I don't have it right here. Go back to the images that I had before that when we're using this sextant with the horizon, remember those images that we had up before that you put on screen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So when we're actually accounting for dip angle correction, we're putting that onto a flat geometric plane. And if
you've got that upside down, buddy.
And if we're using something like a bubble level, something like an apparent horizon that doesn't need a dip angle correction, we are measuring a parallel flat geometric plane above the geometric plane of the Earth. Sacred No Ledge, aka Universe says, can we see the original Black Swan image? Yep, I'll put that up very shortly. Sleep and Worry says, Professor, refraction accounts for 1/10 of a mile in your model. It does not account for... where's that gone? It does not account for the distance evidenced. Please explain why. Yeah, we probably don't need to go there, but thank you for explaining how a bubble level, how a artificial horizon is used to measure a geometric flat plane above, parallel to the geometric flat plane that we have here on Earth, Professor Phil Bell. Is there anything else you'd like to bring to the table? Any globe proof?
Well, I think we've probably said about as much as I want to today. But if you want, we can do it again. When I've got even more time.
10th Man says exactly. The bubble trap sprung again. No dip correction needed. We're going to go over this with
No, well,
10th
you
Man.
don't need a dip correction when you've got a bubble level.
Exactly. It's okay. I know you don't realize at the moment. We're going to go over this with 10th Man
No,
next week.
no. I'd love to actually talk to 10th Man.
$5,000 to get 10th Man onto your stream. That is the going rate for all us flat earthers at the moment. We are no longer going to be making any. We're no longer going to be making money for anyone that is going to overtalk us. That anyone who's going to not take us seriously. We are professional educators right here, right now. I've let you into my stream, Professor Phil Bell. I am a professional educator. I am actually a registered homeschool educator. So I am a professional educator.
Well, makes both of us then.
Fantastic. Thank you for acknowledging that I am a professional educator. Professor Phil Bell, have you got any?
Well, no, you would to be a professional educator in New South Wales, you'd have to be a member. You'd have to join the New South Wales Institute of Teaching.
NESA? Something that I'm registered to?
You know the Institute of Teaching of New South Wales?
NESA, N-E-S-A. NESA is what I'm registered to be a professional educator for a homeschool teacher.
Yeah, okay. So
thank you,
that doesn't
Professor
make
Phil
you a
Bell.
professional teacher, okay?
You just said it made two of us, but anyway, getting back to your globe proof, Professor Phil Bell.
I'm just being facetious, okay?
I know you are. Professor Phil Bell, you said you had globe proof. Just give us one.
Okay, so I did give you one.
Globe proof? What was it?
Yeah, I gave you one. I told you that ships go over the horizon.
The geometric Earth curve edge that was debunked by the Black Swan. Is there anything else that you're going to?
We've been through all of that already. I proved that. I showed that you were wrong.
No, it was devastating. It was devastating that you.
I actually got you to agree that it was refraction.
And in doing so, we no longer have a physical geometric Earth curve horizon.
That's just nonsense. That's totally nonsense.
I know that's not where you want it to go, but that's exactly where you go when you say refraction.
What is, Mitchell, in the picture that I showed you, which is the same location, same elevation, what is blocking the rig?
Nothing. It's all optical. If it's refraction in any instance, nothing's blocking it.
The rig? Why can't you see half of the rig?
Why can you see all the rig in other instances? Because nothing is blocking it. It is all optical.
Right. So this is refraction.
Right.
You said yourself.
It's all optical.
The conditions change. So therefore, in some conditions, you can see the horizon further away, as if you climbed a hill. And in some conditions, you can't, because the water is blocking the horizon is blocking the rig. That's why you can't see it.
Optically blocking? It's a physical thing now. So you said absolutely it is an optical blockage, and then you said it's a physical blockage.
It's water that's doing the blocking.
The physical water or the refracted water?
Would you agree that it's water that's doing the blocking?
Is it the physical water or the apparent water?
It's physical water, you know, because you won't be able to see something that's...
When it's refracted, is it still physical?
You need an object to see it.
When it's refracted, is it still physical?
Of course.
The cognitive pain is strong with this one. All right, we've been going for 20 minutes over what I usually go for. Professor Phil Bell, thank you for coming in. I may open it up to people to join my stream next week, but for now, I'm going to end the stream because we've been going 20 minutes over. Thank you, Professor Phil Bell, for coming in. If you feel like the Earth turns on you, turn to Flat Earth School. It is around us 24/7 since the beginning of existence. I've been Mitchell from Australia. He's been the globe defender who has failed miserably, who has confirmed the Black Swan is an optical effect. No geometric horizon ever seen. If you like my work, if you like to support my work, the links are in the description below. PayPal, Patreon, you can purchase my wife's book, anything you'd like to do. Thank you everyone for being here. Yes, 10th Man, he admitted that you need a horizontal plane to achieve an angle with the bubble level. It is brilliant. We're going to be talking about this next week with 10th Man. It is going to be an entire week just full of sextant proofs. Until next time, go out and experience your Flat Earth School. It is the best teacher we could ever hope for. Thanks for sticking around, guys. I'll just go through one more time for those in the back. You have a 90-degree angle from the celestial body to the surface of the Earth. With a sextant, you measure an angle, 2 straight lines, from the celestial body to the visible horizon. And then you correct for the height, the dip correction above sea level. And upon doing that, that angle that you just took with the sextant is put firmly on the surface of the Earth. This is the #1 flat Earth proof. Don't mention 90-degree angles. Don't mention elevation angles. Don't mention parallel vertical lines. Those two, the zenith and the GP, 2 vertical lines, all only possible on a flat surface. It is a glorious time to be a flat earther. It is a glorious time to know the truth of our world, to be involved in this conversation right now. Because globe believers don't want to be involved in this conversation. They don't want to add things to the conversation. They just want to add harm. They want to insert logical fallacies that we're already living on a globe. Make no mistake, we are pulling the strings. The talk, the narrative that we're talking about right now, the sextant, is only here being talked about by flat earthers and by anti-flat earthers because we wish it to be talked about. We are pulling the strings. We called it the #1 flat earth proof. And they bit hard. The last couple of months telling us all about the 90-degree zeniths, the 90-degree GPs, only available on flat earth. Telling us all about elevation angles, only available on flat earth. Telling us all about not needing the horizon or a dip angle correction. Because guess what? If you don't need a dip angle correction, if you're using something like a bubble sextant, if you're using something like the artificial horizon, you are measuring a geometric flat plane above the surface of the geometric flat plane that we dwell upon. And we're going to go through that with 10th Man next week. Also got someone else, Professor Phil Bell. I'm hoping you just heard the terms of joining the stream. No ad homs, no logical fallacies, and no over talking. Professor Phil Bell, what can I do for you today?
Well, first of all, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Professor Phil Bell.
Wonderful. Okay, so Mitchell, I'm interested in the image that you had up before with the ship, you know, the one that you used to describe the
This
sextant.
one? Which one would you like? The one that has the zeniths, or the one that has the dip angle correction, the one that has actually shooting the angle with the sextant? Which one would you like?
Well, they're all relevant. So why don't we just start with the first one?
Absolutely. Okay, the 90 degrees for the celestial bodies.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, so while you've got that up, Mitchell, you said something about the sun earlier on. And let's say, would you agree that this image is trying to portray that ball up there as the sun or a star or something like that?
Yep, that's what the image is for. The sun that we're shooting the angle of the sextant for.
Awesome. And do you know how far the sun is?
No, we have no idea. It's only an apparent size, an apparent angle, an apparent location. Do you know how far the sun is?
Well, I'm just trying to find out from you if you know. You said you don't know how far the sun is.
Oh no one knows how far the sun is, but you definitely claim that we have a distance to the sun. Do you know how that's derived?
But you do too.
I know how it's derived. Absolutely, I know how the distance to the sun is derived.
You actually do have a claim on that. You know the distance to the sun.
Oh, do I, Professor Phil Bell? How far is the distance to the sun?
Well, shall we work it out?
What do you mean? You said it's my claim. What have I said the distance to the sun is?
Let me share. Would you like? May I share something with you?
If you would like to share your screen, go ahead. As long as it's not rude, as long as it's not inappropriate, it's on topic. But you have made a claim that I have said that there is a distance to the sun, or is that just telling porkies?
Let me show you how. Let me show you how you actually make that claim. Okay.
No, you're going to back up your claim that I made the claim there's a distance to the sun. Let
me show you.
No, where did I say that there is a distance to the sun, Professor Phil Bell?
You don't say it implicitly, but you imply.
Okay, so I haven't actually said it. So
no, you imply
it.
Okay.
I
Yes,
imply
no,
it. So
I said that you imply that you know the distance to the sun.
okay, so that's a straw man. That's a logical fallacy. So don't say that I imply a distance to the sun. I have specifically said there is no distance to the sun. It is only apparent distance,
All right.
apparent location.
Okay,
That is my claim.
let's just follow this through, and then we can talk about that.
So we're going to go through heights of the sun using triangulation. Is that where you're going to go with this, Professor Phil Bell?
Well, just a minute, and I'll try to get this up. Okay.
Okay, you've got the little screen share button at the bottom of the screen. If you want audio, you have to click audio. There's windows.
Okay.
So are we saying, well, Professor Phil Bell has left the stream. If you're still there, Phil, I can't get you back in the stream. You've taken yourself out of the stream somehow. Now, this is going to be very interesting from someone who calls himself a professor. Let's see where this goes. He's taking himself out of the stream. Can someone just type in the chat, you've removed yourself from the stream? Because I can't get him back into the stream. There he is. All right.
Sorry, I mucked it up somehow.
All right, got you back.
All right. Okay. So let's just.
So are you claiming that the sun is tangible in this situation? That is a physical object with
okay. Let's. I'm not claiming anything. So I'm just going to have a discussion with you about what you have on the screen. Okay. Is that okay? I'm not going to make any claims at all.
So if we've got distances to something, it must be tangible. Have you got evidence to that?
Well, let's just see. Let's just discuss what you have. Okay. So I'm just trying to share something, and I was just having a little bit of trouble with that.
Okay, I'm just telling the audience what you're trying to set up here. You're very, very close to begging the question that we have a tangible sun, a physical object that we can attain a distance to. Very, very close to begging the question, Phil Bell. I'll wait for your little diagrams.
Sure. That's not my diagram. It's yours, actually.
Okay, cool. Has it got a distance to the sun in the diagram?
Hang on a second. I'm trying to organize. I haven't used this before, so that's why I'm
a distance to a tangible thing. That's something that we can go and poke, something we can go and arrive at, something we can put a flag on, something we can get close to, something that doesn't just move away from us as we move to it, like a rainbow, just an apparent thing. Just trying to fill just trying to fill the dead air here, Phil Bell. We're all in suspense.
Maybe I'll just try sharing the screen.
I thought that's what you were doing, sharing screen. As riveting as this is, we all know where this is going to go. It is going to be claimed that we have a distance to a sun above what? A flat surface? Are you claiming that we do have a flat surface beneath our feet, Phil Bell, in this situation?
Hang on a second.
I've been hanging on a lot of seconds, and you're absolutely ruining my mojo for the live stream here.
I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
Okay. Well, would you like to come back in when you're actually ready, or are you ready to go? All right. I'll just keep.
Just a minute. Okay.
I'll just keep. Okay.
You can keep talking while I'm doing this. Okay.
Okay. I'll put you on mute at the moment, Phil Bell, because you're absolutely not adding anything to the stream. So I was just talking about how we are controlling the narrative. We are controlling what is being talked about here, measuring a horizontal plane with the use of an artificial horizon. That is the claim on the table at the moment from people like Mr. Sensible. We don't need the horizon. All we need is something like a bubble sextant, something that makes its own level horizontal plane, something that doesn't need a dip angle correction. Because if we do not need to correct for dip angle, we are already shooting an angle from the sextant to the celestial body, and he's going to be making a horizontal plane, its own horizontal plane. Titan Long gives me $5 to say, I found this in the couch. Give it to Professor Phil to buy a glasses to find what he's looking for. Yes, we'll check back in with Professor Phil Bell. Professor Phil Bell, we're still not seeing a screen share from you. Oh, there we go. Now we've got it. All right, I'll add it to the stream. All right, you ready to go? It's up on stream.
Sure. Can you still
Let's
hear
see.
me?
I can still hear you, Phil.
Okay, so let's this is the photo that the image
Ah,
that you've been discussing,
okay.
isn't it?
So the first thing I can see glaringly, parallel rays. That's not what I'm claiming here. This is what globe believers like Mr. Sensible have said, that we have a zenith, and from that zenith we can derive a distance to the GP. So that one on the parallel line on the right,
Mhm.
that's not a parallel ray. That's a parallel line.
Okay,
So
call it what
where
you
are we
like.
going with this?
Okay, so call it what you like. Okay, it's the fact is it's parallel, isn't it?
It's
To the
parallel
wide
with,
GP, right?
yeah. So we've got two 90-degree angles
So
only
then,
possible on a flat
so on
surface.
a flat surface, 290 degrees must be parallel, right?
Correct.
Okay, terrific. Okay, so the other thing that you said probably on the last stream that you did, that you agreed that every degree of latitude is 69 miles.
Oh no, that was something else setting up people like Sean Hawkins for. We absolutely do not see 60 nautical miles every 1 degree. Have you seen the video by Sleeping Warrior of the stars
I
when they
don't
get
listen
closer
to
to the?
I don't listen to idiots. Okay, so
Okay, that's an
we're
ad
not
hom
idiots. We're Aussies.
ad hom number one. Please don't ad hom
We're
anyone.
not. No, I'm not ad homing you.
No, it is an ad hom, and I don't appreciate it in the stream because I'm making the
Okay,
example
so
of someone
all right.
when
Okay,
we view stars closer than 15 degrees to the horizon, we absolutely do not see, for every 1 degree, 60 nautical miles. That's not what we can arrive with under 15 degrees to the horizon. So that is definitely not a claim that I've made, because I know the observations in here in reality. We cannot use observations closer than 15 degrees to the horizon for
so
60 nautical
you
miles.
don't think that the staple of 69 statute miles per degree of latitude is a thing that's been used for hundreds of years, that just doesn't exist? Is that your claim?
The claim is when the stars get closer than 15 degrees to the horizon, they do not move 1 degree every 69 miles on the surface of the Earth.
I'm talking about above that, let's say above 15. The reason it's 15 degrees was because of refraction, but let's go above that. Let's say 45 degrees.
So if it can't be used once, why can we use it anywhere else?
You
Why
can't
does it
use
hold
it.
true?
You can't use it at 15. You could, but it'll be inaccurate because of
Exactly.
refraction.
So we can't use it. Yeah, that's real refraction. That's actual refraction,
Yeah,
like
but
something relative to the horizon.
Mitchell, just hang on a second. So Mitchell, it's you asked me a question. You said, why can't you use it at below 15 degrees? It's not wise to use it below 15 degrees if you're out at sea, because you could be wrong quite a bit. Now, if you want to pick an object that's much higher, like 45 degrees or something like that, then that refraction isn't going to be a problem. So let's go with the 45 degrees. Is that okay?
Let's go with it. Where's this going to go?
Okay. Well, you can see from the diagram, I reckon that anybody just looking at this diagram would know exactly where we're going with this. So if we got 69 miles per degree of latitude, which is a staple of navigation and has been for hundreds of years, therefore, the distance, you can therefore know the distance from the ship, as you've got it there, to the GP. You can know that, right? And you've said that on your last stream. You said, well, that would be thousands of miles. So therefore,
From the nautical almanac. So we look up, we've got an angle with the angle measuring device, and we look it up for the GP of the celestial body in the nautical almanac. So it's already got it written down for us. So we've got distance to the GP.
So you can know that distance, right?
And absolutely, we know that it is a flat surface measuring to
the
GP.
We're counting on the fact that it's a flat surface. That's what you in this particular instance. So I'm going with agreeing with you. So
is that your
let's take
standpoint,
your
though?
stance. No, it's not. Of course not. The Earth is a sphere, but never mind.
The Earth is a sphere. Okay, we've got to claim that the Earth is a sphere. You're going to beg the question. You're begging the question.
I'm taking
begging. begging the question, Phil Bell. You can't just come on here and say the Earth is a sphere and just mindlessly parrot things that everyone else is parroting. How do we know the Earth is a sphere in the first instance? You're pulling yourself away from this argument. Now you've made a claim and you have to back that up. How do we know Earth is a sphere?
I'm not going there. Mitchell.
So you're not going to come in here and tell us how Earth is a sphere.
Mitchell, I'm going to address your picture. Now, let's see if we can get this out. Do you know a little bit about trigonometry?
Why are you asking me a question? Can you tell me what we're doing in this image, and then you can tell me how we know Earth is a sphere?
Sure. Okay. So in this image, if we know the distance from the GP to the ship, and we also know the angle of elevation to that particular object in the sky, we must be able to, we can absolutely work out the distance to that object.
From where? From the observer or from the surface of the?
From the GP to that object.
What is the object? Is it tangible, physical, actual location?
Whatever it is. Whatever it is.
Well, if it's apparent, you can't actually derive a distance to it. So where are we going with this?
Whatever it is, you can use mathematics, which is what you're looking at the screen, to calculate the distance to it. But the problem is,
if we've got an angle to something like a rainbow, can we calculate the distance to the rainbow?
I'm using your diagram. This is your diagram. Okay, so
the claim is from me that the sun is apparent, just like a rainbow. Can we measure a distance to something like a rainbow that is only apparent?
There are actual drops, where the sun's shining through for a rainbow.
Can we measure a distance to a rainbow?
Well, why not?
No different to the sun. The distance to the sun and the distance to a rainbow can be both the same thing. As Arwin puts it now, 1 AU, 1 Arwinian unit.
Let's get back to this picture, please. All right.
Let's get back to the picture of the apparent thing in the sky that you're trying to measure a physical distance to.
Well, so
I know it's very difficult.
Look at Y, and we're saying we can actually work out what Y is. And according to your picture, you should be able to determine what Y is, because you know what X is and you know what the angle is. Do you agree with that?
I agree that there is no apparent. There is only an apparent distance to the sun. There is no Y.
Do you agree that your diagram suggests that you can work out what Y is?
No, it is an apparent distance. How can you say
no, Mitchell?
Because it's an apparent distance. Phil Bell,
no, Mitchell,
why do we have to keep going over and over?
Diagram. Can you, if you had a value for X on your diagram and a value for theta on your diagram, would you be able to work out Y on your diagram?
If it's an apparent object that we're trying
answer the question, please, Mitchell.
Yeah, this is my stream, Professor Phil Bell. You're not going to tell me what to do in my stream. I'll come on your stream for 5,000 Australian dollars and you can dictate what we're going to be talking about. But what we're talking about right here is the distance to an apparent object. Godzilla37 says, did you see that? Professor Phil Bell almost caught clue. Better luck next time, Professor. And there's one more super chat. Just bear with me. Resident Felon gives me £4.49 to say Mitchell is a legend.com. All right, Professor Phil Bell, can you just give us any evidence to that sun being tangible and physical to derive?
Plenty of evidence for that.
Plenty. Okay, let's go through it, and then we can get back to the claim.
The sun outputs it's 3.9 by 10 to the 26 joules per second of energy.
And that lends tangible physical evidence to a sun?
Absolutely. Cannot do that unless it's a tangible physical object.
Do you know the distance to the sun in your claimed heliocentric model and how we got it?
Well, the claim is it's 93 billion miles, 150 million kilometers.
Did you know that we had to first assume, presuppose that we're living on a spherical Earth with a radius, and that light in the sky, Venus, was assumed to be more than a light in the sky. It is assumed to be the exact same size as Earth, the sister planet, if you will, with the same radius. And then we observed the Venus transiting the sun because we presupposed that we were living on a spherical Earth. We presupposed that Venus was a spherical planet in the sky, and we presupposed that they were distances and sizes to be obtained. And we use Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion after pre-assuming, begging the question, all those things, to get the size of the sun. And then we derive the distance of the sun. So you tell me, why are we begging the question? Why do we not have physical measurements, physical sizes to these things?
We do.
Why did we have to beg the question in the first instance?
We don't.
What's changed? What's changed since then? How have we got physical evidence to
Radar.
the distance? So that thing by Christian Huygens, how they looked into their hearts and they said, yeah, that's definitely a little ping there.
Radar, that's one of them.
So how did they know where to look in that little radar image? Did they have a good idea? Did they have a good idea using what I just said, begging the question of 93 million miles?
If you want to get the details, go and look it up.
I've looked it up. I'm detailing
I asked you the question and I gave you the answer.
I'm detailing it to a T. I know it's uncomfortable for you to go through how we got the distance.
Not uncomfortable at all, Mitchell. Okay.
Then let's go through it.
We would have a little bit of a chat. I'm actually interested in this image that you put.
I know you are. You're interested in assigning a physical.
Now I've got another one,
to...
Mitchell, because we're not really getting anywhere. So
no, we're definitely not. And you're talking over the top of me. So that's strike. I believe that's strike 3, but I'll let you keep going. Well, what else are we going to straw man with?
Love to have 3 strikes. Okay.
Phil, you're wasting our time again. Can you put something up on screen that is actual physical, tangible evidence to where we're actually before we do that?
I want to go over something that Sean said before.
I know you'd like to, but I'm going to go into your claim of how we know the Earth is a globe, because that was your claim. We went through my claim. That wasn't a claim. We went through your little image. How do we know Earth is a globe? What's your number 1 globe proof, Professor Phil Bell?
Plenty of them.
Just one will do.
I don't even like to put them in order, but because
that's all right. Just one will do. Just pick one at random.
Okay, just a minute, would you? All right.
Are you serious? You've got plenty of them. Just pick one. You've got 5 seconds. Pick one evidence. We'll just talk about it. One evidence. If we don't have any globe proof, you're no use in this stream.
Well, for instance, a boat going over the horizon is pretty good evidence.
Awesome. Black Swan. Debunked it. Do we have a physical?
No, you didn't. How did you debunk it?
The distance to the horizon on a sphere of radius 3959 miles can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's 1 feet. We see in the Black Swan footage and image from a 1 foot observer height, a 10-mile distance to the horizon, in excess of 10 miles. What is that radius to that Earth from a 1 foot observer height, 10-mile distance to the horizon? 264,000 miles. We do not have a physical Earth curvature at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's 1 feet, Professor Phil Bell. It has been absolutely debunked that we have a geometric horizon.
Well, I'm afraid you're wrong, Mitchell.
I know you're afraid, Professor Phil Bell, but tell us how we're wrong.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
You've still got the image of the ship up.
Okay. All right. Looks like I have to undo that first.
You better give us something quick. Brian's logic gives me £4.99 to say, will 2 45-degree angles and 2 46-degree angles give you the same sun height? Radar uses the speed of light. One-way speed of light doesn't exist. Yeah, we don't probably need to go back into that. But thank you, Brian's logic. Yeah, that is a great point. One-way speed of light does not exist.
Is this the image that you're talking about? Your Black Swan image?
No, that's not the Black Swan image. That's a White Swan image. That's something that appears to be showing a physical obstruction, but the Black Swan image breaks that physical obstruction limit.
So why are they different?
Why are they different? Because of conditions of the day.
Well,
why do you think they're different?
What's the conditions of the day cause them to be different?
Do you know what a black swan analogy is?
I certainly do, Mitchell, but I want you to explain why the image that you call the black swan and this one are different, given they're taken from the same location at the same height above sea level.
The claim is that there is a physical geometric obstruction, 1.22 times the square root of the observed 1 feet in all instances. When we observe the black swan image, when we observe the other black swan images, other ones I'm going to bring up on screen in a second here, that absolutely debunks the notion that it is 1.22 times the square root of those 100 feet. The black swan analogy is that the claim
I've told
is
you why
on
it is. It's because of refraction, Mitchell.
Hang on. The black swan analogy is all swans are white. It only takes one black swan to disprove that notion. So the claim on the table is that all horizons are physical. 1.22 times the square root of over 7 feet. It only takes one observation, one black swan, to absolutely debunk that notion, Professor Phil Bell.
Why is this image, why is this different from the one that you call the black swan? You said the conditions. What about the conditions?
Hang on, I'll just pull up my black swan so we can compare it to what we're actually... share screen. Here we go. This is the more recent black swan, the updated black swan. I hope you have seen it by
Why are you
BMLSB69.
obfuscating on this one?
Because I'm showing you there's multiple black swans, isn't there? There's multiple images from multiple days like you've just shown. So we'll put yours back on screen.
Yeah.
This is yours.
Mm-hmm.
This is the more recent one. Why are they always changing? Because of the conditions.
Yeah, what about the conditions, Mitchell?
So the conditions, so when there's less refraction, we can see further, like we're seeing right now. We can see from 1 foot observer height, 31.82 miles to Anacapa Rock. The new radius of your...
refraction, can't you? You can actually see the evidence for the refraction in that photo, can't you?
You can actually see the physical Earth curvature, can you, Phil Bell? That is
But
the
why,
question
but why
on the
would
table.
you, but Mitchell, why would you pick something that's obviously so distorted?
Because it absolutely destroys the notion that you have
But
a
it doesn't,
physical
Mitchell.
Earth curvature.
Mitchell, all it
Where's
tells you
the Earth
is
curve?
that
Point to
it's
the Earth
refraction.
curve. Phil Bell, point to the Earth curvature. Where is the horizon?
Go back to the picture that I...
Where is the horizon? Is that 1.22 times the square root of observer's 100 feet, Phil Bell?
Yes.
That is. So why are we not seeing that
got
here?
refraction as well.
Why has it been broken here? Why can we see further?
Refraction.
Refraction. So the less refraction that we have is the more that we can see. So why can we see further with less refraction?
Okay, because that's got nothing to do with it. So what refraction does is lift something that's behind that you normally wouldn't see beyond the horizon up.
An object?
An object, sure. Anything.
Relative to the horizon?
Anything.
So why can we see the horizon being moved relative to the horizon? That is non sequitur.
Why? Because the horizon, there's water at the horizon. It's an object.
So it is a physical object, the horizon.
Sure, you could send somebody out there.
If you're claiming refraction, we do not have a physical Earth curvature. Are we looking at the geometric horizon ever,
Why not?
Professor Phil Bell?
Why not?
You have just said refraction. That means we are not looking at the physical Earth curve edge.
Mitchell, it's no different than if you climbed up a hill. You would see further away. It's kind of the same thing.
Are we still looking at the physical geometric horizon when we climb up a hill?
It's water, isn't it? It's coming back. How do you think you see things, Mitchell?
With
isn't
our
it
eyes.
Isn't it because light is reflected of those things?
Brilliant. So we're getting into its optical instead of its geometric.
No,
is that how the horizon...
we're discussing how you get to see something, Mitchell.
Refraction, optical effect.
Are you just not capable of just staying on this on the topic, please?
You are talking about refraction. It is an optical effect. How are we having a geometric,
you want
physical...
to just throw all these things in, Mitchell, but there are...
A physical geometric horizon. It is physical in your claim of the globe. Why can we not see?
Go back to my picture. Go back to the picture.
Where's the physical horizon? Is that physical?
The thing that's blocking you see that we can only see about half of that rig.
Is it
What's
physical?
blocking it?
Is it physical? Is it an Earth curve?
What is physical?
So what happens here?
How can it be blocking it if it's not physical?
Optical. Refraction, you just said.
No.
Refraction. It's What are you talking about, Professor Phil? You're meant to be a professor. Refraction means you are not seeing the physical thing.
No, refraction just means that I'm seeing the thing a bit further away than I normally would. It doesn't mean I'm not looking at the physical thing.
If you're seeing that something is refracted, can you shoot that thing with a physical bullet? Is it a straight line to that thing?
Well, no, because that's because
No,
where it is an illusion.
Exactly. Optical effect. Thank you so much for
No,
confirming
when
that,
you
Professor
see it,
Philbell.
but that doesn't mean it's not the thing.
You just said it's not the thing. It is an optical effect. It is not something that's actually there.
Do you think that it's just some sort of magical apparition? Do you?
That's what a refracted image is. You have just said that. It is an
No,
apparition.
Mitchell,
It is
why do
apparent
you think you can see it?
because we're looking at it.
Well,
Because
what
it's
does that mean?
actually
What does that
because it's
mean?
actually okay,
What
we'll
does
go
that
through
mean when
that.
you're looking at it?
That it's actually physically there.
It's obviously physically there if you're looking at it.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Professor Philbell. I'm going to shout out Titan Long gives you $5. I think Professor
No,
needs some help from.
what the
Okay,
refract-
don't overtalk when I'm shouting out one of my awesome patrons, Titan Long. I think Professor Philbell needs some help from Baldwin. He debate quicker and more intelligently. I agree, Titan Long. Professor Philbell, what else do you have to bring to the table? Where is your globe evidence? Because we've absolutely debunked the notion that.
No, you haven't done anything of the sort. All you've done is obfuscate.
Obfuscate. We're talking about a physical geometric curve
I
compared
gave
to
you that.
what you're. What do you mean? You keep saying it is refracted. We're not going to keep going round and round. You keep saying it's optical.
I gave you that physical.
You've gave us a white
you see
swan.
on the screen.
It only takes one black swan to disprove that every white. It is only white swan.
You are ignoring the fact that refraction is a thing.
We have gone through what refraction is.
And not only that, I got you to actually admit that it was refraction.
If it's refraction, it's not physical.
Not
you
if,
need
not if
it
Mitchell,
to be physical.
is.
You need it to be physical to be Earth curvature. We do not have a physical Earth curve horizon in the black swan. That is why it's so devastating to you, Professor Philbell.
No, Mitchell, you can. It doesn't matter how often you say that; it doesn't work.
You can
Mitchell,
just keep saying
you can't
no,
see something that's not there.
So why are we seeing it? Is it actually there? Because there's no geometric horizon to block it?
The light is still coming from that object. It's just that where you see that object is different. That's all. But it's still the light coming from that object.
Us as flat earthers can see that object because it's coming straight to our eyeballs. Not because it's refracted.
It's not coming straight to you. It's not. It's coming from.
So bent lines. So not a straight distance, not a straight measurement when we're using the horizon. So what's the sextant used for, Professor Philbell? Going back to the sextant.
It's used to find your latitude.
It's used as an angle measuring device, firstly.
Of course.
So when we're measuring an angle from the horizon that you have just said is a bent line from you to the horizon, we need a flat, straight line. We no longer have that with the sextant.
That's nothing to do with how to use the sextant.
We're looking at the horizon. You just said
you look at the horizon and you measure the dip angle to the horizon. And the reason that you measure that is because you actually want a tangent.
We don't want a tangent. So a tangent, right again,
but you need
claiming if there is a claim of a tangent, there is a claim of a globe. Where is the claim of the globe, Professor Philbell? Going back to your claim.
You need the tangent.
A tangent asserts a globe.
Okay, you can call it what you like, Mitchell, but what you
need...
That
is the definition. What is the definition of a tangent, Professor Philbell?
Mitchell, do you know what... you obviously know what a spirit level is.
What is the definition of a tangent before we go into a spirit level and absolutely confirm the flat Earth?
I'll put it down. I'll do that for you.
A tangent is a line touching to a
hold the spirit
surface.
Level in your hand.
Professor Philbell, we're not going to go into something before it's been addressed. A tangent
I am addressing it. I'm addressing it, Mitchell. Hold the spirit level in your hand, and when the bubble is in the middle, that will be the tangent.
So that's going to line up with the horizon? The bubble level is always going to line up with the horizon?
It won't line up with the horizon because the horizon is dipped below that. That's why you have a dip angle.
So we've got two parallel planes then. Using the bubble level, we've got a parallel plane above the surface of the parallel Earth. The two parallel flat planes.
The spirit
Brilliant.
level that you're holding in your hand, that spirit level is giving you the tangent that you're looking for.
No, the
The
tangent
dip
is
angle.
a tangent is a straight line to the edge of a curved surface. That's not what a spirit level is doing.
What do you think the spirit level is doing?
The spirit level is giving us a horizontal flat plane. And
That's all we want.
obviously,
That's all we want.
horizontal flat plane, brilliant. And we've got a
No,
horizontal flat plane
all we
beneath our
want is
feet.
all we want is the horizontal. Yes.
So the tangent isn't going to where the bubble level is pointing. The tangent is a straight line to the curved surface of something like the Earth here, something that is not attainable. We have a bent line if you're claiming refraction. This is going round and round in circles. John
I'm not.
John Furr gives me 20 Canadian dollars to say, thank you, Phil. Every alleged globe proof leads to the flat Earth.
I'm not
Absolutely.
talking about the water, Mitchell. Okay.
What are you talking?
I'm
You
talking
just
about
said the
simply
horizon
getting a
is the water.
horizontal line. How do you get a
You-
horizontal? How do you know that it's horizontal? It's look at the bubble in the middle of your spirit level, right?
Absolutely. Horizontal is
Terrific.
defined
Okay.
by
Now, all right. Now, from that point to the object in the sky, that's the angle you're interested in.
brilliant. So we don't even need the horizon.
No, you actually don't need a horizon.
Can you just put that into a sentence so we can trim it out, Professor Phil Bell? You don't need the horizon. We can use the bubble level to attain an angle of elevation to
Sure.
a celestial body.
You heard me.
No,
You don't
just
need
please,
horizon.
just you. Sorry, I'll let you talk.
I'll put that in your comments.
I'd like you to say it right now.
You don't need an horizon.
For what?
Sometimes, have you ever sailed or anything like that? Sometimes you can't see the horizon. You still have to try and figure out where you are.
And what can we use when we don't see the horizon?
You can use a mirror. You can use a spirit level if you want, or
Something
you can
like a
use
bubble
sextant.
sextant.
You can use a bubble sextant is pretty good.
Also, you can use an artificial horizon, any of the two. So how do we use the artificial horizon?
So you don't need to have the horizon out there. That if you don't
Brilliant.
if you have it,
Talk
good.
us through it. Talk us through it. How do we
Okay.
use the sextant with an artificial horizon? How do we use the sextant with something like a bubble level?
Well, the bubble level tells you what so hold the sextant in your hand so that the bubble level is right in the center, so that you know that it's horizontal, and then measure your angle to the star or whatever it is that you've decided to shoot to.
That's exactly how we use the bubble level and exactly how we prove that the Earth is absolutely flat beneath our
But
feet.
you haven't.
Parallel plane.
How did that prove that the Earth's about? Well, all it did was prove that you were holding the sextant up horizontally. That's all.
We'll go back to the
It proved
images.
nothing else.
Go back to these images. I don't have it right here. Go back to the images that I had before that when we're using this sextant with the horizon. Remember those images that we had up before that you
Yes,
put on screen?
certainly do. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So when we're actually accounting for dip angle correction, we're putting that onto a flat geometric plane. And if
No,
we have
you've got that upside down, buddy.
And if we're using something like a bubble level, something like an apparent horizon that doesn't need a dip angle correction, we are measuring a parallel flat geometric plane above the geometric plane of the Earth. Sacred No Ledge, aka Universe says, can we see the original Black Swan image? Yep, I'll put that up very shortly. Sleeping Warrior says, Professor, refraction accounts for 1/10 of a mile in your model. It does not account for, where's that gone? It does not for the distance evidenced. Please explain why. Yeah, we probably don't need to go there, but thank you for explaining how a bubble level, how a artificial horizon is used to measure a geometric flat plane above, parallel to the geometric flat plane that we have here on Earth, Professor Phil Bell. Is there anything else you'd like to bring to the table? Any globe proof?
Well, I think we've probably said about as much as I want to today. But if you want, we can do it again. When I've got even more time.
10th Man says exactly. The bubble trap sprung again. No dip correction needed. We're going to go over this with
No, well,
10th
you
Man.
don't need a dip correction when you've got a bubble level.
Exactly. It's okay. I know you don't realize at the moment. We're going to go over this with 10th Man
No,
next week.
no. I'd love to actually talk to 10th Man.
$5,000 to get 10th Man onto your stream. That is the going rate for all us flat earthers at the moment. We are no longer going to be making any. We're no longer going to be making money for anyone that is going to overtalk us. That anyone who's going to not take us seriously. We are professional educators right here, right now. I've let you into my stream, Professor Phil Bell. I am a professional educator. I am actually a registered homeschool educator. So I am a professional educator.
Well, makes both of us then.
Fantastic. Thank you for acknowledging that I am a professional educator. Professor Phil Bell, have you got any?
Well, no, you would to be a professional educator in New South Wales, you'd have to be a member. You'd have to join the New South Wales Institute of Teaching.
NESA? Something that I'm registered to?
You know the Institute of Teaching of New South Wales?
NESA, N-E-S-A. NESA is what I'm registered to be a professional educator for a homeschool teacher.
Yeah. Okay. So
thank you.
That doesn't make you a professional teacher. Okay.
You just said it made two of us, but anyway, getting back to your globe proof, Professor Phil Bell.
I'm just being facetious. Okay.
I know you are, Professor Phil Bell. You said you had globe proof. Just give us one.
Okay. So I did give you one.
Globe proof. What was it?
Yeah, I gave you one. I told you that ships go over the horizon.
The geometric Earth curve edge that was debunked by the Black Swan. Is there anything else that you're going to?
We've been through all of that already. I proved that. I showed that you were wrong.
It was devastating. It was devastating that you.
I actually got you to agree that it was refraction.
And in doing so, we no longer have a physical geometric Earth curve horizon.
That's just nonsense. That's totally nonsense.
I know that's not where you wanted to go, but that's exactly where you go when you say refraction.
What is, Mitchell, in the picture that I showed you, which is the same location, same elevation, what is blocking the rig?
Nothing. It's all optical. If it's refraction in any instance, nothing's blocking it.
The rig? Why can't you see half of the rig?
Why can you see all the rig in other instances? Because nothing is blocking it. It is all optical.
Right. So this is refraction.
Right.
You said yourself.
It's all optical.
The conditions change. So therefore, in some conditions, you can see the horizon further away, as if you climbed a hill. And in some conditions, you can't, because the water is blocking the horizon is blocking the rig. That's why you can't see it.
Optically blocking. It's a physical thing now. So you said absolutely it is an optical blockage, and then you said it's a physical blockage.
It's water that's doing the blocking.
The physical water or the refracted water?
Would you agree that it's water that's doing the blocking?
Is it the physical water or the apparent water?
It's physical water, because you won't be able to see something that's...
When it's refracted, is it still physical?
You need an object to see it.
When it's refracted, is it still physical?
Of course.
The cognitive pain is strong with this one. All right, we've been going for 20 minutes over what I usually go for. Professor Phil Bell, thank you for coming in. I may open it up to people to join my stream next week, but for now, I'm going to end the stream because we've been going 20 minutes over. Thank you, Professor Phil Bell, for coming in. If you feel like the Earth turns on you, turn to Flat Earth School. It is around us 24/7 since the beginning of existence. I've been Mitchell from Australia. He's been the globe defender who has failed miserably, who has confirmed the Black Swan is an optical effect. No geometric horizon ever seen. If you like my work, if you like to support my work, the links are in the description below. PayPal, Patreon, you can purchase my wife's book, anything you'd like to do. Thank you everyone for being here. Yes, 10th Man, he admitted that you need a horizontal plane to achieve an angle with the bubble level. It is brilliant. We're going to be talking about this next week with 10th Man. It is going to be an entire week just full of sextant proofs. Until next time, go out and experience your Flat Earth School. It is the best teacher we could ever hope for. Thanks for sticking around, guys. There is a great topic at hand at the moment. The #1 Flat Earth proof, we're calling it. It is the sextant.
Sextants are beautiful measuring devices that, with the aid of lenses and mirrors, can enable you to measure the angle between two objects, typically between the horizon and a celestial object, such as the sun or stars.
The sextant is used to measure angles on a surface.
It's elevation angles, people.
Can you tell us what an angle is? Is it two straight lines meeting at a vertex? Can you confirm that?
Yes, yes, it
And-
absolutely
and
is.
When you're looking at an angle of elevation, what are you shooting from? What is the baseline?
Your eye line to the horizontal.
So a horizontal.
You see this line down here? And with triangles, this is called the adjacent. Now, this is the horizontal line. To measure an elevation angle, you must have a flat horizontal adjacent.
The two elevation values are how far above the horizontal plane the sight lines are. This horizontal is derived from the stars themselves, and it's amazingly accurate, and it matches the local horizontal precisely.
To measure an elevation angle, you must have a flat horizontal adjacent, or a flat B right here. You can't get around that. That's why I'd say it's so deadly.
It's a level eye line to the horizontal plane.
So, math is fun. Angle of elevation. The upwards angle from the horizontal to a line of sight from the observer to some point of interest.
You can look to the horizon, check the elevation of the star to get angle A.
From Merriam-Webster, angle of elevation. The angle formed by the line of sight and the horizontal plane. See this guy right here? Kablooey. You need a horizontal plane.
It's a level eye line to the horizontal plane.
What they're saying is you need a flat adjacent, or you're not getting an elevation angle. It's as simple as that. For an object above the horizontal, look, they use horizon, horizontal twice in the same short sentence.
The angle we would be trying to find out is that 50. We would do that by looking horizontally, getting the angle of altitude.
From radartutorial.edu, measurement of elevation angle.
And we also know the angle of elevation to that particular object in the sky.
Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and a line of sight measured in the vertical plane. So you need a horizontal plane, both of them. You can't get around this.
Now, we form a local horizontal line perpendicular to that vertical. Now, we're going to measure this angle right here, and that's our altitude of the object.
You could try to change the definition of horizontal, but you can't do it. I mean, it'll be a feeble attempt, and we'll laugh at you, and you might convince some can't fog of mirrors. But as soon as I put up a triangle, you're finished. It's all over for you. The whole ball tart spinning space monkey religion implodes right here.
You don't use triangles. You show me how you use a triangle to calculate your distance from the GP. Go. Well, let's have a look at a triangle then, shall we? So you're somewhere in the middle of the ocean. At point A, you can see a star. At point B,
no triangles involved whatsoever.
you can look that star up in the Nautical Almanac to see at this exact moment in time its GP is at point C.
No triangles involved whatsoever.
i.e. the star will be at 90 degrees to the surface at point C. Brilliant. Bugger. What did you say? Just what?
No triangles involved whatsoever.
You strange old fruit. You complete and utter gimboid. You scruffy looking nerf herder. You reject from Failures Are Us. You total smeghead. You knob socket.
No triangles involved whatsoever.
Stop saying that. Look, it's quite obvious that you have not got the faintest idea. Bugger.
As soon as I put up a triangle, you're finished. It's all over for you. The whole ball tart spinning space monkey religion implodes right here with the sextant and elevation angles. It's just that simple. We can't get around it. You don't like that simplicity, do you? I love this argument. I just love it. The term angle of elevation, here's the last definition, angle of elevation. The term angle of elevation by varsity tutors denotes the angle from, like all the rest of them said, the horizontal upward to an object.
You are measuring the angle from your horizontal eye line to whatever object in the sky you're measuring to.
An observer's line of sight would be above the horizontal. Yep, flat, level, flat, adjacent. Simple as that. Well, what does a sextant measure? Would that be elevation angles?
All you're trying to do with a sextant is establish the angle of elevation of the celestial object.
Uh-oh.
A straight line perpendicular to it as our horizontal. That's just something the sextant does. That's the way it's designed to work. Then we do our observation, and we see the celestial object out in that direction. This is our altitude, our sextant angle, because we're measuring that angle directly off the sextant, and the angle is between the horizontal of the sextant and our star. Is this?
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Say good night. Say good night. A sextant from NASA, our favorite source. A sextant is a tool for measuring the altitude angle, elevation angle of a star above the horizon.
You're saying that there's a horizontal plane and that's above the plane of the Earth? So we've got
That's
two...
the horizontal plane of your eyesight, of your eye line, of the telescope of the sextant. You're making a reading with the sextant.
It's over. Right here with elevation angle. Elevation angle, you need a horizontal, flat, level, adjacent, period. Britannica. In the hands of a practice observer, the modern sextant can be used to measure elevation angles with an accuracy of 10 seconds of arc. That is close enough to determine a ship's north-south position within a few hundred meters. And finally, Princeton astronomy. All the observer does now is to use a sextant to measure the angle of altitude.
So you've got an angle from looking directly at the horizon, correct?
Right.
That's the elevation angle. H of the noon sun with respect to the horizon, and to record the exact time of this measurement. This should turn out the lights, baby. It's simply over right here. There's no argument against this argument. Conclusion, you must have horizontal plane baselines, like I mentioned before, the adjacent, to obtain elevation angles using a sextant.
Or it's a horizontal plane to your level eye line.
This is a death blow. Because there are no horizontal planes on a spinning monkey ball.
The two elevation values are how far above the horizontal plane the sight lines are.
This is a death blow. Because there are no horizontal planes on a spinning monkey ball.
By looking horizontally, getting the angle of altitude.
This is a death blow. Because there are no horizontal planes on a spinning monkey ball.
A straight line perpendicular to it as our horizontal. That's just something the sextant does. That's the way it's designed to work.
This is a death blow. Because there are no horizontal planes on a spinning monkey ball. Ergo, the Earth is not a spinning monkey ball. Simple as that. You're finished.
And we also know the angle of elevation to that particular object in the sky.
You strange old fruit.
We're going to measure this angle right here, and that's our altitude of the object.
You complete and utter gimboid.
Elevation values are how far above the horizontal plane the sight lines are.
You reject from Failures Are Us. All you're trying to do with a sextant is establish the angle of elevation of the celestial object. You total smeghead. You knob socket.
We have a horizontal plane from your eye line.
You scruffy looking nerf herder.
That's fantastic. Thank you for confirming that, Sean Hawkins. You're now the third person that is confirming that we have a horizontal plane parallel with the plane of the Earth.
Say good night. Why? 2021 to 2000, who knows, is the age of the sextant.
Only when there's gravity.
Sorry, only when there's gravity. So you're just going to beg the question of this non-force? Sorry, why on earth would you beg the question of this gravity when, number one, mass does not attract mass?
Also from Merriam-Webster. This is interesting. Angle of elevation. What? The horizontal plane for an object definition, a single sentence. All right? You need the horizontal. You can't get there without it. From radar to toward angle is the angle between the horizontal plane. You get it now, folks. Plane. Word to an object. An observer's line of sight would be above the horizontal. You got horizontal mentioned a number of times. It's almost getting redundant, right? In single sentences in the definition of angle of elevation. So this is your huckleberry, Baltards. We could stop right here. Why? Well, what does a sextant measure? Could be elevation angles, possibly. Let's check. A sextant from, you're going to love this, from nasa.gov. A sextant is a tool for measuring the altitude angle. Don't let that fool you. That's the elevation angle of a star above the horizon.
Uh-oh!
Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, to have an elevation angle, you have to have a horizontal plane. You see this guy right here? You have to have that, NASA. Where are you getting that from? Oh, you're in it now. From Britannica.com. In the hands of a practice observer, the modern sextant can be used to measure what? Elevation angles? With an accuracy of 10 seconds of arc. That is close enough to determine a ship's north-south position within a few hundred meters.
Uh-oh!
From Princeton Astronomy. All the observer does now is to use a sextant to measure the angle of altitude, elevation angle, H, of the noon sun with respect to the horizon, and to record the exact time of this measurement.
Uh-oh!
Another Baltard spinning space monkey religion.
Fatality.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the year of the sextant. The Baltards are dead. It's all over. In fact, it's going to be years. Because I'm dropping anchor right here. Could be for the next 5 years. We're just going to grandfather all these years in. It's the years of the sextant. I'm not moving away from this. You guys are toast, man. I can defeat you, your entire fairy tale religion, with just a simple phrase. Guess what the phrase is? Elevation angle. That's all I need. That's all I need to say. You're through because of that. Get it, clown shows? Probably not. Have your slobber nurses describe it to you. Questions and comments here, quickly.
It's the age of the sextant, not just the year.
Ah, good point.
Was there more to this presentation?
No, that's it for this one.
I was going to bring up exactly, this is coinciding with something I just posted in Ballbusters. There is a claim that you can measure R using these elevation angles. Did you want to, if you haven't got anything else?
No, I do have something else. No, I do got something else.
All right.
Yeah, we might do that next time. Let me review it. But you're not getting an are they, when they say elevation angle and radius, are they using a horizontal plane?
Absolutely. That's why I posted the image.
Oh, well then welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, I'll check it out after the show, Mitchell. But yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. All right, anything else on this? Any comments or questions? No, just keep them concise.
Super chat first, before Adam starts, because then I can't get my super chat in. So it's from Sasha, Unitex Fable. He says, so my baseline is horizontal. Interesting.
Yeah, this thing right here. You see this line right here, the adjacent, right, and the corner pocket. You need this line right here to be horizontal, flat, level. You can't get an angle off a freaking curve. It's nonsensical buffoonery. And it's not a triangle, by the way. I think these guys need... I just ran into somebody in text chat earlier today that was confused about two-dimensional shapes, right? Let me tell you something, bonehead baltards. Triangles are two-dimensional shapes. So are circles, okay? Just to let you know. Go on. Sorry about that.
Oh, has Betty got more of...
She better have more super chats.
No. You're okay, Mitchell. Go.
Mitchell, that's Brian, and why no more super chats? Go ahead, Brian.
Well, thanks, QE. Well, I'm being told that a radius line can be curved. That's what I'm being told now.
Ah, you are?
By people over on Wolfie 6020's channel, yeah.
6020?
Yeah. What was it? What was the latest one I got? One of the latest comments? That a straight line in spherical geometry is curved. That's why they're trying to make up a radius for a circle on a sphere.
Wolfie's got bigger problems than straight lines. I DX'd his dumbass back in 2015.
Oh, yes.
He's still around.
Yes, unfortunately he is.
Yeah. He's a numpty dipshit. I just drug him around his whole channel in front of all his friends back in the day. Wolfie, you whistling past the graveyard. You still got, I can't believe you still got a channel. But you guys have no...
Many loyal followers. Sorry.
He had Voss effect as well. Wasn't he at Voss effect?
I can't remember. It's been so long.
He was on to that as well, I think.
The last thing I seen from him back in the day was the it wasn't the gyro compass. What's the other one? The I can't remember.
Ring laser? The ring laser or something?
Ring lake thing? That.
No, it wasn't the ring laser. No, I can't. Just move on. I can't remember.
I got 2 points. The first is, with regards to this, mathematically. And the second is, I'm going to bring Jesus back in. But the first point is, mathematically, if we assume this and we allow the conversion to a ball, okay, the stars are very accurate and they're based on this planar trig, right? Now, you can back convert it into a ball, but by their claim, it's not a ball, it's an oblate spheroid. Therefore, your 69 or 60 nautical miles per degree is not applicable and needs to be compensated for and is not compensated for. First point. Just geeky bit of math.
Well, wait a second. You're not getting an elevation angle. You're not back. No, you're not. You're not getting an elevation angle.
No, you're not. And okay, but the point 1A then, before that point is, yeah, these are measurements based on reality, and the reality is trigonometry. Everything's based on that, and that fundamental line that you draw at the bottom, the baseline, is flat.
It has to be flat, and it's flat for the duration of you, the observer, to the GP of the star. That's the whole way in which it works, the whole way in which we measure it, and it's the way in which we calculate it. You can backwork it afterwards. So that the final point is to bring it back, which I found really. I was doing some bit of research this week, and there's a suggestion, John, that you look at the Celtic cross. Yeah, it's a bit funky, isn't it? A bit weird. Why is it like that? Why has it got that wheel in the middle? All sorts. Why has it got that? It turns out, actually, if you have a wooden version of it, it's a sextant, and it'd be used, and that's why you see it on a lot of graves. It's a way of pointing to heaven. It's a way of navigating to heaven, because these things taken out of history and recontextualized. Actually, there's demonstration of how this thing works as a sextant, which is why you'll see Celtic people from 1000 AD carrying a Celtic cross as well. It functions as a sextant. Now, it functions in the way that we would use optically. We would use the horizon, but the way in which you put the cross in the ground, it works like a plumb bob to generate your horizon, and then you use your cross. Dual purpose, but I just thought that was interesting. So a little bit of research that Celtic crosses also can be used as a sextant. Not the stone ones, obviously, but
that's interesting. I know what you're talking. I could see it in my mind's eye. I never realized that it was a sextant. So, thanks.
Yeah, with the plumb bob.
With the plumb bob.
Well, you see, you use one optic in the sextant with its lens to generate your horizon, which is very useful at sea. Right. If you're traversing land, it's very hard, to do it. That's why you have to generate an artificial horizon with the sextant. Actually, the cross, and what's found in the Queen's Chamber of the Pyramid, this bit of kit, is exactly a cross with a plumb bob that generates your horizon and then allows you to use the same principles to navigate the stars on land.
Oh, really? I'd like to see the plumb bob with that.
Well, that's found in the Queen's Chamber. There's a rod, a staff of Aries, which is a double hook, and then this ball weight. And the strings obviously eroded over time, and it's puzzled people for a number of times, but this guy's put it together, linked it with the Celtic cross as well.
Huh.
Which is basically a protractor,
right,
in the middle of the cross,
right,
and shows how. And the interesting thing is, if you take the rod lengths found in the Queen's Chamber and build a sextant based on these things, then it gives if you were to use that piece of equipment, it would give you the accuracy of 3 arc seconds.
Really?
To define anything by. If you look at how the pyramids are built, they're built to within 3 arc seconds, which is due to the length of the shaft of the cross.
Who the hell are you? You Indiana Jones?
A little bit sometimes.
Well, don't let him use his whip then. Huh?
That was really interesting.
That's Thursday nights, Betty, at the club.
Sorry, Adam.
That's pretty interesting, Adam. That's really good. I'd like to hear more on that, just not now.
I'll stop there. Yeah. Me and Tenth have been chewing over this last night, and that it's really quite cool stuff if you look at. There was one more bit.
Go ahead.
And it's to do with translation of time. Well, apparently we couldn't navigate. Well, this thing with the stars allows you to find local time. It's genius, but I won't bore you with the details of that. I'll get that nailed down exactly. So
well, that's cool. I just wanted to stress the elevation angle. See, just a simple concept. I don't have to go into any microscopy with it anymore. I'll prosecution rest with the elevation angle.
Yeah.
Because you need a flat horizontal plane baseline, the adjacent, or you're not getting an elevation angle, period. So, Your Honor, prosecution rests. And you're finished, Baltards, right there. There's nothing you could do about it. Now, it's going to be funny watching you friggin' slither around the ground and flail, but that's all that's left. You see how these things are getting easier and easier over the past 2 years, because it's like whack-a-mole time. I'm shooting pregnant hippos in a fishbowl.
Pregnant hippos?
Again?
Pregnant hippos?
Pregnant hippos in a fishbowl. That's how easy this is. Just shoot them.
Oh, but they don't. They are pregnant.
Well, it's a metaphor.
I know, but you can't shoot pregnant people or beasts.
Thanks for being our moral guiding light, Betty.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I have to draw a line somewhere.
Yeah, don't we all? All right, anything else on elevation angles?
One more thing.
Go ahead. Go ahead, and
Question for
Brian. Hold on. We'll get Adam and then Brian right after that. Yep. Go.
It's a question, Brian, actually, because right. So, Brian, they're talking about this circle of equal altitude, and they plot it onto a sphere as if it's a circle, and I just want to in 2D geometry, circle. Okay, we can stick any 3 points on a circle or a triangle. We can stick it on an ellipse if we want. Doesn't really matter, and it'll equal 180 degrees the internal angles of the triangle we create within the circumference of an ellipse or circle in geometry. The thing the ballers have been saying for a number of years is, and pointing out, is apparently these internal angles don't add up to 180 degrees.
That's not a triangle.
Right. If it's not a triangle, it's not a circle. If it's not a circle, it's not a circle of equal altitude. Therefore, their claim doesn't fit the definition of what's being calculated.
Exactly.
Is that the claim of 390-degree angles on their sphere?
Well, 180 internal angles in any triangle. So for years, as flat earthers, they've said, oh, look, if you go from Cape Town to Rio to London, those angles don't equal 180. Then it's not a triangle. Therefore, if those points hit on a circle of equal altitude and it's not a triangle, it's therefore by definition not a circle. Therefore, it's not, their definition doesn't fit the definition. That's the point, Mitch. I know it's a bit geeky,
Yeah.
but do you get me?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think there was a challenge put to I hate to bring the name up, Wolfie 6020 a few years ago, that he claimed that you can have three right angles, 390-degree angles to make a triangle on a sphere, and he modeled it out on a sphere. And obviously, as you just said, if it's got more than 180 degrees in that triangle, it is not a triangle. It's not going to make a circle.
That's correct. Yeah, and Wolfie, you'd fail third grade intro to geometry, by the way. You clowns, you just make shit up, right? It ain't gonna fly. We're gonna take you to the woodshed, right? I'm sick of listening to it. Your numpty dipshitteries, I'm done with you. It's a quick death now. Sorry, there's death and shooting hippos. Who else told me you can't be shooting hippos? Now, get it right. Pregnant hippos.
What happens in the woodshed?
Free Mind said, don't be shooting hippos, QE. What the F? Yeah, get it right. They're pregnant hippos in a fishbowl. Now, go ahead, Betty.
I said for the third time, what happens in the woodshed?
They get beat about the head and shoulders with a nail spike 44-inch Louisville slugger.
Do they survive?
Not likely.
Okay.
All right. Is that understood? All right.
Yeah.
Brian, you had something you wanted to finish up.
Woodshed then, huh?
I'm sorry. Betty was rumpusing me. Go ahead, finish up, Betty.
Oh, you were rumpusing me. For I will shut up for a while.
Just for a while. I think Brian had something to add.
Well, yeah, it's just something very small, but it's very, very good.
Go ahead.
Is that the reference you have from NASA.gov, I think it was?
Yes.
That is excellent for their Polaris claim, because their Polaris claim needs an elevation angle.
Exactly.
So that's excellent for that.
Yeah, so the three previous photos I put up there with the eclipses were NASA, in order of appearance was NASA, Rice, and Smithsonian.
Oh, one last point.
Oh, wait a second. We didn't get to that. Sorry. So yeah, I'm way ahead of myself. We're going to get to that in a second. That's the next presentation. But go ahead.
I thought so.
Sorry about that, Brian. I'm already thinking I'm done with that presentation. But you'll see it. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, that kind of answers my point. When we get to elevation angle, I'll make that point. I thought I'd missed it or something there.
What you did miss it. We already did elevation angles. I'm going away from that.
With regards to Polaris. So if you're going to make other points, I'll hold.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Eratosthenes. Now, I've been wanting to do this for about 2.5 years, and something's always come up, and I've gone on to different things. But I caught this a long time ago, and I know you guys already know when I bring it up. I haven't seen people defend it in this way, which is kind of surprising because it's sort of because there's like paradoxes everywhere with Eratosthenes. We all know that it wasn't an experiment. I'm not going down that road. I mean, we could destroy that in pretty much a plank time. But I'm saying that there is an inconsistency with Eratosthenes and the eclipses, right? You can destroy them both or make the, in fact, it's a trichotomy, a triple trichotomy paradox that I'm going to take to the woodshed here in a couple seconds. But I'm surprised that no one's caught on to this. Maybe they thought about it. They just didn't say anything. Right? That could be a possibility. Let's take a look at one of the major premises of Eratosthenes, right? What is one of the major premises? Well, that we have parallel sun rays, right? That's a major premise. You can't get around it. Now in the distance to the sun, but that's connected, but we're not too much concerned with that. So we got parallel sun rays, right? Eratosthenes needs. What are we seeing here? These look parallel to you. Maybe you ought to define parallel. Maybe they changed the definition of level and curve. They probably have different definitions for parallel too. Ladies and gentlemen, these aren't parallel. Just to let you know, right? You got big problems because we're seeing parallel or divergent rays. I'm sorry, and the rays must be parallel for Eratosthenes or his nonsense that he didn't even do. That is a begging the question fallacy, two-step removed anecdotal fallacy, right? But he needs those parallel rays. Without them, he's screwed. But what do we observe? Well, I don't know. That looks like divergent rays to me. You? Here we go again. What's going on here? Ballers, you're finished, man. But there's a problem. What's the problem? Well, the consistency between the arguments between Eratosthenes and academia with what? Well, let's keep it rhetorical for right now. So these are divergent rays, but there's a problem. What is it? There it is. So they need parallel rays for Eratosthenes. We observe divergent rays, and then they give us models of convergent rays. What in the hell is going on out here? You see these rays coming off the sun, giving their fairy tale penumbra? As if. What are they? Look at all this. Number one, are these parallel? They look convergent to me, but in reality, we're seeing divergent. Right? This is from NASA, by the way. This is the first one. Let's check out what Rice University has to show us. Uh-oh. We got NASA, pseudoscientists. Now we have academia. What are these parallel rays? Again, I'm going to need somebody to have to define parallel for me, because that's not how I remember parallel meaning, right? These are convergent. Convergent. Oh, we got problems in Shangri-La, folks. And now we got the Smithsonian. What's going on here? Eratosthenes, you're toast, by the way. The sun, these are all convergent rays. And rays don't exist, by the way. Why do we always observe... Oh, sorry about that. Why do we always observe divergent rays, divergent sun rays impacting the Earth in reality? But the pillars of pseudoscience and academia show convergent ray models we just looked at, all the while at the same time saying that the sun rays, which rays don't exist, like I said, by the way, that impact the Earth are parallel. What kind of a ball-tard circle jerking, triple speak, evo-tard, three-step belly laugher is this? What's going on here? Does anyone not realize this? We got a triple decker of nonsensical buffoonery, folks. They're holding three mutually exclusive positions as true at the same time. How can you do that? Does the natural world presto magico evo-tard shapeshift reality into whatever mindlessly parroted argument that spews out of your incoherent ball-tard blowholes without regard to the tenets established in your previous and future train wreck arguments? Here's the question. Does it presto magico shapeshift? By the second, by the minute, you're screwed. You're finished. Triple decker paradox. That's it. Questions, comments?
Oh, an else time. Is the one with just the line raised, John? Well, that one, the sufficient, the one that's up.
Which one? I didn't. Which one? I don't have any.
It doesn't really matter. Anyone with the sun with a line, a converging line towards the Earth, creating a umbra and penumbra. Yeah,
We'll go with NASA.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a great. Why not? Let's use NASA. No one is going to argue with their diagram, are they? The chemist in me, okay, says, right, what's going off here? What's going off here? What's occurring? What's generating the light? Right, we've got photons. Photons leaving the surface of a sphere. What's gonna determine if we were in sphere world their orientation of direction? So, what I'm struggling with, just as from a chemical point of view, a chemistry point of view, and understanding of those, is by a photon from the sun being emitted off the surface, yeah, is going instead of going off a tangent, what we're looking at, one here, we're looking at one, some of them are going past 90. They're interacting with the corona, all sorts of strange nonsense. So the thing that galls me, to kind of summarize it, is trying to understand the path of a photon when they describe this, because they even excluding all that criticism, even if we had them leaving in a sensible, orderly fashion from the surface of a sphere, they wouldn't be parallel then even, and that's kind of the apologetics you hear. Yeah, well, it's virtually parallel, and that's fine if you want it to be virtually parallel, but if it's virtually parallel, nothing comports to that diagram that you then say happens.
Yep.
Done.
Yeah, no, that's another good point. I just didn't bring that point up, but yes. But see, they're saying that they're parallel. They're saying that, but we're observing non-parallel. We're observing divergent rays, and then their model is showing convergent rays. So we got a triple-decker nonsensical buffoonery.
Yeah, that's it. Let's say I'm giving some apologetics. So if I allow them, it's a sphere. that everything's leaving that surface of a sphere and it's a radiating sphere, then I have to understand how that radiation occurs. Now, again, giving them some apologetics. No, I can't say they're parallel. Actually, that distance they've now put it to, any bits of light, they're the remnants of the initial point played out, but they're not parallel. So to make that statement is wholly incorrect and a lie, even in your own belief system. You shouldn't make that statement. But if you assume they're virtually, which is something I've heard the Rumpers say, yeah, then that's fine. But then that diagram on screen does not comport to them being virtually parallel because of equal emission from the surface of a giant sphere.
You think?
Yeah, it's just frustrating, the contradiction there.
Yeah.
Like I say, you've got to have photons leaving at degrees greater than 90 off the tangent of the surface. It's nonsensical. Look at some of the lines. Look at where the umbra penumbra, look at the crisscross point. Look at the angles those photons are coming off the surface of a sphere.
I don't know. Has anyone ever, come out with this? The triple decker nonsensical buffoonery here? The circle jerk and triple speak Evo Tard 3-step belly laugher? I can't.
Well,
go ahead,
sorry.
Brian.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were after.
No, go ahead.
I was saying QE. Well, no, I've attacked them on their eclipses, and all right. And it is a heliocentric claim that it's the moon, for a start. It is a heliocentric claim that it is the moon that gets in the way of the sun that causes a solar eclipse. I don't know if it is. We talked about that recently on the debates, and a lot of us said we didn't have enough evidence that it actually was the moon. But either way, it doesn't matter, because in their model, they can't use parallel rays for the solar eclipse because it wouldn't work. So they have to use these convergent nonsense rays, don't they? Because they can't use the parallel for that scenario. They have to change it. Because if they had parallel rays, then you'd have only whatever area the moon would cover would be shaded, and the sun's light would be going past that. So you wouldn't have like their claim that they're virtually the same size, in angular size or whatever, wouldn't matter because the sun's rays would get past. If you understand what I mean?
Yep.
If they're parallel rays, like even parallel rays, you know what I'm getting at?
That's it, Brian. Even if it's virtually parallel, then they're not converging then, are they? To give you you get me? They want to define it behaving in one way and then they acting in two other ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't make a solar eclipse with parallel rays. So they have to give you this convergent rays.
Yeah, it's over.
If anything is leaving the surface of a sphere, yeah, think of go to an atomic level just with a snooker ball and everything leaves from the atom, right? And it leaves, each bit is going to diverge instantly. The only true path of escape from the surface is divergence. Divergence based on, in this case, molecular distance, yeah? And even though and I'm talking in their claim, even though it's minute, the amount of drop, for want of a better phrase, yeah, is still there if it's the surface of a sphere. So there's no way the leaving particles can do anything other than diverge, yeah? So to then turn that into converging, it's just an impossibility. The shadow should be much bigger.
Exactly. I mean, sorry, Adam, you want to finish? Sorry.
And devoid of this umbra penumbra kind of situation to the extent that they're talking, but that's it. But the light in their claim, it has to diverge. Yeah, it has to.
Well, if we actually did have parallel sun rays, which are an impossibility considering the sun is claimed to be a sphere, if we had parallel sun rays, then there would only be there wouldn't be like a north and south of the equator, winter and summer. Like winter would be the same for everywhere, and summer would be the same for everywhere, because the angles they speak about don't work if you have parallel rays. If you think about, like, their claim is that when the globe Earth has the north tilted away from their sun, then that angle then causes a winter for the north of the equator people. This rubbish is like, no, if the sun's rays are parallel, it means the sun is so big that the inverse square law of light hasn't even happened yet. So if they haven't even started diverging yet, then everywhere is getting those sun rays. So there can only be one winter when their globe Earth is furthest from the sun, and one summer when the globe Earth is closest to the sun. Then they have two kind of, I don't know, two spring autumns or some nonsense. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't work. They can't have 4 seasons for 2 hemispheres with parallel sun rays. So the whole thing, the parallel sun rays is terrible for them. So I don't know. I suppose they have to claim it, but I don't know where they're going with it.
They're going to
parallel sun.
Go ahead, Mitchell. Go ahead.
Yeah, parallel sun rays is absolutely devastating for them. You look at those diagrams where the sun has parallel sun rays going straight to the Earth. Are they saying that it's a spotlight now? Is it a directional spotlight straight to the Earth? Can you not see these sun rays anywhere else if they're parallel straight to the Earth? It's devastating for them.
Yep. Like I said, they're holding 3 mutually exclusive positions as true at the same time. 3.
That's what Mitchell said there is spot on. Yeah. So just to come back, Mitchell, if you want to elaborate, yeah, the behaviour is exactly what you see in the diagram that's on screen now. The behaviour you see is described by a parabolic mirror behind a light source, like the sun, a bulb which emits one way. The parabolic mirror is what creates the umbra penumbra. So if you go into your shed and take your torch out, you'll get the umbra penumbra. Yeah. It's the parabolic nature that creates those additional lines. But if the only source, yeah, is a circular sphere where the light emanates off of the surface, you can't get those additional lines. It requires the parabolic mirror behind it, a flashlight, as Mitchell says, to give you those shaded areas.
Can I try?
Go ahead.
These pictures now showing that what we experience in real life, that what is that picture now, is that true?
Which picture are you talking about?
All that sun with going through clouds and
oh, these pictures. Sorry, yeah, you're on a bit of a delay if you're watching the if you're on the watch page.
Yeah, but I want to ask about Aristophanes.
Let's put them all up there. There you go. Go ahead.
If that does we experience that in nature, that means that we can conclude that somehow it looks local in all that pictures. And that with that conclusion that sun is local, we can say that Aristophanes is proving that Earth is flat.
That would be correct.
I don't think you need to go
because
define distance, Sasha. Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, Aristophanes is working. They say on the boat, on the flat and the curved surface. But listen this, okay, but we have the sun 93 million miles away. But in reality, we have the examples of local sun, not of that in reality, I'm saying now. If that is happening in reality, then Aristophanes is proving that Earth is flat.
Oh, we totally agree with that, absolutely, because I looked into this thing with Aristophanes, and what he actually did was he basically set up a 500-mile longitude line. That's basically what he did, a 500-mile longitude line between Cyan and Alexandria. Sorry, and he had to, like, the claim is that he had to pre-assume that it was a globe, but he had to first pre-assume that sun rays were parallel. But if you don't pre-assume the sun rays are parallel, then there's only one outcome from that, and it's not globe. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not poo-pooing this. I'm saying the point, we don't have to geolocate the position of the sun. It's not relevant to demonstrate whether it's near or far. The point is to demonstrate whether or not those rays diverging or they're parallel. That's all that's required. Yeah, it's not for us, because if you make the claim that it's near, you've then got to substantiate that claim, and I think that takes you into all sorts of issues that aren't necessary. But what we can say is, look at, as you said, highlight, look at the pictures. Are they parallel rays? Is that the behavior of parallel rays? No.
But even that story about 2,000 years ago, if you want to, repeat that story, we cannot to do today, because who can put one stick here and go 100 miles in straight line and say this is straight line? I was going to the latitude, I don't know, straight.
We can do that, can't we? We can say you need a phone to translate local time to the other geographic position. It's the only way to do it is instant communication, all those things. But fundamentally, you can get caught up in those arguments, and I do. Actually, at this crux, the premise of Eratosthenes is that for his mathematics to work, yeah, to calculate the size of the sphere, yeah, the rays are coming in parallel. So the only thing needed to destroy it isn't to geolocate the sun, all of the other stuff. It's just, are they parallel? Well, by their own description, as I've rambled on about how it comes off, and as you highlighted, those images of reality, are they parallel lines?
Can I please add something?
Yes, go ahead.
So I have a little bit of a problem with these, with a few of those images where the sun is far away at the distance and the rays emanating from the sun, we are calling that they are divergent, or from our perspective, they are converging at one particular point, which is the location of the sun. But then that's perspective, isn't it? Because if you look at parallel railway tracks, they also seem to converge at a point, although we can be 100% sure that the tracks are still parallel. So that's also how perspective works. A few of the images where the sun is above and then we are seeing divergent light rays falling on the water can have a different explanation based on the angle at which the sun is hitting the clouds. But for those pictures where the sun is almost at the horizon and the light rays are emanating from there, don't you think perspective has to do with something? Because even if we drew actual parallel lines to our perspective, they are going to seem to converge. Isn't that the image that flat earthers show about perspective? And how is this different from that?
That's not correct, because what the convergence of parallel is something that happens horizontally, but you're looking vertically and at an angle at the sun. It's not the same. You don't have the same perspective. It doesn't work the same. It works horizontally, but it doesn't work if you're looking up at rays of the sun. It's not the same.
We're not right.
No,
we're not looking, and with regards to perspective and just, we're also looking at a point source. Okay, the railway track doesn't have a point source. It just has a point of optical dissolution. This does.
So let's just imagine. Let
me just finish flat. The rays, and I have a propensity to pause too much. I know, I'm sorry. The rays that we're seeing, this imaginary concept, how we describe how the light appears to us optically, they're not rail tracks. They're not physical, are they? So the way in which they're generated is from the point source, not through perspective reduction, yeah? But this coming from that source.
Yep. So
it's not a physical thing that we can say we can just directly apply perspective to. And as Brian said, X, Y, and Z perspective are very different things. This is not, if you look at the multitude of pictures, this is all a point source experience. It's not a perspective. There are perspective within the pictures. If you look at some of the ones coming through clouds, you'll see the point of convergence, the point of eminence is different as it cuts through different clouds. That's where perspective kicks in. But the simple fact that the point source is the origination of it all is nothing to do with perspective.
but the same kind of convergence and divergence of light can also be observed on windows which have slits at at the perfect intervals which allow the light to converge. Now, once again, if you trace back all those rays, it would seem as if the sun is just outside the window, but actually it is not. And there may not be a particular source of light. Just the outside of the window needs to be lighted. Anyways, my point is, if you want to imagine...
Arthur, that's the best point. Yeah. So what are we trying to do from this point on? Are we trying to understand our reality, or are we trying to argue the crap that the ballers are putting in? And this is what we need to, where do we want to carry on from it? Destroy the ballers with known ways in which light behaves, or do we want to draw conjecture about actually yes?
No. I'm just waiting to hear it from the experts, just to clarify the doubts which are there in my mind. So if I can give you a mental picture that I have. So Brian, I understood what you were trying to say. So how is it different?
I tell you, it's different because your view is different. The reason the things converge in the horizontal is due to your angle of view to the ground underneath. And it'll even happen if you're up high looking across at buildings. Sometimes you'll get that. But if you want to prove or disprove it to yourself, watch a time lapse of the sun going across the top of clouds, and watch the rays coming down from through the clouds to, let's say, the ocean underneath. Watch a time lapse of that, and you'll see that the rays will change in angle to follow the sun. That's not perspective. You understand? Because you're looking at rays coming down. They're like coming down in vertical now. They're coming down in your vertical, your Z. They're not in your XY. They're coming. It doesn't work the same way. They're all going up to meet a source, a point source. Whereas in reality, if we were talking about perspective, then parallel will never meet. So in reality, you could have, let's say, 1,000 train tracks that will all look like they're going off into the distance, but they all meet at the horizon. You understand? They'll all meet at the horizon, which will be a line. Whereas the sun is not a line; it's a point that all these rays are meeting at. So if you look at a time lapse, because I've heard this before a few times, this question has come up. We look at a time lapse of the sun and its rays going through clouds onto water, and a time lapse of that happening for whatever, an hour or two, and you'll see or whatever length of time, and you'll see the rays of the sun changing in angle as the sun moves. So that means the rays are moving with the sun. And it as well as that, the sun, you have a sunspot as well for where the sun, it shows where the sun's directly over, if you understand what I mean. Like it's GP or whatever, it's ground position.
Right.
Just answer me this. How is... Adam, can I please?
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Answer me this. How is what you're saying different from, let's just imagine, two chemtrailing planes at a height above our head, right? And they are 50 meters apart, let's just say, in the air, 40,000 feet above the surface of the earth, right above your head, they are 50 meters apart. And they, by keeping the same distance between them, start going towards the horizon. That means away from you, keeping the same height, 40,000 feet. Now, at the horizon, it would look like they are converging into a point, although they are not. They are still 50 meters apart. So a point, which is the sun in this case, is said to be of a very huge size, bigger size. It is not actually a point. But it seems, because of perspective, that it is a point.
Well, the thing about it is, the difference is this, is that the sun rays are coming down, whereas the two trails left by the airplanes are going, they're going parallel to the surface of the Earth. So they are perspective because they are moving in a straight line above your head. So there's two straight lines above your head, whereas the sun rays are coming down to meet the surface of the Earth. And that's the difference. They're not coming down, they're moving in horizontal fashion above your head. Whereas sun rays are coming down and hitting the surface of the Earth. You can see it even through clouds when it's hitting the water. Those sun rays are hitting the surface of the Earth. So they're coming from a point down at angles and hitting the surface of the Earth from above. Whereas the chemtrail planes or the trails off of planes, they are a parallel horizontal above you. Do you understand what I mean? That's the difference. So that when it's horizontal, it's always perspective. But when it's coming down from above, like with sun rays, then it's a different type. It's not perspective, because it just doesn't work that way.
No, you can't say it's not perspective. It's perspective plus maybe a few other things, but perspective is still there.
Well,
right.
Go on, Adam.
It's not for me. Mitchell has this video, and I hope he's there, where he takes his drone and he does two. Well, he takes one with perspective where he does that, suggests take it out and keep it at the same altitude and measure it. That shows you perspective. But what he also does is take his drone across the beach. And I hope you're there, dude. And the way in which the sun rays behave, and remember that's a construct, rays, yeah. The way in which it renders for us is very, very different. There is no perspective in there. There is a point source that's the occurrence. And yes, perspective does come into it, but to me that one demonstrates when you see why. Ask the question: why does the sun follow you across the beach as you walk? Mitch, are you there?
Yeah, mate. Here. Yep.
Yeah. Can you? Because that video, I love it, mate. That's why I typed in chat. I love that.
me and Arwen, went over that. I think, that's what I saw you type it in chat. You love that video. Me and Arwen went over it, so I made the demonstration of, the drone, the physical object being above your head 90 degrees, and then as it goes out towards the horizon, it appears to drop. So we get an angular change, an angular elevation change, I guess you'd say. But relating that to the celestial bodies, you can tell that those celestial bodies are not physical. They don't demonstrate the same properties that we're seeing in the drone, a physical object.
I'll answer. Sorry, Mitchell, I thought you were finished.
I was just asking Adam, is that what he was getting at? Is that what he liked?
There's that one, and there's the one where you kind of take the drone across the beach. And you,
you're seeing the sun going to everybody's feet, and they're all seeing the exact same image as it pans across the beach. Yeah, everybody sees the sun at their feet, but obviously the drone only sees that because it's lined up with the person. That's what the person's seeing. But everybody, being a different location, everybody sees that. I do like that video. It is a beautiful video.
I have the answer to Arthur's question. Arthur, you know what the difference is? The best way to answer it is this, is that what is light, right? Light is going to diverge because of the inverse square law. So from wherever the light is coming from the sun, it has to diverge. Can you find a light bulb or any torch where the light does not diverge, where the inverse square law of light does not happen? So that's the difference. Not only are you dealing with something that's not horizontal, but vertical, but you're dealing with a situation where you're dealing with light and not physical properties. Because even chemtrails have physical properties because they have a certain amount of matter within them. and the chemtrails are in your horizontal, making a parallel with the surface below. But when you're dealing with sun rays are dealing with light. So, like, light has to diverge. All light, like, diverges from its source, the inverse square law of light. It all diverges from its source. So consequently, they can't. It's impossible. It's impossible for them to be parallel. Do you understand?
Mitchell hit the nail on the head earlier, didn't he? When he described it as a flashlight. That's why I jumped. Because if you're talking about a spherical object in the vacuum of space, and not a light bulb in an enclosed room, then the light diverges infinitely. It only goes. There's no reflections. There's nothing. Right. So you've got to put it like that and follow the path of the photon. The only way to do that is, as Mitchell says, is use a flashlight. That's what creates those other funky angles to create your umbra penumbra. Yeah, is that parabolic mirror behind your point source of light. Well, that isn't in their model. Last I checked, not a lighthouse, is it?
Last you checked.
Well, it could change, John. That's what I mean. And they reserve that right, don't they? So
yeah, they do reserve that right, because like I said, they're holding 3 mutually exclusive positions as true at the same time. So anything is possible.
Isn't it funny how they say we have a flashlight above our head, a directional sun, and it's literally what they're saying is happening in their model. They've got the directional flashlight sun.
Yep, you got it, Mitchell. You're all over it.
Oh, that's another one, isn't it? That's another one. Where's your edge? Yours is a flashlight running down on your flat plane. It's another one, isn't it, that they shout? Oh, God done, mate. You deserve that one. That should be named after you, mate. That's another. What's the phrase, John?
I hereby knight him the flashlight sun, Mitchell. Good.
Projection, isn't it? It's projection of their weakest points. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And when they say to us, "Where's your edge?" It's because they've got an edge and they don't want to discuss their edge because it relates to our. That's another good highlighter. Actually, the reality is for their models to require it. They attack us with, "You've got a flashlight shining down." Actually, our model works with movement. Yeah, but theirs actually for to fit with what we started with early on, which is that umbra penumbra, that parallel, unparalleled, paradoxical nonsense. The only way they can do it is, like I said, to stick a parabolic mirror behind their sun,
right,
and turn it into a flashlight. So yeah, respect, Mitch.
Yep, he's all over it. Yep. Flat Earther, did that satisfy you?
Not 100%, but I think that's all for today.
Okay.
Can I shout out the super?
Yeah, go ahead, Betty. Yep.
I was gonna say I had a quick question.
Hold on a second. Betty's in control.
Just a quick super chat shout out. So it's from Unitex Vemu, Sasha. He says, try to go today with camels 500 miles straight.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. This little story they cooked up, it's a train wreck of epic. Every single thing. But remember, it's two-step from reality anecdotal fallacy to begin with. There is no primary documentation. This is nonsense, right? If you ever did your pace count, like if you're doing navigation and stuff, you have to figure out your pace count. So you know what type of distance that you're walking over land. I would like to see somebody go 500 miles with their pace count. I'd love to see it because I was off at 200. Best case scenario, best case, I was off at 200 meters. So I'd like to see that nonsense. I got it with the camels, 500 miles, Sasha. That's pretty funny.
Exactly. That if you walk, that you sort of have a natural sort of diversion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you'll go around in circles and stuff. That's the second part of this issue. The first part is getting the distance correct. I mean, 200 meters, you could do it. You're in hand grenade range. Other than that, you're screwed. You're going out 500 meters. Give me a friggin' break. Especially if you got elevation changes, you're screwed. So practically, this is a tear-jerking belly laugher right off the bat. This is something that conjured in people's imaginations and then wrote it down, and then people just take it as read without thinking about the practical application of it. It's a belly laugher.
It would only work on a flat plane because you got mountains, you got valleys that you had to go through, right? From going to point A to point B.
Yeah.
That story is so ridiculous that people even can say Aristophanes did that 2,000 years ago. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's all over.
And everything that is being recorded in the Bible, that's bunk. Right?
Yes, but Eratosthenes is right on board. I just wanted to point out today, my sole mission was to show the three mutually exclusive positions. That's all I wanted to do, and what a belly laugher is. My question is, pick one. I want to know which one they're going to pick.
Why? They want three of them.
Yeah, right. Because as soon as you iron out and pick one, you're finished. True. The ball tard's over. By the way, if you didn't realize it out there. Hopefully there's some new people watching who've caught this. It's just your typical, it's not only double speak this time, it's triple speak. Go ahead.
Well, we got a contender here in the chat that probably wants to be unmuted. Ellen of Cyrene.
No. Not going to happen. Nope.
All right.
Okay. Not happening. I'm not doing space-time donuts. I'm sorry. Go back to 2015. That's not happening on my show anymore. Sorry. Bring in.
Sorry.
I was going to say bring in some new meat with some credentials. Yeah, I'm really scared of you. I'm quivering so uncontrollably in my boots right now. Honey, get the medication. Clown. Piss off. Not you, Sasha. Listen to me. Brenda. Right? Go back to your little numpty clip the other day, number one. And number two, piss all the way off. And then when you get there, piss off some more. Bye. Don't come back. Go ahead, Sasha.
Is that Brenda?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not dealing with that. She shouldn't even be righteous. Where's righteous at? I'm not. Let's just do this. 1 second. Let's go there. Okay, go ahead, Sasha. Is that all you had?
Yeah.
I was just going to say something.
Go ahead, Brian.
QB. Thank you. If we take a tennis ball and we hold it so it's somewhat close to the light of a lighthouse. Let's say we hold that light steady. We stop it from rotating and it's on its axis. We hold that light steady. We take a tennis ball and we hold that tennis ball towards that as close as possible to the lighthouse light. Now, no matter what way you tilt that tennis ball, right, forward or back, it's still going to get the same amount of light. There's not going to be a change in that light because that light is going to be so strong. Right? Like, especially if we can get it right up to the bulb of the lighthouse, then it'll be the least amount of divergence. And if we could do that, even with that kind of light, you could tilt that tennis ball forward or back all you want, and the change in the amount of heat that light, the amount of light or heat that tennis ball receives. If you move back the tennis ball 100 meters, the light that it receives will still be equal if you tilt it forward or back, but the heat may be a little bit less. So that's what their claim is in their model. That they have these parallel rays, and that one time of the year in December or January, that their globe is closest to their lighthouse light, and then in June, July, their globe is furthest from it. So they can't have seasons north and south of their equator line. They can't have that at two different times of the year. They can't have summer in the south and winter in the north, just through the fact of the 23.5 degree tilt. Because if the sun rays are parallel, then they can only have one summer and one winter for both hemispheres. They can't have a summer and winter at the same time, two different times of the year. Can't be done. Because if you think about the scale, if you take a tennis ball as close as possible to a lighthouse light, that would be somewhat the scale of the sun. The sun would be even bigger in their model to their globe. And the rays are claimed to be parallel. So no matter what you do, no matter what way you twist and turn that tennis ball, whatever side of it is faced towards the light is going to get equal light and heat. There's no way it can't. Because if you're making it as close as possible, then that would be the least amount of divergence. So, you know, their model basically states that there can only be one winter and one summer for both hemispheres. You understand what I mean?
John?
Yeah. Sorry, I just had to step away for a second.
I thought you were eating your banana again.
No, that's done. Brian, I missed a good part of your what you said. I had to step away. I'm sorry about that. But I think I caught the last bit of it. I heard you talking about it before, about the seasons and stuff. Is that what you were saying?
Well, I mean, basically what I'm saying is that for scale for their model, if you take a tennis ball and you hold it as close as possible to the bulb of a lighthouse, then that'll be the least amount of divergence of rays that you can come up with as far as a big light on a small sphere.
Right.
And any way you tilt that tennis ball, it's not going to get any less heat or light. Right? The only way it'll get less heat will be if you move it back 100 meters.
Right.
But even at that, the light will still be equal on it.
Right.
If you understand what I mean.
Yes.
On scale.
Yep.
So they can have a summer in the north and a winter in the south, and vice versa then 6 months later, if you understand what I mean.
I think I'm tracking with you. I haven't thought about it, and that's it. Go ahead, Adam. You were going to say something?
I just want to paint it in reality. Yeah, we've had a shit summer. It was really nice and warm around Easter. Yeah, and we had a crap summer with all of August. Yeah, just after midsummer, being under the 20s. Yeah, 2 days ago, the 10th of October. It was 22 degrees here. Season regulated by distance of the sun is nonsense.
Adam, that's climate change. You don't understand.
It wasn't warmer when I was closer. It was fucking colder by a significant percentage. Yeah, that's my point. Not always got warmer in your winter. Lovely, that'd be nice. I'd appreciate that.
And it's all because of us. We are too much populated in this world.
Yeah, but I'd like to go back to that point, Adam, just to point out, I'm not trying to, be a stick in the mud, but temperature is governed by more than just the proximity to the heat source, because you got weather, you got winds, it could be, you know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. I'm not done. Hold on a second. I'm not done. Like,
you're never done.
I'm always now. I'm in the Midwest in Missouri, home of the Missouri boat ride. I'll just give you an example. Especially around this time of year, fall or in the spring, right? It depends on the wind shifts. If the wind shifts from the south and we get all that Gulf air coming up, it'll heat you up to where you can't believe. But if that wind shifts, if you got weather patterns that shift and bring any Arctic masses down, you'll freeze your nuggets off. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, but those winds can't be there, right?
I'm saying there's more to temperature than that heat tab in the sky. It's important. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying there's some other factors that we have to take into consideration.
I'm saying if the royal is running, is turning, right? Like they say that, like royal is turning, hey, then we got only one way wind.
Oh, gee, we're not going down that road.
There is in reality, and this is the point Brian's making, but not in their model, okay? Because the differential of distance to the heat source is so much. This is what is purported to play. Now they play it out that the angle of inclination, because the light's parallel, it equates for that. That's why we get these seasons. They have all this nonsense based on it, but it's based on the fact of distance and angle of inclination from parallel rays from a heat source. Yeah.
Right.
Now, when I was a kid, I used to like take a bit of bed, and I had a little lamp, and I could put a bit of bread on the lamp, and it'd turn it into toast. Right. It was at no point was there a magical situation, right, where I could take it away from the toasty point of summer, put it into autumn, fall. Yeah. There was no other set of conditions that would allow that bread to toast. It just didn't even get warm.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the reality.
I see what you're saying. I'm following you. And I think that's what Brian was talking about. Right, Brian?
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I was talking like in their model, there was no way for there to be a summer and a winter both simultaneously on their globe. It has to be either summer or winter everywhere, and some kind of an autumn, spring in between. You couldn't have 4 seasons for 2 different hemispheres. You couldn't have that because of what they're claiming. It'd be impossible. As I say, a tennis ball next to the light of a lighthouse. I mean, how big would that light be in comparison? Like the sun would be bigger again.
Right.
That would be small in comparison. That you could use a marble if you wanted.
Right.
It still wouldn't maybe even be right for scale. You know, the point is their model. You can't have 4 seasons for 2 hemispheres, if you know what I mean. In what they claim, that was my point.
I got you.
No matter what you do with a tennis ball close to tilt the tennis ball forward or back, it doesn't matter. 23.5 degrees. That's not going to change.
Yeah, I'm following
the
you.
light or heat is getting off a lighthouse.
Yeah, right. It's preposterous. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Good point.
Who's seen that video by, I think it's Friend of Yahweh, the YouTube video channel, Friend of Yahweh, Tilt the Marshmallow Charlie? Has anyone seen that one?
I haven't.
I'll just go through it if you haven't. So there's a father and a son just sitting by the fire with marshmallows, and the son's trying to melt his marshmallow, and he's getting close to the fire, and he's just not doing it. So his dad says, no, it's not about getting close to the fire, Charlie. Tilt the marshmallow. And he tilted it, and it burst into flames.
Just tilt it. Too funny. Very good. Very good. Okay, you know what? This was a really good show. I enjoyed it a lot. I like the simple ones and catching them in their tomfoolery. And this is one of the occasions. And I shouldn't have put it off this long. I'm not talking about the elevation angles. That's well dialed, but I'm talking about the Eratosthenes, their eclipse issues.
Oh, I'm just thinking, are we going to end on Mitchell's bold claim that marshmallows, s'mores, disprove heliocentric seasons?
I'm having a problem how you're equating s'mores with just marshmallows. Isn't it more than that?
Well, yeah. So to get your s'mores, though, you've got to tilt your marshmallow at a certain angle, yeah, to make it cook properly. You get the distance, yeah, before you stick it between your biscuits, isn't it?
Between the biscuits. Between the whisker biscuit.
I never get that far. I just eat them. I cook the marshmallows. I don't want a biscuit. I just want that hot, tasty, sugary goodness.
Oh, here we go. Right into food. Is Nathan around? No, it looks like he friggin' popped smoke a long time ago.
You can relax. But I think that's a bold claim. But I'm with it yeah, that marshmallows do disprove heliocentric seasons.
Yeah, this was good times, man. Outstanding. Hey, Betty, any more? Let's go ahead and finish up. Any more admin?
Nope. Not at this minute. Nope.
All right, let's head down. Channel shout outs, final thoughts, and let's make it snappy.
Okay, so Brian's logic. I think you're the first one on the list.
Hey, Betty. Thanks for having me on. I really enjoyed it. I wasn't on for the past few. My channel is Brian's Logic on YouTube. If you wanted to subscribe or like anything there, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Concise. Yeah. Flat Arthur, still awake?
Yep, I made it.
Yes. You made it to the end of the show. Yay. Go on.
So I had only one thing to say. I did not get the marshmallow joke and any of your marshmallow references.
Me neither, Arthur. That doesn't matter. Just let it slide.
Oh, no, don't let it slide. Mitchell, I got it.
Oh, good God.
Explain it.
Just tilt the marshmallow and it'll burst into flames. It's not about proximity. That's the joke. Tilt the marshmallow. It's all about tilting the marshmallow, Charlie.
So I'm a guy from India and we do not eat marshmallows and we do not know the culture which puts a stick into those marshmallows and then burn it in the bonfire or anything. I have never done it as a kid and I have never seen anyone do it. People are catching up these days in India, but that's never been in our culture. So I have no clue what you're talking about tilting it.
I'm going to have a go at this. Right. So, tandoori chicken. Right. What you got to do, you haven't got to put it in the tandoor. Yeah. That's daft. You don't need to do it. What you do, hover it over the top and rotate the angle. And when you get it to a special angle, that'll cook it.
That's brilliant.
Hold on a second. 1 second. Flat Arthur, did that resonate with you?
Yep, it did.
There you go. Thanks, Adam.
Who knew I was that?
Chicken.
Hey, how cultured am I?
You're an aristocrat.
I don't get it. What's with the chicken?
Tilted tandoori chicken. That's awesome.
I can't tell the difference between a kiwi and an emu, but I can give you an analogy.
That was classic last week when you did that. Yeah, Truth Seeker, I just seen your message. Yeah, go ahead. You can ask a question. Sure. Yep.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't want to just intrigue or anything.
Now, just try to keep it concise. Hold on 1 second, because I think you were the mastermind behind last week's fiasco. So I'm going to ask you, keep your question concise. All right?
Was it last week? Oh yeah, it was Saturday. Yeah, that was.
Now, it wasn't your fault. I'm not blaming you, but other people took advantage of what you did. So it's not on you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my bad. No, it was just so I get the whole, how to pretty much refute the argument of, Aristophanes proving a spherical earth or trying to prove the circumference of the earth. Another doubt that I've heard, and I'm pretty sure you guys can address this quickly, is the doubt of crepuscular rays. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing that correctly.
What doubt? Can you elaborate on the doubt? Just so what the doubt is.
So the crepuscular rays. So they pretty much say that the reason why they say that the sun is parallel, but because it comes in, the reason why it comes in divergent is because of a perspective effect.
We dealt with that for the past hour.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to figure out what would be the best concise way to deal with it, because I've spoken about this with some of my relatives, and then they tried to bring that point up. I know you spoke about it earlier. I just because I missed a few bits of it here and there because of connection on my end.
The inverse square law of light. That means it has to diverge. The inverse square law of light. All light diverges. So there's no way for it to be parallel because the inverse square law of light shows that light will always diverge from its source.
You got the. Hold on a second. Hold on. I need to know this because I keep on hearing that sound in the background. You got your windshield wipers on?
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. It's
no, that's okay. That's okay as long as I got it correct. Look at that, all over it. Continue.
It was smacking his dashboard all the time. But okay.
Yeah, you thought that he was just rocking back and forth, smashing his dashboard.
It's more fun, right?
It's just I'm doing some deliveries and it's raining where I'm at right now, so that's why I apologize. That's
that's
some
okay.
of the areas I was in, it was kind of cutting out. So
I gotcha.
What were you mentioning, Brian? What was the name that you said earlier, Brian? The law of what? I'm sorry.
The inverse, inverse, the inverse square law of light. If you look into that, the inverse square law of light, you will see that light always diverges from its source. Even from a flashlight, from anything, it will always diverge. So that's why sun rays have to be divergent, because they must diverge from their source.
Okay, perfect. That's pretty much that's the clarification I needed. Because I've had this discussion with some of my relatives about it, and then they like to bring up the whole Aristophanes thing. And the first thing I mentioned to them is, well, he presupposed sphere Earth, and then he had to place the sun at a certain miles. I think it was like 3 million miles in order for his experiment to work, and it still did it at the end.
Yeah, it's not an experiment, by the way. I already dealt with that. You know what? You should bring some of your relatives on the show.
I need to, yes. I definitely do. Every time I try to bring up some of these points, they're just like, they always like to, put the hand up like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, what? And then, and they end up giving me questions like, okay, if the Earth is flat, why should it matter?
Oh, brother. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll deal with that one on another day. Is that all?
Yeah. That's everything. I appreciate it, Quantum.
Yeah, not a problem. Betty, you got the con again?
Well, it's easy. We're going down the list again. And we go to Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm Mitchell from Australia, same name. On YouTube, I run a daily show called Flat Earth School. Catch me at the same time as QE, 2 p.m. Central. That's why I'm here today. Yeah, just catch my show on YouTube. We're definitely not living on a globe. We definitely don't have a spotlight for a sun. It's all farcical. It's a great show today. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, Mitchell.
Well, Mitchell?
My channel? Mitchell from Australia.
No, I said, did you do a simulcast so that at the same time as now, right?
No. I'm exclusively on QE's channel. I'm going to mirror this on my channel after.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, good.
It's all QE.
Okay, now we go to Sasha.
Oh, nothing special. Nice to be here. And I'm not watching Netflix. I'm spending my time watching this show.
Good. Thanks, Sasha.
Everybody can. Yeah. If I choose go to cinema or something, I choose this. My opinion, only my, how to say, choice. Nothing else. But good show. Aristophanes especially.
Yeah. Thanks for your dedication, Sasha, and good luck with those camels.
You can buy women for the camels.
But who knows? Maybe he had some other animals and more than maybe it was not only camels.
Yeah, dumb animal.
No, some. No, I didn't say before. Maybe some oasis was like a point of reference. This oasis of water, it's straight to that line, and then that's it. Bullshit.
All right, Sasha, thanks. Appreciate it. Adam, go ahead and round us out, man.
Cool. Well, I'm going to try and be brief. So I've got 14 points.
Yeah, right. Betty, you'll wring your neck.
On the presentation, I won't make any comment other than wicked. I think the amount of chatter it generated speaks for itself.
Yeah.
So the only point I want to really reiterate is what Brian just said at the end there in response to the Truth Seeker. The inverse square law is exceptionally useful in a number of arguments, particularly the luminosity of the moon, for example. But in terms of what we discussed tonight, its whole description requires divergence, and it describes the behavior of light, and it requires divergence. So yeah, I thought that was a fantastic point from Brian, and kind of, if you want to go into detail, it really does help. You can maths the crap out of them with this, formulas and all sorts. But fundamentally, like I said, it shows divergence, doesn't it?
Yeah, these guys been killing it, man. Brian's been killing it.
Yeah,
Brian and Mitchell, they're up and comers. You better watch yourself, Adam.
Oh, I mean, I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Other than that, I'll finish with just saying I'm going to spam it again. He's here tonight. He's Flat Earthers channel. Love it. Wicked. Like I say, as long as it's English version, go and enjoy it. Unless you are fluent in the South Continent's lingos. I'm not even sure particularly which dialect it's in, Arthur, but I said the English shows for me fantastic. I really enjoyed the bits I've seen, and I point people towards it because it's a very civilized chat, very civilized. I really did enjoy it. But yeah, other than that, cheers, QE. It was a good show, and I don't think, and I'll stand to be corrected, I don't think I rumpus you tonight. QE did, I know, but
that's a damn lie. You rumpused her once that I heard.
Well, I think Adam did a good job today, not trying to rumpus me. Yes. You, on the other hand, John.
I don't want to hear
it. But Adam, since you talked about the Celts and that, are you going to do a presentation on that? Because I think that might be good for your show one time.
yeah, I think what I'm looking into is with 10th. I'm just kind of researching it, and genuinely, it's lovely the way stuff is unveiled to you, isn't it? Sometimes if you search on with it, and to see that, because like for years I've always wondered, what was all that cross about? Yeah, and there's no issues with whichever Christianity you follow, because it's like I say, the Celtic cross is post-Christian even. And that's why you question, why is it like that? But for you to incorporate the sign of the cross within something that measures the heavens, I just thought was fantastic and interesting that these geeky historians that go out there, and I say, it's valid. The way the guy discovered this was like I said, via the pyramids. It just completely benign research. He wasn't interested in trying to prove a sextant. He was interested in trying to find out what's that pile of crap in the Queen's shaft in the Queen's chamber. And so for it to link back and then to see that, I love stuff like that. So I don't know, there's a presentation there because I'll be on to something else next week, babe. But
I sort of understand that the whole Celts and stuff, the history of that, might be amazing too.
Oh yeah, it depends where you want to follow, which routes you follow. But I would take the route of Akhenaten and Scotia, and look at that heritage through the Basque region, and then into Hibernia, and like I say, that to the forming of Scotland. And that history's there from the Egyptians. It's a shared past we have. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe you can do something on your show one time, right?
I don't have a show. I love just being around you guys.
Yeah, I know you have a thing, right, going on with some of your presentations and stuff. So
I tell you what I'd want to do is link with what you're doing. Once you've done your bit, yeah? Because I think, as we alluded to earlier, we're all on different journeys and we all have, some of us don't believe in a creator, some of us believe in Christ, some of us don't, some of us have different views of Christ. And I think once we've got past that point, I'd love to start to share some of my viewpoints, however kooky they are, with people and discuss it, because I've really enjoyed it with, he's not here tonight, with Scrap and stuff, just chatting. And whilst very different theological viewpoints, I still find the fellowship, and discussing Christ enriching.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. I'm going to stop you now because QE is going to kill me if I'm going to continue on this path.
He won't stop you if you're talking about Christ. I guarantee you that he wouldn't dare. I'm done.
Adam, I'll tell you what, you'll weasel you.
Annoy.
Yeah, you know me too well, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I say, it doesn't matter if it's genuine. If it's not like, I'm not talking like baller crap, but like me and Scrap, we were chatting for hours the other night,
right?
Even with his bad reception, yeah. And it's not about necessarily agreeing with the person, but if you're in fellowship and you're both seeking Christ, yeah. Even if your opinions are very different, it's still, like I say, enriching for your soul. Yeah. So, and that's what I maybe would want to do with you guys, because we are different, and I accept that, and you accept, and you accept me for that, and that's important that you let me engage in what I'm discovering for myself, and that's all I ever claim. What I'm discovering for myself, and I appreciate that leeway you give me, whilst ever I know it doesn't sit with your theological views. And for the audience, that's good that you get to hear that, and to hear that discussion. I think it would be good, and we could all learn from it. Not to change our theological principles.
Well, we could.
But just to grow in Christ, however it is.
Yeah, well, you can sort of adopt people's ideas about it. It makes sense.
All right, Betty. Yeah, Betty, let's go ahead and round it out. Go ahead. Your final thoughts here.
My final thoughts?
Yeah, elevation angle, real quick. Elevation angle and the Eratosthenes eclipse train. You rumpusing me.
If you are going to go over these points already, right, then there's no point for me to respond.
Just quick thoughts on elevation angle and the Eratosthenes train wreck. If you have any, if you don't, that's fine.
Yeah, the Eratosthenes. I mean, I thought we were done with that one for the longest of time, and that Al-Biruni was the one that we talked about later, right? Because that was really the one that did it, right?
Right.
Wrong sort of calculation.
Yeah, but Eratosthenes is brought up. I still, at least once a week, I'll hear Eratosthenes.
Yeah, people have set up these golden calves, right? Eratosthenes is one of them, I think, and they tend to go back to that person.
Yes.
If it is a person, right? Because we don't know. We have hardly any evidence of the guys ever. Trip.
I don't really care at this point if he did it. I hope and he did, because whatever they parroted from him, it's belly laughing nonsense. He's finished.
He existed in, the person in history that they attribute it to him existed. So Eratosthenes was a librarian in Alexandria, as far as I understand. But how, there's no attribution with any of the other documents other than the story that's given to Eratosthenes, the historical character, and that pseudo experiment.
Right, it was 150 it was a bunch of years later. I think it was Cleomedes and Strabo, if I'm not mistaken. It was hundreds of years after he lived. So they didn't know him.
Yeah, sort of like the same thing that we are talking about people that lived 100 years before us, right?
Right.
Betty, it's a bit like Newton, isn't it? It's ascribed to him afterwards. He probably wanted nothing to do with it, like Newton and gravitation. But
we talk about people saying things or claiming that he might not ever done, and how foolish is that, right? Because we have no writing of him of his own hand.
Nope. No primary documentation. You're right. So
no secondary witnesses at the same time period. Whatever, nothing.
There's all you got is secondary and tertiary anecdotal fallacies for Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a quote here. Eratosthenes saying that no man ascribed to me that parallel rays can be derived from a point source.
You think that he sort of wrote a disclaimer for the future already?
Yeah. Newton at least had that foresight, didn't he?
He anticipated the nonsense, right? That is lunatic.
We need to find a cave somewhere in Greece, somewhere where there's that sort of Dead Sea Scroll, but then the Dead Greece Scrolls.
The Dead Greece Scrolls. That is too funny.
How did I get that out of my mouth?
I have no idea.
And then there's a whole bundle of disclaimers for this time. I would love to find that one.
Future disclaimers. If these guys try to attribute any nonsense to me, I didn't. That's crazy.
Yeah. Maybe you should
Other than the scientific method.
Right? Because after we are sort of like kick the bucket, then people might distribute things to us.
Yeah. That all come out in the wash. So, hey, shout out to Nathan Oakley. That FED, Flat Earth Debate 1507 Uncut is premiering now. So he spammed it in the chat. So the episode that we're talking about, go watch that because it's out of control. It's an evisceration on a level that every flat earther needs to be. That should be. It should be the benchmark to which you aspire to, right? Because it's so well done. So shout out to Nathan for that. All right, anything else, guys?
Helium pools, huh?
I love the invisible helium pools. You'll hear that again, by the way.
Wrap it up, because I'm going to go and listen back to that.
Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah. All right, Betty. Anything else?
Nope, this was it.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys. All the panel members. I hope you guys got a lot out of the brief presentations I gave. Maybe the time span, the lack in length is not the lack of substance. I mean, elevation angles and the triple trichotomy train wreck that these numpties hold. Catch them. Take them to the woodshed. Right? It's easy as pie. Oh, and a reminder, numpty clips, hang out. They're still coming. With the month of October, we got another one tomorrow. We got the glue Rumpy, the glue sniffing numpty, greatest hits tomorrow. Mondays was Brenda. Yesterday's was Brenda, and we got 2 more weeks. And let me tell you something. Hold on to your hats, folks. Keep it cool out there. Hang in there. Take no prisoners. No quarter will be asked. None shall be given. And remember, I'll be back.
It's like a ghost town in here.
So it looks like I broke the bot again.
Who's that?
Hey man, it's Amish.
Oh, you broke it again?
Yeah, second time today.
With the crickets?
It wasn't the crickets. I don't know who did that, but I was trying to play something after the QE segment ended and it just broke. So, sorry guys.
Maybe we can start having a sing along or something then.
Yeah, that'd be great. What kind of globy songs do you know?
Twinkle, twinkle, little star's always a good one to start with.
Yeah, 'cause they're always looking up at the sky thinking that that'll prove what the Earth is. I'm really not one for small talk. I either need an anti-flat earther in here, or some new globy who's really innocent and sweet.
We should bring Flat Earth Productions in.
Yeah, I heard that guy's got a real professional outfit.
That's what I heard too. He's in Cogdis talking, well, it was a minute ago. 10 minutes ago. He won't give me an answer to anything.
He's probably under an NDA for the production.
Oh, that's right. He's got to sign an NDA if he wants to talk to me, so. And that's a legit. He wants information like a legitimate place, which he's not legitimate. I'm just saying, hypothetically, you need an NDA if you want me to talk about things I talk about in detail.
You know, speaking of which, something just came to mind. I forgot what I was listening to, if it was like an old Bob Nodell or Mark Sargent episode, but they were talking to a vacuum physicist who worked on high-end industrial seals and valve applications, and they were just tearing apart NASA and the claims involved for what kind of valves and seals would have to go on these spacecraft. And it was a really good in-depth discussion. It was only an hour long, if I remember. I don't know if you caught that.
I did not. I'm not sure how much O-rings that shit works because I've never heard of using O-rings in a vacuum tight vacuum tight, like high pressure, low pressure, I should say. I never heard of using O-rings. Air just goes right past those things. Those are good for holding liquid back. I mean, they'll hold air back to a certain point, but you can blow an O-ring out easy. I mean, you use them in pressure switches and stuff like that for the adjustment. But you're only adjusting up to like, it depends. Depends on how it's made. Cheap ones have an O-ring. They go up to like 100 psi, maybe 80, which is nothing. I mean, it's enough to kill you, but it's still nothing in pressure world.
And have you seen that Don Pettit clip where he's inside the cup cupola or whatever he says? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The little ice cream dome where they take all their pretty pictures of Earth with their cameras.
That's where I do my green screen from. I have that same background with the green screen cut out, and I put a globe Earth in the background rotating through it. So it comes through the windows.
This is real good engineering. I think Resolve or somebody posted down below in the channel, under one of the NASA channels, a new Don Pettit. I mean, he just sounds like a real special head case, man. I'd never seen that clip before. See if I can find it.
Oh, you know Don Pettit is running around at meetings with a ball gag on. You know that's a fact.
Yeah.
That's why they put him out in front to sacrifice him.
Yeah, he probably actually believes what he's going through is real. They knew it would work. Man, where is it? Where is it? Space? Was it under space? There it is, yep. I don't know how to play these because they're not YouTube links, but I can... It's under, hashtag space. Oh man, I wish there was a way to play this. Any of you Clipcord, whatever gang guys around? Tios, Baked Goods, anybody? Clipcord? Be great if we could get these linked so we can have the bot play it. Oh, when the bot's fixed.
He's
Oh look,
doing
Teo
it.
said he'll do it now. Cool. Cool, man. You see the clips I'm talking about, right? That Resolve posted under space? They're the last ones. I was sharing these with my friends. I mean, they can't believe it either. Like my Globy friends. Alright. 10 minutes maximum? Hey, that's fast. That's better than a pizza delivery.
Yeah, no, what happened to all that in 10 minutes or less? What happened to those guys?
Was it 10 or was it 30? I know what you're talking about. They were
Oh, yeah.
competing. There's several
30
of them
minutes
for a
or
while.
less. What was 10 minutes?
Was that
There
like
was
Papa John's or somebody?
something, if you get there, I forget, they were doing something, but it's Domino's 30 minutes or less. Not
Yeah,
anymore.
forget that. I was using Uber Eats the other weekend, and I had them pick something up from close to the house because I couldn't drive. And you get to watch the guy on the map, right? And he picks up our food and he starts driving off in this other direction. Like makes a drop off like 20 miles away. And I'm like, what the hell is he doing? And then he picks up something else and he comes back to our house and everything's all like kind of cold and stuff and I'm just like pissed. I'm like, what is going on, guy?
So I've never used that, but I use DoorDash, and that's just direct from the place to you. Boom.
Yeah, I should try them instead. Because this guy
Yeah.
probably shouldn't have been driving either.
Every time they bring me stuff, it's still hot like I went and got it myself. And you can just watch them on the app. My wife does it anyway. I don't do any of that shit. I tried to order a pizza the one day. Listen, I can design this shit, okay? I can't even order a pizza on Domino's because I can't get past the verification. And I could just write that app.
Oh man, that reminds me too, man. I worked for Domino's like back in high school. This
So did
was
I in high
a long
school.
freaking time ago. Did you have that old ass like BBS system that was their CRM that was hooked up to caller ID and stuff? And it was all ASCII based. It was an ASCII based terminal.
I don't remember because it was like right when the store opened. For very first Domino's that was like in the area, and
Yeah.
we only worked there for like 1 month, and all we did was go pass out flyers and the Domino's cups with the magnets and all that shit, and then we got paid, whatever minimum wage plus we got free pizza, so that was great.
That was the best part about that. The free pizza
Oh,
or
yeah, what we did was we would get boxes of cups in a car and just take them home, and that was it. And we had magnets and tons of the shit. We would just leave and come back in like 4 hours.
Oh hey, look at that, Tios. Thanks for posting these. Can you fire up the bot? Get it going? Is it still broken? I don't see the bot in the chat.
Doesn't it just appear?
Is that how it works? Okay. I'm a Discord boomer.
Yeah, well, I don't do any of this shit. If you want me to do some SAP stuff for you or SQL queries and stuff, I can do that all day long.
I love this video because it looks like animation, like something that somebody made, but it's actually real footage from the space shuttle, just sped up just a little bit.
And this is a little video. It's about 4 minutes long here. So there's the space station. I love that this is not animation. This is film taken by a shuttle of the space station. And so this is real. It's not animation. Now, this looks like animation, and I'm very proud to know that it's actually real film. It's not a video game. People are living there.
I know this looks like animation, but it's actually really real.
I love this video because it looks like animation. It doesn't look real, but it is real.
Give me a summary of what the mission goals are for your time on orbit and what responsibilities and jobs are going to be yours when you're up there.
Well, I'm one of the science guys, and I'm one of the repair guys. And fortunately, there's lots of science and lots of repair to do on station, so that will certainly keep us all busy.
Give me a couple of examples, if you would, of some of the human life sciences experiments that you're going to be involved with on this flight.
Well, living and working in space go along with doing science experiments in space.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Okay, you heard Don Pettit.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Astronauts are really, really good at making pictures in space that look like you've never left the planet. In fact, it's almost hard-pressed to tell whether you're in space or not in this picture. You know, we've got some fancy backdrops, I guess.
I forgot they have Anderson windows in there with the old window cranks.
Yeah. I think it's Renewal by Anderson.
Oh, yeah, those are Anderson windows. Renewal by Anderson is the new company.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's those are the old ones. Remember, they're trying to retire the ISS. Remember they said NASA was going to bring it down and crash it in the ocean 2 years ago? It's coming up, by the way.
Yeah, 2030, I think. So
I
should be a
think,
nice
I think
fireworks
I think we
show.
actually saw it on when they popped the Chinese balloon.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. I mean, that thing had a really long, like, industrial girdle thing hanging underneath.
Yeah,
Didn't they say it was like 90 meters or something long? I mean, that's huge.
yeah, something like that. And that's as we predicted would be hanging from a tether like that.
And who knows if they have the capability to add attachments to it with servicing missions,
Well,
right?
you know they have to have it that long. It's how they pick them out of the sky.
Yeah. I've wondered if they've come up with these low visibility balloons using special materials that reflect light a certain way or just appear in a certain way that can't really be seen with the eye, whether daytime or at night. Don't reflect anything.
I don't think they do, but they don't probably reflect anything far enough because of the material.
Yeah.
It's probably shiny when you're up against it, but that shine only goes so far. I'm trying to give you an example. Mm. Anyway, it's our loss, by the way, that we're not going to participate in the Flat Earth documentary.
Yeah, FE Productions, man. Is he letting us down? He raised $45,000, he said.
Really?
Yeah. And I think Wolfgang asked him about the equipment. He rattled off a couple cameras. One of them looked pretty legit, so he should definitely come in here and talk about it. We can be the first people he talks to.
Yeah. As soon as I see his driver's license.
McLovin. He said he's filming experiments to disprove the globe Earth and prove flat Earth.
He's a flat earther, though, but he doesn't even know what he's doing. I'm a flat earther. No.
He says, I just want to give Flat Earth a real documentary. I think that's low-key pretty funny.
It is. It's just sad the way people try to do things.
I mean, it's sad and yeah, overall. I mean, look at how few we are versus the world, right?
And they just come continuously in here, relentlessly.
Bringing half-baked claims without any evidence, any verifiable evidence to back it up. Highly credentialed people in very, very discrete fields of knowledge.
And we just have to throw common sense at them. Basically, when you break it down, this is all stuff you can just see and figure out on your own.
so much of it is like this reflected glory. They look at all these great achievements on TV, and then they look at their name tag on their badge that they wear to work. They think that they're a part of that they did that.
Oh, so I'm part of the space program then. I did that.
That's right. You watched it live on NASA TV on Dish Network.
Parts ordered, I probably made, and you don't know what they're going to use them for. They're probably in the space shuttle or in the space station, turning valves to keep that oxygen just right. Because they only have so much. Isn't there like some kind of oxygen patrol ship that goes up every so often and replenishes it? That's the one that takes the secret Russian astronauts up every 3 weeks or something. You ever notice that?
Now that you mention it, yeah, that's interesting. I
Always
wasn't
got
thinking about your work.
always got new people going there, but it's just always some kind of secret back door that, hey, look, I'm up here, guys. I made it. Hey, yeah. So flew on a Russian rocket up here. Okay. Everybody can just fly and hit their target no matter what they do now.
Yep. Yep, they make it seem so easy, don't they? I mean, they're slamming spaceships into asteroids, doing all these complex orbital maneuvers with gravity well slingshots and
Yeah, they're putting cameras on blown up planets now. Did you see that one?
on blown up planets. Oh yeah, I did. That
Yeah.
yeah, I remember seeing. Yeah, it took me a second to realize what you're talking about, but yeah, they said it was like an iron core, like
Yep.
like an iron core of a planet. Like, how do
Yeah.
you know?
Iron Planet.
Yeah.
Well, now we know where iron comes from. Everything comes from outer space, remember?
Yeah, that's right. Aren't meteorites made of iron principally? So yeah.
Yeah. Every time I find a meteorite and it looks just like a meteorite, it's just a blob of iron that came right. I can dig iron right out of the ground here in clumps.
Yeah, obviously you picked it up from the ground, so that means it came from the sky.
Right out of the beach on Lake Erie. I mean, I had this big hit. I'm like, oh, there's a buried treasure chest here. I was just messing around. I dug down about a foot and a half and finally got it out. And it was this big piece of iron. I don't know where it's at now, but I brought it home. But it was probably 6 inches long by 3 inches in diameter, just a blob. Like it was melted there inside the sand.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I haven't seen anything like that. At least not in my experience where I live. But I've heard of people picking those things up and testing their magnetic profile, and we know how old they were based off of the polarity of the, the magnet, the way it's induced by magnetic field. Because the pole shifts, man.
So yeah, so when I first got my metal detector, we were like, yeah, let's go find meteorites. That was a long time ago. And now thinking about it, how dumb. Remember the Meteorite Men, that TV show?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
People paying $25,000 for a piece of iron.
It's great. What a great scam. It's up there with like the International Star Registry.
I was going to open my own and just make it like the National Star Registry.
It's cheaper.
Less letters for print.
Flat Earth Star Registry.
Yeah.
You know what? Well, people are talking about monetizing the flat Earth community. Why not?
Hell yeah.
Put it on David Weiss's app.
Oh man. Oh, they would absolutely go crazy if we started making apps and fucking selling the same shit that the globe sells, but on flat Earth.
Right?
Space travel, tourism. We could do that. We can simulate space. Zero G plane in a green screen room, and I have a GIF to show that. That's easy to do.
I almost want to talk about it, and I don't want to talk about it, but the Skylab shitter that they put on the Zero G plane. Have you
Oh
seen
yeah,
that one?
yeah. That's the one where they hit the turbulence and the guy's slamming to the side. That wasn't I think that was Skylab. I don't think that was a space station.
Yes, Okay, well, I mean, Skylab, right? Is supposedly a space station.
I think it was the same thing. Then that fell into the ocean. Remember?
Yeah, that's right. And it was like spinning around because it had lost like a gyroscope motor blew or something.
Yeah.
And so the heat shield would, gosh, yeah, man, that brings it back. They tried to orient it so that part of the heat shield would take the brunt of the sun during the day, but the guys inside were supposedly cooking half the time. I don't even remember it all. It was also very silly.
So that means that all the joints in that place, those are swelling up and expanding and contracting. They're just causing leaks everywhere. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you how it works.
Yeah. It's kind of basic, isn't it?
Like if I was at work, I'd be like, you can't be making shit hot and cold. We're just gonna have leaks. I mean, you just say it simply like that to another group of guys like me, and they all go, "No shit, Sherlock." You don't even say stuff like that. That's just common knowledge.
Oh gosh.
Metal expands and all materials do, actually. At least that I've dealt with. Wood definitely does. Plastics do. They get brittle.
Well, maybe if they used a wooden heat shield, it wouldn't have gotten so hot. Oh gosh, that Skylab was such a fiasco, man. I need to read up on it real quick.
1970s, 80s, Skylab.
I remember watching, like, in school, they'd bring in like a TV to put on some
Space shuttle could
tapes.
go there. Remember, the space shuttle went there to save it.
Yeah. Oh shoot. Okay.
It's a made-for-television movie, not a Paramount Pictures movie, but it's definitely a made-for-TV movie.
You got that right. You
Like
got that right.
ABC After School Special.
Oh man, the shower. It was like this blinky that they stood in the middle of, and they pulled it up, and they would attach a bunch of clips at the top.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that.
Okay. Let's see. Gyroscopes. That's right. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything fun to read up on right now. I'd have to dig a little bit. America's first space station.
Yeah.
And the guy who was like running around inside of it. I remember seeing more recently the gyroscope demonstrations that they did. And somebody put together a video to show that the Skylab astronaut who was playing with this gyroscope that it didn't precess like you'd think it would if Skylab was locked in the position it was, maybe, and with a failed gyroscope wasn't rotating. No,
That was
I forget the way it went.
that was
What was going on?
was that on Skylab? No.
Yeah, I think it was a Skylab. A guy in Skylab was doing a zero-G experiment where he spun up a gyro and then let it kind of float around. And I think somebody was saying, all right, this thing should precess at this rate, and was going frame by frame and measuring the angles of degrees and comparing it to what it should have done if it was really in orbit. Man, that's another thing that'd be fun to research again that I forgot about. But yeah.
So, any of our media guys listening, we need better clips of satellites hanging from balloons, please. I'm wore out with these two I have. I'm in the helio cult.
Are you in the helio cult? Let's see what's going on. Oh, jeez. Yeah, one of my favorite all-time clips that I'd seen since becoming a flat earther was that satellite launch from a balloon in Antarctica, and the thing like fails and just gets dragged along the ground, getting completely obliterated.
I've seen that. Yeah, I don't know if we can even find those. 2020, they did a lot of housekeeping, but a lot of people kept stuff and reposted it.
Yep. There's stuff I was pulling up back then that I didn't save and didn't think to. And I went to go back to find it again, and it was gone. I remember I pulled up something that I thought was really interesting. The Echo 1 and Echo 2, the first so-called passive satellites that were balloons made of a reflective material like mylar,
Yeah,
aluminum, for radar bouncing, right? Radio
yeah.
bouncing. So that was part of a plan to put up a constellation of a bunch of these, not just balloons at 1,000 miles up, going at an orbital velocity of about 17,500 miles an hour. But there were others that I think they were launching up, other balloons, they said, to an altitude of 3,000 miles. Imagine that, balloons at 3,000 miles. And I thought, what the hell? That's even crazier than a 1,000-mile balloon. And I didn't think to save it. I think I clipped like some text out of it and put it in a Word document or something. And then a couple years later, I found it not too long ago. And I thought, hey, let me go research this again. And it was gone. I tried all kinds of keyword searches and I couldn't put up. And it was like some NASA article. So it still eludes me.
I'm gonna have to go see what computers I have on my shelves downstairs and try to figure out which ones I have a bunch of. I got all kinds of stuff, but like I said, you probably heard me say when I buy a new computer, poof, the other one just goes on the shelf. I don't give a shit what's on it. I'm not attached to data. Data just is in my face constantly, so I let my
Do you have
wife
any
work
old
out.
Bitcoin on a hard drive, so to speak? People had their old wallets on hard
Yeah,
drives and did the same thing. We're like, oh crap, I've got like 50 Bitcoins on that old computer.
yeah,
Forgot the
no,
password.
I didn't do anything like that. No,
Yeah.
I shelve them so I'm like, oh, I'll probably pull this back out soon, and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
Like since I've got the new notebooks we have at work, I don't even need a system at home anymore. The way that I'm set up,
That's nice.
we well a select few of us, but I'm one of them. We got the what are the HPZ books? They are fast. They're engineering fast, though. You know what I mean? They don't drag on SolidWorks. They don't. I can have SolidWorks open, AutoCAD open, Word, Excel, a bunch of my programming stuff for SAP, all kinds of stuff. I just switch one to the other, or I have 3 screens, and I can't work on them all 3 at the same time. Obviously, I don't have that many hands, but nothing gets slowed down at all.
That's really nice. That really helps, and you have the right workstation. You know, you try to get by with old equipment that should have been requisitioned years ago, and it can just be frustrating. Just
Oh,
in
yeah.
general.
My last one, the battery was blowing right up through the keyboard.
nice,
I wouldn't turn it in. I'm
nice and
like,
hot to
no,
type on, right?
I'm not going to turn this in until I have a better notebook. And they're like, well, we gotta wait and something. This is at the time when we couldn't order, certain things weren't available. I think it was the power supplies for them, so they didn't want to give them out unless you wanted it without a docking station. And I said, I am not the kind of person that likes to run around plugging in my computer. I just want to plug in one cord when I set it down, no matter where I go, and all my screens light up. And that's what I have. Plug that USB-C in, everything comes on.
Yeah.
It does all my Cisco VPNs and everything automatically when I hit the driveway. As soon as I open it up, it's not even it already knows I'm home. It's on that network already. It's already dialed through the VPN. You know what I mean? It's already been through it, and it's just. But we're so secure at work; it's ridiculous. So that's why I had to have admin rights. Like I have to have admin rights over everything that I do there. My notebook, all the software that we run, and any group stuff that we're in. So he said, well, a lot of these guys went to school for years, BIT and this and that. And I said, well, yeah, I was making computers before those guys were born. So I don't know what to tell you. I was programming in assembly language on a Heathkit trainer
Yeah.
in 1983.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a bit older than I am. That's for sure. But assembler, I was messing around with that for a while. I used to track
Scary
music
shit.
back in the 90s.
That's
And was on
scary.
a demo team. Yeah, it is. It is so weird to be so close to the hardware.
Oh, you're like
It's
you're just you're basically touching the chips.
yeah, and
One
it's tedious as hell.
one step away, and that's machine language. Then you really may as well just be poking around with a metal rod.
Some of the most amazing programs, though, I mean, are done that way. It's so efficient. I remember this one back in I think the late '90s. There was a first-person shooter demo. Somebody coded an assembler, and it was only like 64K, but it looked like the freaking Unreal Engine. I'm not even kidding. And it used a lot of recursive algorithms to generate the world. It was just fascinating as hell, and it was interactive. Like you had your gun, and you'd go around collecting coins or something, and you'd shoot these aliens. The name might come to me later, but it was such a small. I think it really was like 64K.
Sounds right.
You know.
Yeah, well, you could program VIC Commodore 64 in assembler.
Yeah, I can pretty much do anything.
And TI 99 4A had the assembler cartridge that came with it if you wanted to use that.
Doom 3D, Doom. The original Doom was in assembler.
That hurts thinking about that language. I would never want to see it. I'm sure I do see it, though, when I look at stuff and don't even recognize it anymore. I mean, I can.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't tell you either.
I look at so many different types of programming like all the time. It's just ridiculous. And we have to solve it. You know what I mean? We're the go-to team. We're not even IT. They ask us. So
Found it. What I was talking about. It was called K. Krieger, 96 kilobytes, 3D shooter. I'm gonna.
do you got the application? Can you run it? Just get an emulator.
I can't. I found it here mentioned on a forum. I mean, I'm on my phone right now. I'm not going to be able to do anything.
When you
Let's see.
get
Somebody posted about it in Reddit.
So you should be able to go to Internet Archive in the software and find it. Because I've found every single game I've ever looked for.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably there. I'm going to pull up a screenshot. Let's see if I can do that.
All the operating systems are there. Everything is there. Well, most operating systems, I should say. Some you can't produce onto disk anymore. You can't write those sectors, so you can't really boot some systems unless you can figure out how to do it. There's some guys that can. Sure, there's ways around everything, of course.
Here we go. Yeah, like OS2 Warp. I remember when that came out. Here we go. Hey Krieger.
I was at the store the day it was in not Circuit City. Was it Circuit City? What was the other big computer place back then?
Oh yeah, there was. CompUSA.
CompUSA.
Yeah.
I was out there. I bought OS2 Warp on CD, and it got it home, and it didn't recognize my CD-ROM. I took it back. They said we don't take back software. I took it back anyway, and I ended up coming home with the disk set, and that installed. And then I was able to get it to find my CD-ROM that way. They didn't put any.
Man, those days were the headaches. Or having to script your own like auto exec bat and config.sys to get video games to run.
Oh, of course.
That was kind of fun though.
QEMM, the memory manager. People used to love. I got virtual memory. I got all this memory. Like, okay, like you don't, but okay.
Yeah, what can you do with it? Nothing.
What are you gonna put there?
Here you go.
Or when the big thing was to compress your hard drive and double it.
Yeah, they had those. Yeah, the man, forgot what that was called. Or they could offload a RAM into your hard drive.
Yeah.
See, if you're too cheap to buy more RAM, you could. Oh man, they had that for CD too, CD loading, because CD speeds are like 2x, and that was the fastest you could get.
Yeah.
Some things take forever, so you could cache it on your hard drive. All those stupid tricks.
Everything was still slow.
Yeah, more of their rest in peace dial-up BBS days. I remember when we went from like 2400 baud to 144K, and it was like, oh my gosh.
I had Wildcat BBS, and
I remember that.
Yeah, I had that running. I had 6 dial-in lines. So yeah, paid for 6 phone lines. At that time, I think they were $10 a piece, so that was all right. I didn't really make any money at it, but I had that running, Wildcat BBS, and then we had at that time where it was running US Robotics 1200. Then they came out with the 14.4.
Yeah, that thing smoked. I loved it.
And certain US Robotics would just be 14.4 if you got lucky. They were doing a switch over. You were paying a 1200 baud price for a 14.4, because I remember being in that batch going woohoo.
That sounds familiar. I think one of my friends was telling me about that because that's what he had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just something, I forget how it was done, and you had 14.4. It would just be 14.4 modem. And then after that was 33K and then 56K.
Right. Or 28.8, I think first was.
Yeah,
But then, yeah,
28.8 and
33
then
was also
33
popular.
and then 56. And then at 56, it stayed there, and then cable modems came out.
Dude, that reminds me. I had a friend who back in school, printed out like the Jolly Rogers cookbook and was selling copies of it for like portions of it for like $1 to other kids. Could you imagine doing that today? Like, Homeland Security would be on your case.
The anarchist cookbook.
Yes. Oh man.
I had
Yeah.
that. I had that thing printed. I
Morph said he did that.
I might actually have it on one of the computers downstairs. I'd have to look. I'll be right back.
Oh no. Yeah, so my friend had a dot matrix printer like you did, Morv, and he was printing out the recipes and selling them like in the bathroom in high school to other kids. No, nobody did anything with them, but people just wanted to show it around and say, "Look how cool I am."
Yeah, it's because of that they got rid of the Ohio blue tip matches.
Oh, for the diskette? Yeah, man, we shouldn't be talking about this.
No.
But for the diskettes, right?
No, well, that and you can shave the tips off and do things with them.
Yeah, that too.
Throw it at people. See what happens when you fill a tennis ball. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, moving right along.
They don't make those anymore, so you can't do that.
Oh, Monkey Virus 2. I remember that one. That was a good one. Oh man, yes. These are the days.
I released a virus to I forget where I released it. It wasn't anything that went big or anything, but it was purposely made for a specific group of people, and one person put it on their machine. That was the end of that machine. Because I went right for just erase the drive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't even bother screwing around. Do you want to do this? No. Oh, okay. So no was just programmed to be go ahead and say yes to all the recursing commands.
Remember the Michelangelo virus that somehow like made its way into the supply chain of software or something, and people had to take all these preventative measures, and they would buy software to make sure that it wasn't being loaded onto their disks.
Yeah. Sounds like something you'd see on TV, though. I never got anything like that, but I never ran antivirus software either.
Yeah. Those are the days too where you could like set up a war dialer to uncover BBSs in your area. If you weren't careful, you'd be dialing to another region where your telephone company would charge you like 10 cents a minute, even though it was only like 5 miles down the street.
I lived in one of those areas. It was
Yeah.
my brother actually lived like 3 miles away, and it was long distance. And he was a number him and I would connect all the time. He would have to call me. We were playing games back then, but
Yeah.
I had a demon dialer. I had that with my TRS-80, and I had you had to lay
Trash
the phone.
80.
Yeah, you had to lay the phone down on the modem.
Wow. Yeah, those are kind of old by the time I got into this. I mean,
300 baud. I was connecting to Freenet at Case.
That's what I
that
had.
was
The
always an option
TRS-80.
on like my Procom software that I never got to use because I never had a 300 baud. Sorry, who was that piping in? Sorry for cutting you off.
Oh, I had the TRS-80. I started programming back in the early 80s.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, the reason why they called that the audio coupler that you put your phone on, because at the time AT&T had a monopoly on all of the phone lines, and it was illegal to attach anything to a phone jack that wasn't official equipment issued by AT&T. That's why those little phone couplers that you see like in war games were used. But
Wow.
just thought I would chime in. Good old days. I'm
Yeah,
at the grocery store, so I'll mute and keep listening.
And now I just remember like the issues of Frack magazine that you could get in like the bookstores, and they'd have like instructions on how to build like a beige box or a party box or
Oh,
whatever, where you can, yeah. And the legendary whistle that guy Captain Crunch had from the toy, from like the toy whistle in Captain Crunch cereal, it blew like a perfect, what was it, like a 2400 hertz tone or whatever it was, and which told the phone company that a quarter was pushed into the slot. So if you were to blow that whistle into the mouthpiece of the phone company thought you put in a quarter and you got free calls. Remember those days?
Oh yeah.
Man, kids nowadays don't have all this fun. I mean, they're stuck in their phones and not going out there and exploring much besides the digital realm.
So check this out. Actually,
Excuse me.
I have Cartoon Network on now because it's now Adult Swim. But at the time it was turning over to Adult Swim today, the very last commercial was for the kids to stay inside this summer and watch cartoons, stay in the air conditioning. That's what they said.
That's lame.
That is exactly what they said.
That's sad.
Like in a cartoony voice and all that happy shit swirling around on the screen.
Jeez. So I was with my wife. We were out at dinner a few weeks ago to Beach Town, and we were enjoying ourselves, hanging out. And we look over at a table, and there are two couples. They're in their 20s. They're way younger, and all four of them were buried into their phones. They weren't even looking at each other or talking to each other. It was the weirdest thing. I'm like, is this really like what's going on? Is this a trend that's growing? Like, imagine going out with another couple and all you do is sit on your phones and play like, I don't know, Candy Crush or something.
Yeah, not sure. I see people doing that all the time on their social media, Instagram, all the shit. Not even taking pictures, just chatting. I look over, I can see what they're doing. I'm not that stupid. I just play stupid on TV. The stupider I am to everybody else, the more people leave me alone.
Yeah, that's the truth. Hey Jim, what's up? Imagine first date, LOL. Yeah. That's a good first date nowadays. A good first date. You and your date, you go out to dinner and you just play on your phones in front of each other.
Yeah, no arguing.
Yeah. Text each other every now and then. How you doing? I'm okay. How about you?
Drink?
Well, one of you is working on Wikipedia, and the other one's working on Google. Oh my goodness!
Yeah. But yeah, that relationship's not going to work out then.
Can you say dumber and dumber?
Yeah. Basically. Man, so I feel like we need to get back onto flat Earth. Here I am doing the kind of thing that I hate, and I'm like talking about everything but flat Earth.
Yeah, but I'm not going to sit here and talk to another flat earther, so I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I can, but I'd say the same shit over and over then.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So we can bring obvious shit. We were talking about everything flat earth related almost. We're talking about
flat earther. But I'm at the grocery store right now, so otherwise I would, get into the topics.
Okay, well, if we're around, I mean, if anyone else is around, excuse me, yeah, feel free to when you're done shopping, we can start chatting about what makes the world go round.
Sure.
Electricity.
I'm scrolling through space.com right now. Sometimes they're good for ridiculous headlines. Let's see. Record-breaking failed star orbiting stellar corpse is 3,600 degrees hotter than the sun.
That's it? Just 3,600 degrees? Man, I can't even get an accurate measurement in my backyard, and these guys can measure down to how the difference between different suns.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that's a significant number, in the statistical sense. Probably not.
I mean, when it's that hot that your face melts off when you're millions of miles away from it, 3,600 degrees doesn't matter.
That's right. Let's see, what else?
First thing happens is you cook inside the space capsule, and then it melts.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes down. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for people. You
Yeah,
you
you're not
die,
wrong.
and it melts.
Elijah did give me another one last night. I have to thank him when I see him. It's you're spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in your ever expanding universe. I like that.
I say that
All those things you can verify. Obviously, spinning space ball, vacuum of outer space in an ever expanding universe. Obviously, you can verify all that stuff, man.
Yeah, like when babies are born, that's what the reason the world is.
I mean, just look up at the sky. You can see it's flying all over the place, like fucking crazy.
Yeah, go ask your local Amish builder, he'll tell you all about it.
Well, you're Amish, so tell us about it. Dr. Amish is going to tell us go talk to somebody Amish. You're right here, man. Talk to us, man. Hey, are the Amish more likely to be flat Earth stationary plane people? I just want to know because obviously in the medical front they tend to be, pretty right on. So what about the stationary plane people, Amish?
Yeah, I mean, what I know is I've told this story before, and sorry for those of you who've heard it like 1,000 times. One of my good friends works in the educational system, and one of her jobs is to go around helping Amish develop school curricula. And she was telling me that, and she's been doing this for like 40 years, that all the communities in our area, I live in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, it's like Amish headquarters, that they all teach an ancient Hebrew cosmology, that the earth is flat. It's in all their Bibles. It's what they teach their kids. So if you're familiar with like a popular Hebrew cosmology diagram showing the firmament and Earth and Sheol down below, that's what they grow up learning. And she was saying now there are some of the Amish that are more of like rebellious types are into the globe Earth, and they're geocentrists. So they're along with the likes of Dr. Sungenis and others. But there's no love for the Copernican revolution, that's for sure. You won't find that amongst the Amish.
That is so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of them are flat earthers. They grew up that way. I met a guy who owns a bar. He used to be Amish, and he left on Rumspringa. When Amish are teenagers, they're allowed to go out into the world for a year and decide if they want to leave the order or stay in. And he decided to leave, and he became a bar owner. And he was telling me that he's a flat earther, by the way. He was telling me that this globe thing was just something he couldn't really wrap his mind around. Going from knowing the Earth is flat to being told that to believe in this whole outer space fantasy was just nothing that he could really come to grips with. He said a lot of folks who've left the Amish community when they're young have, similar difficulty coming to terms with this. It's almost like become a mode of recognition amongst each other. It's to ask them, how long you've known the Earth is flat. And if you say I've always known, then you're Amish. So it's a really strange thing. It was kind of awesome hearing that too.
So if you get them young, no matter if it's the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space and the ever expanding universe, or the stationary plane flat Earth, if you get them young, they kind of stay that way. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you just grow up as a zeteticist. You go with what's observable, what's experienced with your senses. And when you have reality reinforcing itself on you your whole life, it's really hard to develop a belief system that runs contrary to that. I mean, that's trying to impose cognitive dissonance on you.
I gotta go visit visit an Amish community sometime. They sound, now that we know the truth, they sound like really cool.
They do seem that way. They're real skeptical of outsiders,
luck.
though. They don't
Good
trust
luck.
you. Yeah. Yeah, Radwin knows.
You better be introduced by somebody that they know. And even then, they're probably not going to talk to you too much.
Yeah.
Do they drive? I mean, I don't know. This is a stupid question. Forgive me. Do they drive cars?
No. I mean, I have to dodge their buggies on the way to work every morning.
Just horse and buggy.
Yeah, and on Sundays, like Sunday afternoon, forget about it. I mean, they're holding up traffic everywhere.
Is there Sabbath Sunday? Because I think realistically, the Sabbath is Saturday. That's the seventh day, and the first day of the first day of the week in biblical terms is Sunday.
I know. I was wondering about that too, but it seems like they're out and about on Sunday. I figured they're going to and from church, but maybe
So
maybe Saturday.
your best bet to meet Amish and maybe talk to them is to go to something where they're doing tourism, selling
Yeah,
stuff.
that's a good point.
Selling stuff, or their house is open to see. Sometimes they'll let you go through. I mean, they have got to make money too.
So if you go in with your car, it's not a good sight, huh?
What do you mean?
I mean, there are some like orders that are really excluded and live out in the sticks and don't want to see or be influenced at all by anybody else from the big world, the English. But there are others that seem to integrate pretty well to an extent. Like I had an Amish team build my house. They built up the framing and did stuff on the roof. So, and some of them when they're working, they're allowed to use powered equipment. But it all depends. Like I know also they have like a community phone, and one person's allowed to check it every week situation, and that's how they take orders and find new clients. It's
My
all very
brother-
strange to me, though, even though
my
I've
brother-in-law-
taken their namesake.
My brother-in-law's a van driver for him in
Oh yeah,
emergency. You know how they have so Amish
yeah,
can,
a van.
Amish can get into a van and they'll have a driver. They pay him like whatever the rate is, $20 an hour to sit there all day and wait for them on a job site.
So that's a funny thing you bring up. The Mennonites, which are kind of like Amish light, they don't have the same restrictions, and so you'll see like Mennonite people driving the van. They
Yeah,
trust Mennonites more than anyone else.
I've seen that too, but mostly I always see the vans just sitting there like at the job site, and they they go and pick up the girls first, or however they do it. But a lot of times the girls are out; they're doing the house cleaning. They go and they do maid work while guys are out working. That's how they make their money.
Yeah. Yep. We've had Mennonite cleaning ladies do our house. No, and what I like about it, they're good, honest people with their work, at least in our experience. You can trust them to do a good job. They take pride in their craftsmanship and the things they do.
I have an Amish community within like 55 miles of me, 28,000 people. Oh my goodness. Guess where I'm going?
Yeah.
So they'll probably have some kind of touristy thing.
Cool.
You got that?
Yeah, check them out.
It's cool, man.
Yeah, that's a lot. So you'll probably have touristy stuff there.
This is really cool. Thanks for conversation. I love this. I never really thought too much about the Amish people, but it's like, hey, if they have my belief system, it's cool, man.
I wouldn't run up to them and start talking about flat Earth. They'll probably just run in the house.
Yeah, they'll think you're pulling their leg. So you can look for Amish markets. There's one near my house that's nationally famous. Amos Miller's farm. He sells like all the raw milk and all the meat that hasn't been USDA inspected, and he carries all kinds of products that the state would find of questionable provenance and origin on the shelves. And he's always getting raided. He's got multiple lawsuits all the time, but he seems to keep on going with the little store there. So I don't know if they deliver via mail, but
That would be nice to know.
Amos Miller.
I wish I could get milk. There's a place around here I can do it, but we stopped when the United States shut down because Giant Eagle wouldn't take the bottles back, and I was not about to collect a fucking garage full of glass milk bottles. They're like, "Oh, we can't take those back." Like, why? Because of the magic air? Yeah, I wasn't.
Yeah, aren't you supposed to sanitize those?
I wasn't fun to be around during that time because I just laughed in people's faces and everything. I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, didn't work on you.
No.
I'm glad we have an Amish expert here. Hey, are the Amish, are they like do they have like a denomination, or they avoid that stuff?
They do have different denominations. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. I know there's one called the Old Order Amish, and they're actually Russian and not German. They've got a big presence out here. And I hear they're the most hardcore of all the Amish.
Are there Freemasons that are Amish?
Oh wow.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I never knew any.
Are there any rich Amish?
Well, so that's a funny thing. Like, I think they say, you may have heard this too,
They probably all are loaded.
that they're loaded. They funnel everything through the church, so it's all tax exempt.
Oh, well, that's a beautiful thing. Where do I pick up my hat?
Yeah, right? Grow a nice beard.
I'll go. I will drive a horse and buggy all day long. I love it. It wouldn't bother me one bit.
There's really something wholesome about it, like when you see a big horse and buggy, and they're like little kids in the back waving at you in your car and stuff, and and the parents are out front just guiding the horses. It's like you go from that to a few minutes later to seeing some rice racer car that's slammed down and dragging its muffler on the ground and listening to offensive music.
So if you're
I think what
Amish,
happened?
so if you're Amish in Pennsylvania, you don't go to Florida to vacation in the winter.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do. Oh,
how
big time.
they get there?
Drive.
They
fly too. I've been on planes sitting right
Yeah,
next to me.
I was about to say.
They do
I think
fly.
they go undercover as Mennonites.
Yeah, they get on. I've been on many trips with Amish.
Okay. Okay. So they might have a second home down in Florida if they live in Pennsylvania, huh?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Wow,
for
what
sure.
a deal, man.
Now they do go to the beach in all their gear if they're legit, but if they broke away, they'll just be in regular bathing suits.
We're gonna check this out.
Girls will be at the beach, at the ocean, in their long dresses, and it's 100 degrees outside, and nobody gives a shit.
We're gonna have to check this out. We're gonna have to do this. Maybe September, October. We're gonna have to go over here about an hour and see what's going on here. I'm gonna tell them I learned about them on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and that's gonna be my I want to say thanks, and then we'll talk a little. We'll talk a little medical stuff too, because I think they agree with me on medical stuff too. So
100%.
we're gonna be buds, man. I tell you what, I might move.
Hire one as a carpenter. They'll talk your head off once they know you.
Sell the car and become an Amish. Move to Amish country. Hey, that's pretty cool.
I couldn't get the Amish guys I used to work with because they would be hired by this contractor that I worked for, so they would be doing a lot of the framing and stuff when doing rehabs on houses or building additions. And I'd be following up with the HVAC work, and I'd always see the same guys. Once you get to know those worker guys, they're pretty funny. If you got to get used to their kind of humor.
Hey, I heard. I just looked it up here. I'm joking when I say this. I try to be serious, but sometimes I can't be. I looked up a joke. I said, what do you call a stupid person in Amish country? A glober.
What?
That's an Amish joke. I'm gonna fit in. I'm gonna fit in really well. I can tell already.
I took this name when I came here because I was thinking about this. Imagine trying to explain the globe to an Amish guy, and the first thing you bring up is freaking satellites. How stupid does that sound? How stupid does that sound?
Oh my goodness! Hey, if you go out one of the local stores in Amish country, should you go outside and say, "Hey, I have to go out and get my reception to the satellite in outer space"? Is that what I should say?
Yeah, how do I pay for this? Oh, you need to angle your dish to the satellite. Yeah, I mean, imagine that. Imagine what we see in lobby here all the time, where the go-to thing is like satellites or some stupid shit. NASA photos. Imagine showing those to an Amish guy as like your number one globe proof, and you pull up like a picture from Hubble or something. See, this is the pillars of creation, and it looks like some stupid art shit from the Guggenheim, and they're looking at it like, what are you talking about? And you can just imagine how the conversation unfolds from there. Well, you see, these things are way up there in the sky, but, and they say, really, where? And well, you can't see it. Well, how do I see it? Well, you have to have this space telescope. What's that? Well, you can't see that either, but it's a big telescope up in space. How do you get the pictures? Well, you can't see those either. I mean, it just goes on and on. Like your whole chain of custody of truth and knowledge is broken at every step of the way, and they have no reason to think you're credible.
Yeah, you don't really see a picture. They send you a bunch of numbers, and then you turn that into a picture when you get it back here.
Right. And those numbers are being transmitted how? So now you have to explain wireless technology and radios too. I mean, you have a lot of ground to cover with them. And should it really be that hard to prove the nature of the world?
Do you think they celebrated the Apollo 11 moon landing on July 20th?
Oh, they didn't even know what was going on.
Yeah.
They didn't even know. They probably didn't. No TVs.
They don't
No
care about
TVs,
that,
right?
do they?
No TVs, right?
They don't.
No.
Okay, so they probably didn't know. And you know what? They really meant. I tell you what. Nixon said it was the greatest thing that happened since creation.
They wouldn't know anything that you're talking about on TV at all.
Can you imagine Nixon going on TV and saying, can you imagine being what we believe and Nixon going on TV going, it's the greatest thing that happened since creation. It's kind of like Trump going on about 6 months ago, going on TV and going, when I'm president in 2024, we're going to put the 2025. When I'm president, we're going to plant the American flag on Mars. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, when you run everything through the Amish perspective, the Amish lens, it really helps to ground everything. To put it through a realistic, no nonsense lens that you can see clearly through.
Do they drink coffee?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I've seen them smoke.
Oh, really? Smoke?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. That's really
Like
out there,
pipes
man.
and stuff.
That's really out there.
Yeah, I've seen them smoke pipes.
Wow.
But yeah, explain it to me like I'm Amish. Explain your globe proof to somebody who has absolutely no practical use for the globe in the first place. You tell me why it's so important and so vital and necessary to your survival, to your worldview, to your psychology. Because if I'm Amish, I mean, everything I'm doing is really on a flat level plane.
So they don't have to worry about defending 8 inch per mile square drop over distance?
Yeah, no way. No way.
Amish guy's going, what is a globe, man? What are you talking about, man? I don't even say that word. Can you please define that word for me, please? I'm going to go, good job. You're my new best friend. That's probably what I'd say. Just my dry sense of humor. Hi, you want to go out? Oh, you don't drink coffee? Okay, well, we'll go out and get some orange juice or water. How's that sound?
So Venus said, this is a little while ago, about 10 minutes ago. There's Mennonites, okay? Apparently the Swiss Adams Amish are the most hardcore in their lack of technology. The Swiss Amish. Huh.
I guess there's a big in Bloomington, Illinois. There was a big Mennonite congregation there. I guess my aunt, I don't know, my great aunt or aunt was a Mennonite. It was like, oh, cool. Of course, I didn't think anything of it back then, but it's just like, okay, it's cool. And I guess a Mennonite. Don't quote me on this, but I think go ahead.
Married one somehow.
Yeah, I guess a Mennonite, don't quote me on this, but I guess a Mennonite was one of the founders of State Farm Insurance.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're based in Bloomington, Illinois. And so I guess, I guess long distance, long time ago, was a Mennonite helped found State Farm.
I know they're everywhere out here, State Farm, so maybe that explains it.
Yeah, it's like a good neighbor. State Farm's there.
So I found this quote. This is in the Biblical channel. I actually posted it for Gregory. So Amish, right? They come from the Anabaptist movement out of the Reformation. And one of the great king reformers is Martin Luther. Here's what he had to say about Copernicus.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a quote I grabbed from Ohio State University's astronomy page. It says, the specific response, one of the most important contemporaries of Copernicus, Martin Luther, is telling. The quote below is actually in response to the publication of the brief Commentariolus, which appeared a decade before De Revolutionibus. It comes from Luther's table book, Tischreden, or Record of Dinner Table Conversations. Here's the quote. There is talk of a new astrologer who wants to prove that the earth moves and goes around instead of the sky, sun, and moon, just as if somebody were moving in a carriage or ship might hold that he was sitting still and at rest, while the earth and the trees walked and moved. But that is how things are nowadays. When a man wishes to be clever, he must needs invent something special, and the way he does it must needs be the best. The fool wants to turn the whole art of astronomy upside down. However, as the Holy Scripture tells us, so did Joshua bid the sun to stand still and not the earth.
Yep, Joshua 10 verses 12 through 13 kept it still for a day so they could defeat the Amorites. Yeah, what you just read was in. Have you seen heliosorcery?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah,
I have. It's great.
Yeah, because that was in it. That quote was in there too. Yep.
That's right. It was.
Very cool.
It was. Yeah, this idea that this is some knowledge, knowledge of the globe has existed for thousands of years, just flies in the face of their own rhetoric. At the same time, they claim the globe has been common knowledge for all of human history, as if like Jesus Christ was a glober all the way through, the Dark Ages. They were globers, but then the Catholic Church suddenly decided to persecute globers, like Copernicus,
Yeah.
for suggesting there's a globe. I mean, how is that consistent? How is that story even consistent on its face?
Yeah. Somebody over on TikTok, they got a lot of Globers, I think, paid over on TikTok, and they had a live stream one time, and the live stream had in its background, Jesus was a Globie. I can't believe it. I made a copy of it. I could probably post it here. I don't know if I want to. It might probably just a waste of time. But the caption was Jesus was a Globie. It's like, give me a break, man.
I found a couple sources, great sites of early church fathers, from the really early times, like 100s, 300s, 400s, where they're writing sermons and writing letters to people, talking about describing the world as if we do. The sun and moon are moving overhead
Mm-hmm.
and completing circuits in the sky, and Earth is still and held up by pillars, and all of it. There's a famous. I dug this up. I forgot where I saw it originally. There's a famous traveler of the day, just I think in the Dark Ages, in the 500s. He was a Byzantine monk from Egypt who was a merchant trader, and he'd been all over the known world at that time. And he wrote a book called Christian Topography, and he surveyed the extent of the Christian Empire at the time, from Africa and Europe all the way to the East. And he was describing Greek, Greek colonies set up by Alexander the Great as far as Indonesia, still speaking Greek in the 500s, who had their own church bishop. And but that's kind of beside the point. One of the main points of this work was to defend basically flat Earth against what he saw was the rise of this pagan globe idea that was infecting the church.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of his quotes, a lot of his thoughts were based on pointing out what we see around us contradicts what they say exists. And he used a lot of the same arguments we do today, like, I kid you not, how does water stick to a spinning ball? In the 500s. It's an amazing book. It's on Tertullian.org, and I've got some links to it in the server. I've posted it in places. It's a real fascinating read, and it really puts into context some things that I think Globers and Flat Earthers are missing out on.
And I think Luther also told us not to get too heavily into universities because they'll take them away from the truth, and you should only go to some place that talks biblical cosmology, biblical faith, because otherwise it's just going to go down the drain. And so, I tell you what, Luther, no matter what you say about Luther or Calvin and other guys that aren't quite as famous, Luther and Calvin were the bomb, man.
Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt.
I mean, and then you get into some of these people that didn't live much longer than 35, 40, 45 years old. The reason they didn't live very long is they got burned at the stake with the Bible around their neck because because they wanted to show off. People in charge wanted to show off the fact that they could kill people who talked about the earth. They got away from the Latin Vulgate. That the Catholic Church would only let them read, not anybody else. And when Luther and Wycliffe was the first one, but when Wycliffe went after it and Luther went after it and Tinsdale went after it, I mean the Catholic Church got ticked off, man, and they decided to get all those Bibles back. And some of the people, they just put the Bible around their neck and burn them at the stake.
Yeah, it's disgusting. The Counter Reformation still going on today. their counter-reformation is still going on today and being carried out. And it's being carried out not against the Protestant world, but also against the Eastern Orthodox world.
I read this the other day, and obviously, Mr. Dr. Amish, you've heard this because you watched Heliosorcery. But John Calvin said this: "We will see some who are so deranged, not only in religion, but who in all things reveal their monstrous nature, that they will say that the sun does not move, and that it is the earth which shifts and turns. When we see such minds, we must indeed confess that the devil possessed them, and that God sets them before us as mirrors in order to keep us in his fear." Not sphere, fear.
That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, and that's actually in Heliosorcery, but that was also in Omar Trabo, the Church of the Hebrew in Philadelphia. He did a 5-part series, 6 hours, 25 minutes, in 2018, where he talked about biblical cosmology and the history of the Catholic Church, and it was really something. He went heavy. He went heavy into Copernicus. I don't think Copernicus lived, but that's just me. But it's really, really interesting how heavy he went into, 6 hours, 25 minutes into cosmology and the history of it. History of heliocentrism, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, it is strange. I mean, how much of official history is trustworthy? Just the dating alone. And I'm not talking about the weird Tartarian stuff, but when things occurred. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if we look back and we see 2001 was nope, and then we look at the Apollo landing, we go nope, and then we look at the Gulf of Tonkin in '64, April 2nd, August 2nd, August 4th, 1964, Gulf of Tonkin, we go nope. And then we look at the JFK assassination, we go nope. And then we look at August 6th, August 9th, 1945 in Japan, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, we go nope. And then we go, the Great Depression, 1929, we go, nope. And then we look at that thing that happened in the late 10s, you know what I mean? We go, nope. And it's just like, okay, now did Booth actually kill Lincoln April 14th, 1865 in Washington, D.C. in Ford's Theater? Because if we say no about all this other stuff,
yeah. Yeah. When was it? Yeah. When do you get to say yes? And so at what point can you establish rational context for you to understand the geopolitical landscape today?
I'm serious. The JFK thing. Once I realized that one of the people on the Warren Commission was Gerald Ford, who was just a congressman from Michigan at the time. He was on the Warren Commission, and then he was the one that was picked when Spiro Agnew got left, and Nixon had to pick somebody, and then Ford got to be the VP, and then Nixon bye bye, and then Ford got to be president. It's like, well, that's payback. Thanks, Gerald Ford for being on our Warren Commission. We're going to make you president of the United States someday, or a puppet of the United States someday.
Or Alan Dulles, director of CIA, was leading the Warren Commission.
Oh my goodness. It's just like when I realized that that Ford went from an obscure Michigan congressman to be picked after Agnew left, and then moved into Nixon's place. It's like, no, that's just not coincidence, guys.
Yeah. What's going on? How much of this is really a stage? Oh, sorry, someone piping up?
Oh, well. Anyway, I'm looking forward to meeting my stationary plane flat Earth friends in the next month or so, about an hour away from my home. I'm gonna have to go there on the tourist thing because I'm not walking into town. I'm gonna drive into town. So, and then I'll make sure I don't drive around.
Well, good luck. I mean, I don't know how to go about just like making friends out of Amish people randomly. So
I it'll be an experience. I'll come back.
yeah, wear a flat Earth shirt and carry a Bible around. Maybe that might help. I don't know.
Oh, hey, are they King James people?
Good question. No, they probably use a German translation.
Oh, they use the one that Luther gave them. You know, because Tinsdale
Maybe.
Tinsdale did the UK one, and Luther did the German one. Oh,
I never asked
really,
that. Do they use the Luther
really good
Bible?
heads up. That's a really good heads up, man.
I wonder if they do.
I can go in there talking about Luther, and they're going to be going, "He's one of us."
Yeah, but you probably could. I mean, maybe. I don't know for sure, but you know, they're obviously not Lutherans, you know.
Oh, cool.
But
Oh, I got something to look forward to now. Thanks.
yeah. Let's see. I'm kind of looking down the list, seeing anybody new here who wants to chat. Kind of familiar with everyone. See, I don't think I've talked to Pac-Man before. Think I've talked to Venus in chat, yeah, just a few minutes ago about the Mennonites. But yeah, if anyone wants to unmute and say hi. I'm not really Amish, but I'm Amish. I can tell you about the flat Earth.
And if we were allowed to, we could talk about the other thing. Then we'd really be Amish, man.
Mm-hmm.
And here I thought all this time you were really Amish.
Yeah, no, I'm really not, but
Oh, wait a minute, I gotta take my speakers off. Give me a second.
Hey,
you
Grant,
sound fine.
I have a 1986 horse buggy. Does that qualify me?
I don't know. I've never been Amish. I've never met anybody Amish except for seeing them on TV. But I have taken notice of how many different type of Amish personalities that you do have.
Hey Jim, does that give you street cred? Get it?
I'll
see myself out.
I go down the neighborhood market like 3/4 mile away, and then they have because we're very progressive here. They have a horse buggy system here where you can go to Denny's and get something to eat, and they have a path for you to get there.
Do they have any posts where you can tie up your horse at?
I asked God if I should use this kind of sense of humor when I'm actually saying something that's not true. So he may convict me not to say things that are silly like that. So I'm working on it. He'll tell me somewhere if I need to stop talking that way or not. Because actually, I'm lying when I say that. You know what I mean?
I gotcha.
It's fun to say, but people don't know when I'm serious or not, and that's not a good thing.
I mean, around here, I've seen that kind of thing just in town, so it sounded completely believable.
Hey, I've seen it. That was good here.
I mean, we've got a Target supermarket, and behind that is like an Amish tourist area with a farm and everything.
So people actually live there.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, cool. So they don't have far to go. Oh, did you say it was a Target or a Walmart?
Oh, it's a Target, yeah, not a Walmart.
It's
a whole shopping center.
Will the Amish go into a Target?
Yeah, I've never seen. Well, maybe. I mean, I have seen that kind of thing before. It's not very often.
Because they basically grow their own food, don't they?
Oh yeah, they're self-sustaining. They make their own clothes.
So when they do their own food, they have to make enough food in the growing season because it's not always growing season in Pennsylvania. They have to do enough so they can store it for the winter, huh?
Yeah, you bet. I mean, they do canning and jarring. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they got their methods of preservation.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's they do it all, man. Like everything you read about in like self-sustainability books, they are doing it. They're completely great at subsistence farming. Absolutely. They've had it down to science for hundreds of years. So I imagine they've refined their techniques using the same materials, the same equipment over time.
And
So it's
their doctors obviously don't prescribe prescription drugs and over-the-counter drugs, right?
see, I don't know about that. I've seen them in hospitals and stuff. And there's an ENT. We have an ear, nose, and throat doctor not too far from here, and they've got some Amish newspapers in German for their Amish clientele. So I don't know. Yeah, you're sitting in the waiting room. You look down, and it's like local newspaper, but it's written in German for the Amish people. It's a trip, man.
So the kids are being taught German.
I think so.
Wow.
Like when we had the Mennonite cleaning crew in our house, the girls and the lady that was there with them they were speaking some dialect of German with each other. So yeah, I mean it lives on.
That's so
And they
cool.
have an accent. Yeah, they got an accent that's very noticeable. So it's like a foreign people, really. I mean they're another culture. You know, and would these anti-flat earthers make fun of them for being a flat earther? You know, would they go ridicule another culture and other people, belittle them? They
The
certainly do
Amish
that
flat
with us.
earthers? The
Huh?
Amish flat earthers?
Oh yeah, yeah, a lot of them are. If not
I didn't know that.
geocentrists. Yeah,
I didn't know that. I
pretty
learn
cool,
something
right?
new every day.
Yeah, it's in their Amish schoolhouses and their little Bibles. First page shows the Hebrew cosmology concept with the firmament, Earth, and Sheol. Yeah, a
Right
lot of
on.
them I think are contributors to like the Farmer's Almanac, excuse me, and stuff like
Oh, yeah.
that. So you know they've got a really good foundation.
I don't know anything about farming, but I do have a lot of computer skills. And if the shit ever really hit the fan, my computer skills probably wouldn't do farming shit. Speaking of computer skills, have you guys heard my interview with Neil?
No,
Have you heard it?
no, go ahead and fire it up.
We have a special guest joining us on the panel, and please give him a welcome. His name is Neil, and I have a few questions to ask him. Neil, who's measured the diameter, circumference, or radius of the Earth?
Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,000 years ago by the Greek astronomer Eratosthenes, who at the time lived in the Egyptian city of Alexandria.
So tell me, Neil, how did Eratosthenes measure the Earth 2,000 years ago?
He had heard that in the nearby town of Syene, midday sunlight shines straight down to the bottom of deep wells on the same day each year, indicating that the sun was directly overhead in Syene. In Alexandria, however, sunlight on that day never reached the bottoms of wells, but instead fell upon the sides. Eratosthenes reasoned that the difference in the angle of incoming sunlight was due to the curvature of Earth's surface. And so by measuring this angle, he related the distance between Alexandria and Syene to the total dimension of the globe.
So your only measurement of the Earth was taken 2,000 years ago, before clocks or cell phones were invented, yet Eratosthenes was able to communicate with someone 500 miles away and be able to sync their time to take measurements at the exact same time? I must say that I do find it fascinating that with all the trillions of dollars NASA has received, we have no measurements of the Earth with our modern digital equipment. It leaves me wondering how we know the size of other objects in the sky if we don't even know the accurate size of the place we live on. Well, surely we've been able to measure the axial rotation of the Earth, haven't we, Neil?
By the mid-19th century, most educated people knew that Earth spins on its axis, completing a rotation once a day, but there was no obvious visual demonstration of the Earth's rotation, only astronomical evidence.
So, Neil, if I get this right, are you saying that there's never been a measurement of the Earth's axial rotation?
No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth.
Thank you for being honest, Neil. I do have one final question for you. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.6 psi. The vacuum of space is said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Okay, Neil, let me get this straight. The only measurement of the Earth was done 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. The axial rotation of the Earth has never been measured, and space is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You know what, Wave? You are correct. You caught me. The Earth is flat. Is this the part where you snatch my wig?
Thank you for that interview, Neil.
So the P it's the PSI as 14.6 or 14.7 here on Earth. Is that what it's called? PSI, pounds per square inch.
Pounds per square inch.
And that's pressure. 14.7, 14.6 pounds per square inch.
Just like when you fill up the tires in your car, it says 32 psi.
Uh-huh.
And your tire has more pressure,
Yeah.
normal atmospheric pressure, just about double.
Yeah. So we go, and we can't go anything less than 10 to the negative 6 torr here terrestrially. But with 11 more zeros, which 12 zeros is a trillion, so this would be 100 billion. So with 11 more zeros, we can go out to 10 to the negative 17 torr, no problem. Cool.
That's what they want to have us believe.
Oh my goodness. I don't think gravity's strong enough to hold that difference down. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. I've never seen gravity. Show me some, and maybe we can talk about it.
I ate some tonight for dinner along with my green peas and white chicken.
You know, something that I was thinking about on my drive home, I like to play with performance cars. I've got an all-wheel drive, 400 power turbocharged Terra that I take up on the road racing track. And when you're going really fast and going around a corner, you have what's called G-forces.
Yeah.
Just accelerating force to push you back in the chair. And when you're going around in a circle, if you're turning to the left, those G-forces are going to go ahead and pull you off to the right. And I've always called them, G-forces. Yeah, what kind of pull do you have? Oh, yeah, I've got, 3G or whatever. I think 3G to be a bit much. The bottom line is then it's not actually gravity forces you're going. Okay, that's the acceleration. That's shit. What's the word about it? Anyway, bottom line is I come from a car background, just relating to stuff with flat Earth and the thrown around very loosely. I won't call that G-forces anymore. I'll just say, get in, sit down, hold on, and shut up.
14.6, 14.7 psi to 10 negative 17 torr. If they lied to me a little bit more, I might go back to believing them. I don't think they lied to me enough. Not quite yet. If they would have gone from 13.7 billion years old in the universe, instead of going to 26.7, if they would have gone to like 48 billion years old, I might have believed them. But I don't think they lied to me enough. Okay, it's all right. I got it.
Does that mean the dinosaurs are even older than we thought?
No, I've still been told 66 million to 225 million years ago, a meteor or asteroid wiped them out. So, and we get oil from their remains. So, cool. Okay.
I had a chameleon once, and my neighbor accidentally sat on it. So I buried it in the ground. And a couple years later, we were doing some gardening, and I found its old. There wasn't any oil there; it was just all dried up.
How can you believe? My wife said if you ever get bored, we'd like to, get a history book to read. It's like, because my degree in college a long time ago was history and poli sci. And so, you like history, Jim? And I said, well, not anymore because none of it's true. I believe I believed it all back then, but not now. It's like it's all a lie, man. I don't want to read about history. It's like, no.
Back in school, I was never really a really great student. I was like maybe a plus, a little bit above average, and I was happy just right there at that part of the belt. But I always felt like, these other kids that memorize all this stuff and they get all the good grades, they're smarter than me. It must be really nice to be smart like that. Then now it's like, okay, so you memorized a bunch of bullshit. Where's that going to get you? So most of them, I don't know where they're at now. I know where I've been. I don't remember anything, how to spell, how to do, math, reading, writing, and arithmetic. But all that other stuff that they added in there was all crap. But I passed. I made it. Had to get a GED. Dropped out of high school back when I was 17 to support a family.
You had to grow up fast then, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. That's how come at the ripe old age of 65, I've got 8 grandkids and 1 great gang.
There you go.
Started early.
There you go.
But there's a really good song. It's on YouTube, and I want to post a link to it. You guys can check it out. This is the first I've heard of this guy before, but he has a story to tell. I don't know if he's a flat earther or not, but he's definitely. I'm going to go ahead and post a link here in the live stream.
Can you imagine somebody giving you a history book and say, you like history, right? Yeah, I like history. Somebody gives you the history book and tells you the mainstream narrative on 9/11, mainstream narrative on Apollo 11, mainstream narrative on the JFK assassination, on Vietnam War, World War II, Depression, all that stuff. And then they go back and tell you about, Lincoln being shot by Booth, and they go back and tell you about 1776 and the 56 white guys who got together in Philadelphia, gave us our great Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. Can you imagine, knowing what we know now, somebody give me a book like that? I think I'd actually go outside and do a kumbaya moment with a bunch of marshmallows and chocolate bars and get me some s'mores and burn that book. I think I would. Sorry.
So, Jim, if you don't mind, take a minute, look at that video. Just listen to the first opening lines of it.
I saw him about a week ago. Thanks. When you put
cool.
that up there. I guess he's like really famous now.
He's playing truth or music, bro.
Yeah, I guess he's really famous now.
It's not Sunday, so I'm not going to get into all kinds of speculation. But, he's talking about a lot of truth there. People that are 5 foot and 300 pounds on the welfare line, working overtime and still not making any money. I like that. I like that guy a lot. I'm going to follow him. I don't think I can find his original site, though. I found him on somebody else's at Radio WV, maybe West.
History books. Those poor, around here, I think school started yesterday because I saw some school buses, letting kids off, in their homes today. I was behind one for a little while. And it's just like, those poor kids. I don't know. Those poor kids.
Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone.
Oh, I'm telling you. Hey, leaders of the world, leave those kids alone, man. I'm telling you. I tell you what. I don't know, man.
Well, this last weekend, we went to the theater to go see The Sound of Freedom. Have you heard about that or seen it?
Yeah, that's the one with the child trafficking.
Yeah. And this guy in this song, one of the things they noticed, he talked about politicians watch out for our children and not just the ones on the islands.
Yeah.
Is very outspoken.
I don't know. I tell you this. Sometimes sometimes I have to remember biblical cosmology. I have to remember that we have some sort of container above us, some sort of protection above us, and we have some sort of container around us, and God created it, and it's basically biblical cosmology, which agrees with what we see, line of sight, and we see too far and all that stuff. And, and then I remember, the moon being the perfect calendar because I've witnessed it myself. And then I have to, every once in a while, my mind goes back to the stupid globe. It's just like every once in a while I have this fight in my head that I can't believe I believed in that stupid globe. I just look at myself in the mirror and go, how stupid were you to believe in that spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever expanding universe? How dumb were you? And every once in a while, I look at myself and I go, no, I didn't believe that, bro. And I did.
So speaking about a spinning baseball, I'm working on a project right now. And what that is, I'm using this AI. I'm trying to clone Rod Serling's voice. I'm going to tell a little story. Picture, if you will, people that believe they live on a ball, spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour. 70% covered with water, but none of it flies off. Anyway, so I got it started. I haven't got it yet. I just had an idea in my head when I was driving home. So yesterday when I got home, I started making the voice clone. I'm not happy with it yet.
I mean, it's really, really simple. We see too far, and then the globers invoke refraction because they want things lifted up that have gone over their curve because they did go over their curve, right? So they want it lifted up, which makes it appear like we live on a stationary plane, but we really don't because it's over the curve. But refraction will lift it up so we see it. It's on a stationary plane, but it really isn't. So forget it. Don't worry. Be happy. And it's just like, no, guys. I mean, we see too far because we don't live on a ball. And then they start, invoking refraction. Well, light bends around and brings it back up, so we see it. It's like, no, it doesn't, man. It doesn't do that, man. And it's just like, I'm serious. I'm serious. When I talk to people and all they do is beg the question, it's a globe because it has to be a globe. I don't know what I'm going to do with those people, man. I mean, they've been brainwashed their entire life, indoctrinated, programmed their entire life. And I got 30 minutes or an hour somewhere to try to convince them. It's like, no. All you can do is plant the seed. And then I say God has to convict them or convince them because I can't. Maybe God will get to it. But it's just like, oh, this spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever expanding universe is just dumb.
Well, I see the picture of the Catholic holding your P900, P1000, whatever that is.
No, that's it. That's actually no. The picture was taken with my P1000. He brought his camera tonight because he was taking the shots of the moon. Excuse me, the sunset tonight. Yeah, so he's actually taken a lot of pictures from that area because he lives there. He's lived there for a long time. So no, he has. That's the first time he brought. He was real proud, and so he showed it off in the picture.
It looks like the sea off behind you there. How far could he see?
Well, Chicago's right by, Chicago.
Oh, that's a lake. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
like
picture down below with the sun.
Yeah.
Is that your picture though?
Yeah. The sun will be the sun right there was above Hancock. But when the sun goes down, it also goes over to the left. So it's set a little bit further to the right than that. But so today's August 15th. I am told August 21st, which is just 6 days from now, it will be setting behind the Sears Tower, which is to the left there. And so it'll be set behind that. So I suppose it's going to be set behind Hancock in 3 or 4 days, 2 or 3 days, and then it'll work its way, across right to left as it continues its trek, southward. Or to the left. So it's really cool. I'm looking, hopefully my camera, cooperates so I can get Sears Tower in front of the sun. I think that'd be kind of a cool shot.
So I'm not familiar with the scenery here, living on the West Coast. On the far left, there's it's like a stepped building, 3 steps, and it looks like an antenna on the top. Is that the Sears Tower?
Yeah, that's the Sears Tower. They also call it the Willis Tower, and that's 1,450 feet tall. The antennas, which you can see, take it up to 1,700 feet. So the big shot. If I could get up 150 feet, there's one place here I can get 50 feet up. I know where it's at because that's what I did in February. There's one place I can get 50 feet right here. I'm about 15, 20 feet observation height. I can get 50 feet. I might go do that. It's a little bit of a walk, and my left hip isn't too good. It's a little bit of a walk for me to get there. But I might try it and see if I can get above those optics of the water and above the angular resolution, and see if I can get a decent shot of it behind Sears Tower. Where I'm going to go would probably be on the 20th of August, and not the 21st, because it's about 2 miles south of here. So the angle will be just a little bit different. But I would like to get a shot from some elevation that I don't have any, because it was 80 it was 80 degrees today, and so you still have the optics above the water, and then you obviously have angular resolution you're dealing with. So from 38 miles away, 10 feet observation height, you'll probably never get all of Chicago. You'll have to get a little bit of height, but you're still to the place where a lot of that should be gone from view at 50 feet. If you lived on a ball, because we're 38 miles away. That's 773 feet at 10 feet observation height. So at 50, it'd still be probably 500, feet that should be gone. I got to find that place. There's a place up here at Warren Dunes, 53 miles away from Chicago. You can climb when you go into the parking lot. They have their main restroom right there. They have a big dune right behind it, and it probably takes you up 150 feet above the water. And I would love to take everything up there and take a look at Chicago, because the sun will probably set behind Sears Tower probably, I don't know, 3-4 weeks from now from Warren Dunes, because the angle is so much different. I would love to get up there and take a shot, because I hear from 53. I've seen it twice from 40 feet observation height, but there's always been obstruction in the way. I haven't been able to see the whole thing because of it's hot and angular resolution. But if I could go up 150 feet, I might be able to get the whole skyline from 53 miles away. I like to do that. I might.
I'll be looking forward to seeing your pictures.
I might. It's like that one I took last week from Indiana Dunes. That was 28 miles away. That one I had a 10-second exposure on. When they do that exposure of the Milky Way, the Globers do the exposure of the Milky Way, and they say, "Here, I saw the Milky Way from my backyard." They do a 20-minute exposure. It's the craziest thing, man. They do a 20-minute. This right here, this that I'm posting right there, was last week, and that was from 40 feet observation height at 28 miles, and you should have 273 feet of hidden curve from that observation. That's a 10-second exposure. It doesn't.
Wow.
Chicago doesn't light up like that, but right there proves that we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. But I like to get a 53-mile shot from Warren Dunes I was at 40 feet here. I need to go up about 150 on that big sand dune at
Oh,
Warren
you
Dunes.
placed a video up here a few days ago,
Yeah.
and you said it was over the water, and I said it looked like it was breathing. Was it the same area right here that video is from?
Well, the video that you saw that was breathing is it was that refraction one that's a 9-second GIF, which is this one right here. I think this is the one you were talking about right here, right there. Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually I'm not real big on atmospheric refraction because we don't live on a sphere. You can call it atmos. I'm not real big on the term refraction either. That's just me. It's atmospherics. I mean, it's the atmos. It's distortions. It's what's happening about the water because of heat and stuff like that. But when a glober tells you that it's bending over the curve and that through some sort of holographic imagery, it picks itself up so we can see it as if it's on a stationary plane. That's their way of confirming their ball. It's a ball because it has to be a ball, begging the question. But this is how it really works. And so what they do to you is they don't tell you the truth, obviously, because they say the top part of the molecule will bend it down more than the bottom, which will bend it up. No, when it's close to the water like this, it doesn't matter one bit. I mean, the molecule is so small and they're so close to the water, you're just going to get that breathing up and down like that. You're not going to get anything going over the ball. And these people are so bad. I can't tell you how bad these people are. I just go, no. No. When they say something's over the ball and refraction picks it up so you can see it as if it's on a stationary plane, it's like, guys, I wasn't born yesterday.
I don't know what it is. Some people can't just let go of their balls.
It's the ultimate begging the question. It's a ball because it has to be a ball. They don't go into it and go, maybe it's a ball, maybe it's not. They just go, it has to be a ball. And they do, and they will lie. I don't know if they lie or if they're disingenuous or if they're ignorant. I don't know what's in somebody's head. And so, but they're ignorant or they're disingenuous or they're lying. And I'm not into psychiatry, so I really don't care. But this is how it works. I mean, if you're, this is how it works right here. And I saw that situation. I saw this situation last week when I was at Indiana Dunes at 5:00. I went there, and it was perfect it looked perfect over Lake Michigan, 28 miles away. And so I go, I sit around, talk to people, watch people. And at 7:30, I go take another shot, and I'm seriously the distortions that were at Chicago was unbelievable. And I caught it on video, and I got it on a picture. Let me see if I got it here. Oh, it's right here. Unbelievable.
Timbo, thank you for posting that, Skunk Bay.
I got this thing. Look at that picture I just posted. I'm serious. At 5:00, you see that little wall? It looks like somebody, made a wall to protect their city.
I'm looking at the high-res version.
That wasn't there at 5:00. I mean, there was some buildings that were right there on the water, and I went down there to, this is at 8 feet observation height, and I went back down to the beach, and because I wanted to see the sun and I wanted to see, Chicago, and this is what happened, and I could see this with my eye, and it was just like, I have no idea what caused that. I got no clue, but it was all the way to the left of Chicago down to Gary, and it was to the right of Chicago until the buildings stopped. The buildings, stopped north of Chicago. And it looks like somebody built a wall to protect the city.
Have you been on that side of the lake and actually seen what it looks like close up there?
No, I haven't been to Chicago to look back where I live. I haven't. I need to do that. There's so much.
To look where this boat is. So if you were at that boat and you could
I
see
have
that
no,
wall to see what's
I
there,
have no
I'm just
idea.
wondering.
I have no idea what that boat sees. I don't know.
There's got to be some pictures of that shoreline closer up.
That was just so weird. I saw that, and it went. Gary's a little more to the left, and it went all the way down to Gary, and then it went to the right of Chicago until the building stopped, and it was just like it was the weirdest thing ever. I got it on video. I got it on still shot, and it's just like, I tell you what, 5 o'clock, none of that was there. 7:30, there it is. It's like you can't predict anything over water. And this is only 28 miles away. You can't predict anything. So when somebody says, well, what the average refraction is, that's what I'm going to go with. No, you can't do that. You can't determine. I tell you what, when they tell you 7/6R or they tell you average refraction, it's just like, no, don't talk to me. Go talk to that other person. I don't want to talk to you. You got no clue what you're talking about. I had no idea this could happen. It's 28 miles away, and somebody built a wall in 2.5 hours. They built a wall. They built a wall in 2.5 hours, man. It's the weirdest thing.
All in all, it's just another brick in the wall.
I'm serious, man. They built a wall, man. I'm telling you. Here's the picture at 5 o'clock. Here's the picture at 5 o'clock. Here's the picture at 5 o'clock. You can tell it's 5 o'clock because the sun's out. Here's a picture at 5 o'clock. There's none of that going on. None of that going. And the top picture is 8 feet observation height. The bottom picture is 8 feet observation height. They're both the same. I went down to
the Sears Tower is the one with the twin peaks, and it's got like twin antennas.
That's
and
it.
It's got the 3 stages there. Okay, so
That's
I'm looking at that in high res.
Yeah, so I got that, and then I got and here's north of Chicago. You know where the wall is? Here's north of Chicago. So the first wall of water is to the left of Chicago. The second wall of water, the Hancock building is the big one on the left there. That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like on the north side. I showed you the south side. Now I'm showing you the north side. This one looks like somebody's hanging their clothing out to dry, in the weather.
You got their blankets out there.
I know. I'm sitting here going, I got this really nice picture at 5 o'clock, right? And then I go down and say, I'm going to look at it again, but I'm going to see it when the sun's, moving away or gone away for the night. And I get down there and I see this. It's like, no, guys. It's just like, this is the weirdest thing. How can anybody tell me what's happening day to day? You can't even tell me what's happening hour to hour. So I don't want to talk to you. If you're a glober and you want to bring up refraction, and that's the reason why something's over the curve, but it's not really over the curve. We can't see it over the curve because it's apparent, but we know it's over the curve, so we know there's a physical horizon. You just can't see it. It's all apparent, and this is the reason why. But I know I can eat my cake and eat it too. I can have my cake, eat it too. By the way, throw some pie in with ice cream, and I'll eat that too. So I have an apparent horizon. I have a physical horizon. I know it's physical because it's a ball, because it has to be a ball, but for now it's apparent. I can't see the physical horizon, but it's apparent. Therefore, I live on a ball. I got it all, man. And you flirts are stupid. I tell you what, I can't talk to those people anymore.
Well, Jim, I found your wall.
I can't talk to those people anymore. I'm done. I'm serious. So that horizon is both. Let me get this right, Glover. Global believer, whatever. So you have a physical horizon. It's 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance, but we can't see it because it's all apparent because of refraction. But it exists anyway because it's a ball because you're begging the question. They're going, yeah, I know it's a ball, and there are certain conditions that say it's all apparent. So I live on a ball, but it looks like I live on a stationary plane. I got it both, man. I got both of them, but it's really a ball.
So, Jim, I just posted a picture in the live stream Not one I took myself, one I found off the internet, looking for the Chicago skyline. Looks like
That's
that
it.
wall you're seeing are the bushes.
No.
Yeah, go ahead and view the large full high
Yeah,
res.
I know. I see
Looks
your.
like those are trees or something.
I see your bushes. Yeah, I see your bushes. Okay, whatever. Hey, that picture there is probably from a mile, two at the most. So anyway, bushes. Give me a break. No, those are trees.
Well, trees, bushes. My eyes are old. Okay, what is that? Yeah, those are trees.
That's funny, man.
We got tumbleweeds bigger than that in California.
I am going to go back to Indiana Dunes here when the sun comes up in the morning because they open up at dusk, and I want to get that picture of when the sun is looking at Chicago across Lake Michigan. Because here at 5 o'clock, it's it's behind it a little bit and up to its left, and obviously the one is at 7:30, 7:45 that has all the wall and the somebody hanging their clothes out to dry, and so I want to get there like at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning and look at Chicago in the morning. See if I can get any detail of the buildings when the sun's looking right at it.
Well, I've got a new hobby now, and what I've been doing is looking at the live air traffic controller and watching the balloons fly around at over 50,000 feet altitude. That, and there's a plane that keeps going back and forth, making a grid over different areas of the Los Angeles area. Come in and check them on a day-to-day basis and see. That's been I do that at work, just watching them. I'm waiting to where we can have a clear enough day and I can spot them going over our house. And I want to go ahead and see any kind of trouble. Not a big jet. It's just a smaller little aircraft. Call sign is N65V.
Oh, I see. I see your Chicago picture. You got the Sears Tower to the left, and you go down to the right, and then the Hancock Building is down behind that other tall building. I guess Chicago's got a 1,450-foot building and 1,100-foot building, and I think they have another 1,000-foot building. So they got some height there. What's your tallest building in LA? You should know this, Grant.
Well, it's a big round one. I forget.
Okay, that didn't help me. How big is it? How tall is it?
I don't know. It's taller than I am. When you look at the skyline, it's the tallest one there.
Yes. I mean, I told you that the Sears Tower is 1,450, antenna is 1,700, and all you can come back with is the tallest building in LA is taller than you are.
Well, I used to work just a few buildings away from it. It's the Wilshire Grand Center.
Oh, what's it called? What's it called?
The U.S. Bank Tower is what it is.
It's called the U.S. Bank Towers?
Yes, and it's 1,018-foot skyscraper in downtown Los Angeles.
I was going to look that up, and you beat me to it. Okay, 1,018 feet. All right.
And how big is yours?
Well, mine's bigger than yours, so it's 1,450 feet. With antennas, it's 1,700 feet.
Yeah, but I think ours has a bigger girth, and that's what counts.
Oh, okay. Well, I will say that it's kind of cool to see the top of the antennas light up at night, and the Hancock Building does that too. I might have that. Just a second here. Just a second. I might have that. Let's see if I can find it for you good folks. Let's see here.
I've got too many windows open here. Too many browsers. All right. I'll tell you what. You show me yours, and I'll show you mine.
There you go. Let's see here. Okay, went too far down. I think.
So what's cool about this building? A few years ago, when you look up towards the top. There's like a big notch right there up, and they had a slide. And it came out of one of those windows and went across around to the other side of the building. It was a clear slide that you could see straight down. That's something to make you wet your pants. I'm afraid of heights anyway. I never went on it, but I'd seen it up there.
This is a pretty short video. It's only 20 megabytes, so it doesn't last too long. But there it is. I can find it. I can find a longer one.
Oh, once upon a time, I used to work the next block south of this big building in the jewelry district, and I was doing IT stuff and video graphics, making commercials, into advertisement ads.
I think
that is our tallest building.
I can change the exposure on still pictures, but I haven't learned how to change it on video on the ISO and aperture yet. If I'm going to become good at taking videos in low light, I'm going to have to learn how to adjust the ISO up to around 1600 and adjust the aperture so I get more light in during video. Obviously, you take still pictures, it just keeps the shutter open longer when you do a longer exposure. And so if the object isn't moving, you can get a pretty good photo with more light. But the video, you have to change it at the ISO and the aperture area. And I thought I found where the ISO was, and I went to look for it there, and it's like I can't find it now. So I have to go back to the tutorials now. And I got the still pictures down. Now I got to do the aperture and the ISO on the videos, because the videos on regular will darken up when you get less light. I got to keep bringing light in.
Well, we don't have any Globers in the panel here today, huh?
Well, Ray's here.
VC verified. Hackman?
I'm listening to you guys.
Ray's here.
Ray down at the bottom.
Ray's a cool dude because he reads the King James Bible, but he hasn't put 2 and 2 together yet. But Ray's cool.
Well, I read from the King James myself. That's my choice. I could read Greek. I'd prefer to do that.
Yeah, I haven't learned Greek yet, but yeah, I'm just listening. I've got a little side project going on, trying to teach myself something new in the video editor here.
That's
but I'm listening to you guys. Yeah.
What video editor are you using?
DaVinci Resolve. So I've got a little. Oh, it's a project you guys will like quite a bit. Let me see. I'll do a little screenshot of it so you'll see what I'm working on, and you might actually laugh. But
well, if it shows this 8-inch per mile square drop over distance, I'll appreciate it, because I've been looking for it for about 20 months now. And I can't find it.
But it's pretty complicated because I haven't never done any 3D in it, so I had to teach myself how to do 3D after work today. Here's a little screenshot in the chat.
Oh, cool, man. Cool.
So I don't know if you guys have seen that time lapse flight. The guy flies from. He's a long haul 777 pilot. And he flies from Zurich to Sao Paulo, Brazil. Like a 12-hour flight, but he films like 6 hours of it. So, you know, it obviously came up in the flat Earth. So this is quite an endeavor, but I'm going to try to show that flight over a sphere with the Milky Way in the background mapped to the Milky Way in the video.
Yeah. You know what they did with that Milky Way galaxy photo is somebody went in their backyard, put their you can't see that. They put their telescope on 20-minute exposure, 20-minute exposure, and they waited 20 minutes, and there was a certain part of the sky above us that moves a little bit more, has a few more, lights in the sky than other parts. So when that 20-minute exposure got over, they looked at it and went, look at all that cluster right there. That must be the Milky Way galaxy. The problem is is that we're in the Milky Way galaxy in your fairy tale globe, fairy tale. And so you can't take a picture of the Milky Way if you're you're supposed to be in the Milky Way. But what they did, Ray, was nobody can take that picture unless they expose it for 20 minutes. They actually kept the shutter open for 20 minutes, and that particular part of the sky had more lights in it, God's firmament, obviously, and it had more, so you get more light. That's all they did. That is not a picture of anything except for the fact they had a 20-minute exposure, left the shutter open for 20 minutes, and they got that photo when it was done. Cool story, bro.
Oh, it is a cool story. Yeah, I'm a little bit familiar with astrophotography. I do photography. I've been doing photography as basically a side gig professionally for many years. I have an unbelievable amount of gear that I probably shouldn't have. Haven't done a ton of astrophotography. I've done a little bit, but in this case, it doesn't really matter. It's the night sky that the pilot filmed from his plane, and all I'm doing is superimposing it directly over the larger picture, just so that you can see the wider field of view, if you will. He's using a Nikon, I forget which Nikon he was using. It was it was a Sony A7 with 35 millimeter lens. So it's got a pretty good wide field of view. 35 millimeter on a full frame sensor is pretty wide angle, I guess you would say. But the video itself is absolutely amazing. I think it's called Beyond the Clouds or something like that. It's pretty amazing. So just watching the video, it's kind of mesmerizing. Him flying, because he flies over the Mediterranean Sea, flies over North Africa, and I think he gets about 40 or 50 minutes out over the Atlantic Ocean before he stops filming. He films about half of it. That flight, you can look up that flight. It's a Swiss Air flight SWR 72. So it's a common flight that goes between Zurich and Sao Paulo, Brazil, but it's a 12-hour flight, and they usually fly it at night. It's a red eye. But anyway, he filmed that, and all I'm doing is just, because if you watch the video, like, he moves all over the place, obviously, because he's flying an airplane. All I'm doing is stabilizing that footage and locking that movement around basically that area of sky that he's seeing. I'm just locking it into the wider field of view is all. And well, it's a little more complicated than that, but anyway, it's
Hey, Ray. Ray. Sometime you're going to look at the moon and see that between the first quarter and the third quarter doesn't, line of sight towards the sun. You'll look at that sometime. The new moon is tomorrow, so you'll start going to the waxing crescent, the next night. And so here's my next thing for you to look up, if you don't mind. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of videos, not photos, videos of the 24-hour sun in the Arctic region, where you get 66.6, above, and you start seeing 24-hour suns in the Arctic region. But there are 5 in the Antarctic region, and 2 of them we know. One of them just repeats the clouds, and the other one repeats the sunbursts in the supposedly 24-hour. So there's hundreds, if not thousands, in the Arctic region, but there are 5, and all 5 have something wrong with them. If you lived on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe, you would have the same number of 24-hour videos, especially with 54 countries of the UN Antarctic Treaty down there. They want to be telling the world that they live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe. But there's 5, and those 5 are very questionable, where they have hundreds, if not thousands, of them in the northern part. And the southern part in Antarctica, the record low temperature is 135 degrees below zero. In the north, it's 89 degrees below zero. That's 46 degrees difference. So why is it so much warmer and so many more videos in the Arctic region than the Antarctic region when we live on a ball and they should be basically the same? So that's the second thing I want you to look at. I want you to explore why there's such a discrepancy in those two things, as well as looking at the moon. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this stuff all the time. I mean, I don't know how long this debate's been going on between me and a friend. I have a friend that we debate all the time. So we've been at this for a couple of years. So most of the things that you're telling me, I'm vaguely familiar with because like he and I, we discuss them. So
Does the lack of the Antarctic sun, 24-hour sun, bother you when we have 100, if not thousands, of videos in the north?
yeah, you're saying that. I guess I'll have to take your words that it's true. It doesn't make any sense the way you're describing it.
Well, it doesn't make any sense because you don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe, Ray, but that's okay. You have possibilities. I have faith in you. I have faith in God to convict you and convince you. But anyway, and then you get into the discrepancy between 135 degrees below zero and 89 degrees below zero for record temperatures. That's 46 degrees. That shouldn't happen if both get the same amount of sunlight because you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe. I'm never going to get tired of saying that. And so and then obviously you're going to look at the moon because you said you would, especially between the first and third quarters, and see that between the first and third quarter line of sight, the sun is not directly illuminating the moon. Therefore, the moon is as it is in Genesis 1:14-18, which you say you read the King James Version. It says that in Genesis 1:14-18 that God placed two great lights in the sky, not one to light the other, but two great lights in the sky, and that it's done for days, seasons, years, and for signs. And so I know you're going to sit down and read your Bible differently now that you know that God created the moon and the sun, put them local in a sidereal rotation above us, and this spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe is satanic. And I know you'll realize that in time because you read the King James Bible and you're a really smart guy.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing my homework. Let me just put it that way. I've been doing my homework.
So I see great things ahead for you. Obviously your cogdis is really working on you right now. I can tell it's working on you. So I appreciate that. And your indoctrination is a tough thing to get over because I don't know how old you are, but that's why they get you young, that you can't defend yourself.
Yeah,
So
just chipping it out. It's
hey,
going to be easier.
Timbo, down under, Timbo, my man's
Going.
here, my man,
I'll text you your address, my address, your address.
my man.
You let me know what time.
Who you talking to?
Oh, sorry, man. I turned on my mic to say something, and then I started talking to someone. So
I
does
see
he
how
have an
you are.
answer for the temperature discrepancy?
No, he's working on it, Timbo. Hey, Timbo, I started praying for all the Globers on the internet a couple nights ago or last night. So
Oh, nice.
maybe God will hear my prayers because
Maybe.
I've been praying for my friends on the internet like you, but I just started praying for Globers last night.
Thank you, Jim. God bless you.
Hey, we are in the same Bible study on Saturday nights now. You know that? I'm going to join this Saturday night. I think it's Sunday for
Oh,
you.
with AJ.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
sweet. I'll
seven.
be there
It's seven.
Sunday.
It's 7:30 Saturday night for me. 10:30 a.m. for you
Yeah,
on Sunday.
that's right.
That's right. And so at 7 o'clock on Friday night, I get together with the group that Chris Sparks, Halo Sorcery, is involved
Yeah,
in. And so
yeah.
two of my three Bible studies are people from Australia. What do you think about that?
Australians.
What do you think about that, man? You guys are really, really spiritual, biblical, down under on the ball.
I, I wouldn't say that really. A very secular kind of nation.
Yeah, 2 out of 3
And
Bible
we do
studies.
have it's very multicultural, so we
Yeah.
have a lot of Muslims, a lot of Hindus, a lot of Buddhists, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Christians, a lot of Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox. We've got them all here, mate.
It's funny
Jews, we've got a big Jewish community as well.
the Bible study in Australia with Chris Sparks and Tom and I think Chris's brother. those three kind of headed up. And so out of that Bible study, we got like 6 guys, and the main guy is in New Mexico. And so we have that on Wednesday night, like tomorrow night at 5. And so there's like 6 or 7, 5, 6 or 7 of it. It's all men, men get together and talk about stuff. And so it's like, so it's like I got the heliosorcery one, even though Chris leads the Bible study 1 out of 3 times, 1 out of 4 times. And then I got the offshoot of that, and then I got AJ and yours. It's like, boy, I tell you what, it's cool, man.
Yeah, this will be my first week. So, I've been speaking with AJ about it for a while now. So. I'm hard pressed for time. So, I find it really hard to commit to things outside of family commitments and work commitments.
Yeah, you run your own business. Yeah.
Yeah, and family life's pretty demanding as well, but it's beautiful and I love it.
That's cool. So I got high hopes for Ray. Ray just has to get rid of his cog dis and his indoctrination, and he'll be ready to rock and roll, man.
Yeah, so Ray copped a bit of a serving from from Kiwi yesterday.
Oh yes, the mute button masturbation king. Yeah, he really likes beating on that mute button. Yeah, in the absence of that mute button, he probably would not have fared well. I mean, not with that crowd; they loved him, but tit for tat, rhetorical wise, he would not have done as well. But if you can mute somebody and cut off half of what they're saying, and then take the cut off bit and make it out of context.
I don't know. I disagree with him, man. Have you ever seen any of his early day debates?
I don't give a crap about what he's done or what he was, his history or what great accomplishments he might have had. And there's no doubt that he's very, very smart. He's gifted intellectually. He's gifted verbally for sure. And then it's just deposited into a very tormented soul. But yeah, basically, if
you got to look at it from his point of view as well. Yeah, he's been in it for a very long time, and the abuse that came at the start of this whole thing was not even a patch on the abuse that he gives out. I wouldn't even call it abuse, but it's kind of fun and games. But the amount of abuse that flat earthers receive is disgusting. So that's where it comes from, anyway. You gotta realize these things. That we're ridiculed, and not even weird religions get ridiculed as much as flat earthers do. So
yeah, well, there's something to be said for a person's past and where they're coming from. But if you give me the definition of a word and you're just flat fucking wrong, and I tell you you're wrong, and I prove that you're face to you're wrong, and I post the dictionary definition that you're wrong, you're acting in good faith if you're deleting the dictionary post that I'm posting and muting me. You're just a tiny prick.
What was the word?
I don't give a fuck. He goes, tell me, Ray, do you know what ISO means? And I go, yes. He goes, what does it mean? I go, equal. It means equal. And I forget what he said the definition was. It was just wrong. And then, of course, he mutes me and then berates me for 10 minutes for not knowing what ISO means. So then I post the dictionary definition, pointing a red arrow at the word equal. And, then he, deletes that. I posted it 3 or 4 more times. He deletes those. Eventually he lets one stay, but he wouldn't acknowledge it. So it's just bad faith. And that's the problem. It doesn't make any difference what your history is or where you think you want to go or where you've been. With this group, if you want to go anywhere, the only thing that you're going to be able to do is have a good faith debate. If you can't argue in good faith, then your message is going to go nowhere. Once you start acting in bad faith, particularly with the I mean, I can't fault for someone for using linguistic rhetorical tricks and wordplay to try to have get an upper hand in a debate. But when you start to do that, you're no longer arguing in good faith, and that makes you a dishonest character. It makes you a dishonest broker of your message, because what that says is, I have a message and I'm willing to cheat to get that message out and beat contrarian voices down. And there is no way in hell humanity is ever going to look at that with any degree of authenticity whatsoever. And people stay away from that shit. They just do. It's like poison. And, again, in the absence of his mute button masturbation, that conversation would not have gone that way.
Well,
And
people also like to stay away from sophistry as well.
But the sophistry is still a bad faith argument. So if you're going to accuse me of sophistry,
Globe
then go.
argument. I didn't accuse you of it, did I?
No, I'm not sitting here defending the globe because I think it's a clever trick or a stunt or a scam or
I'm
a
not
grift.
talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the side, the anti-flat Earth.
Well, I can't
side.
speak for those
Yeah.
people. I can't speak for those people, but that's the idea is if the idea that you're trying to communicate to mankind about a great truth that you're truly convicted in, and you're going to do that in a bombastically disingenuous, lying, abusive manner, it's just antithetical to your goal. You're never going to get there like that. I don't care how bent you are, burnt you were in your past life.
Do you know what his goal is, though?
Well, yeah, his goal was very clearly a primate dominance display. It's very classic among almost all primates. So you've seen like that.
How can you say what someone's goal is without even asking them?
I'm just looking at the behavior. So I majored in psychology in
You
college.
weren't looking at the behaviour. You were talking about he's not doing it right because he's not achieving his goals because he's not doing something. You have to know his goals to actually make that comment.
I mean, I'm not talking about his goals. I'm talking about your community's goals. I think I phrased it that way too. And I'm not sure what his goals are. It's not that I'm trying to read his mind or anything. I'm saying primate dominance displays have very telltale signs, and he just was showing them all. It was I see it in corporate America. I've been in corporate America since 1997. I see it all the time. The equivalent of like a dog pissing on a fire hydrant. It's just territorial marking. It's all
I see it all the
classic
time.
behavior.
I work in the big construction industry and run a business. I see it all the time.
Yeah, so it was cheap. It was, the thing is that I still couldn't help but sit.
But he did make a point that you didn't have the answers for it, though.
Which point was that?
Well, if I recall, I wasn't really, because I was at work, I wasn't listening too clearly, but there was a big talk about refraction, and they named 5 different refractions, and
yes. So I guess the problem so there's a certain kind of nuance in that debate tactic. It's a kind of a false dichotomy, if you will. So what you're going to do is you're going to say,
well, it's not really, because you're arguing for a refraction that you don't know exists.
That's exactly right, except for he was attempting to pretend in the world of refraction there were only 5 different effects, and they're all
scientifically studied.
He was saying in the world, the universe of all refraction, there were just these 5 effects. I'm sorry, but none of those effects are used to manufacture the glasses that I'm wearing right now. And guess how they work? Refraction.
Yeah,
so is it possible? That's all I'm saying is it possible in the realm of our imaginations that there's more than just 5 effects of refraction? And
then you need to come up with the refraction that makes the horizon come closer, goes further away from you.
Well,
when it should be at 1.22 miles. Then that should be your goal to come up with an argument. If you choose to do so, I'm not telling you what.
I don't think you really get what QE was putting down, though, because you're
the
talking
mute
about the
button. He
law
was
of
putting down the
refraction.
mute
When you bring up glasses, you're talking about the law of refraction, Snell's law, two different mediums, right? He was granting you your terrestrial globe refraction and going through which one of those, and there would be 5 types of those.
Yeah, but even then, even if I granted you those 5 atmospheric effects, it was the effects on visual objects in relation to what? In relation to what? All 5 of those were in relation to what?
The thing that you're
Remember?
saying is refracted,
No,
which is the
no,
problem.
no, that's not what they were.
Yeah, in relation to the horizon. The
The
thing that you say
horizon. Exactly.
Yeah,
That was
exactly what I just
right.
said, and you said no.
They're in relation to the horizon, right? And so when I was talking about it, I was talking about the effects on the horizon, not in relation to the horizon.
So which type of refraction is that?
I don't know. I'm not a refraction expert. That was just the place he
Okay.
wanted to go.
Find us the guy who knows them, because you're not the one with the proof that the horizon is geometric and refracted.
I didn't say that I was.
Well, we're looking for that guy.
Well, yeah, well, then playing cheap tactics and rhetorical games, you're probably not going to find anyone willing to even engage in
Well,
your community
why
that
not?
can speak with that.
If it's a fact that the horizon is geometric and refracted, there must be some known documented effect that somebody can come in here, some expert can come in here and speak to.
And who's going to what self-respecting person's going to subject themselves to the childish bullshit that I did? I happen to have infinite patience, but it's not going to happen.
Okay.
Outreach ain't going to happen.
So you're not a self-respecting person.
No, I have a lot more patience than most people, and I'm not a scientist.
You're not the one we're looking for, because we need somebody who has geometric proof that the horizon is actually in that picture at 1.2 miles, but affected by some type of refraction to appear at 10 or further.
Sure. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe you'll never find that person because perhaps that's not real and it's all bullshit. I don't know.
Yeah, seems like it, but the search continues.
All right, well, I'm going to listen in, guys. Well, anyway, that was the only piece I had to say about what was going on last night. Again, perhaps one of the smartest people I've ever talked to, and certainly perhaps the most gifted orator that I've ever listened to. Just not sure the tactics were healthy for the group in general, depending on what the group wants to do with itself. I mean, if you're looking to just be an echo chamber, that's fine. And that'll be great. You
Well, if that's our goal, we're not doing a very good job because you're here.
Well,
we're looking.
I'm here
for
on behalf
truth,
of a
man.
friend. I'll put it that way.
We're looking for truth. That's all we're looking for. And when people come in and argue a refraction that they don't know exists, then that's not really looking for truth, is it?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly not the one that's going to be able to argue too much about refraction. That's not. I would put it this way. I've been in this debate with a really good friend who's also, I would consider him a genius. He listens to your group all the time. He would never, it's not his place to come in and be a part of the community itself, but he listens to you guys religiously. And so I've been having this debate with him for about 2 years, I would say, at least, or 2.5 years.
That's
and
interesting.
Out of all of the topics within this subject matter domain, the close ground effects and refraction is the worst one to try to talk about because it is such a boiling, murky, seething pit of nebulous bullshit. There are so many other areas that you could get into, things about geometry, timing, distances and things like that are sometimes just simple Euclidean geometry.
Hey, Ray. Well, geometry is a good one,
Ray,
yeah?
Let me ask you.
Geometry is a good one. Hey, go, dude.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, man.
Somebody, yeah.
All right, cool.
No.
Listen, Ray, man, when I first came in, I heard you talking about a pilot who was doing some videos out the cockpit window.
Yeah, that's what my project that I'm working on right now. I posted a
Are
screenshot
you
up above.
familiar with a guy named Taboo Conspiracy? His name's Ben.
Yeah, that's the video I'm
Is that the
debunking.
same? Is that the same thing?
Yeah, that's the video I'm debunking. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
Trying
Man.
to debunk. You're not debunking it. You're trying to.
I already have one debunk out there, but it has a few errors
Well,
in it as far as the locations, and I didn't like it. I think I may have actually shared it in the group.
Do you know the pilot that took the video?
No, why would I
Or
know?
you just follow him on YouTube or whatever, right?
No, I saw my friend sent me Ben's video, and I watched it, and then I dug into the original video.
Okay.
I figured out. Well, he kind of gives you all the information that you need to actually find the flight in the flight tracker, so you can pull that up, and there's enough information, both visually from the pilot's original video and what's available through flight tracking to figure out pretty close like what his flight path was.
It's southwest. Yeah.
Yeah, basically southwest. I would agree with that. And but more importantly, like you can the night sky, you know, the stars are the stars, right? So they're just the fixed in the sky. So all you really have to do is map what he filmed out of it. I don't think he would have had to have filmed it out of his cockpit. So he's not like he's
How do you explain them not? How do you explain them not rising when you're going over a curve, though?
When I analyzed the geometry of the night sky, it did rise. That was very plainly obvious. It did rise. I mean, I know there's a visual perception.
Okay, so what's the degree difference on the flight, on the timing of the flight?
I don't know the exact ending of the flight. I just know it's off the coast of Africa, somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean, and it's about a 6 hour. But I would say, you know, if I had to punt, somewhere between 35 degrees and say 45 degrees was the pitch change in the aircraft, I would say. So the celestial
so those
south,
stars only heading west. When you're going south, shouldn't they raise up by 45 degrees?
Yeah, well, the celestial south pole does. The stars off to the right. The stars off to the right side of the plane, the field of view. Those are obviously rotating as the Earth rotates around the night sky. So the Earth would be rotating, you know, in the opposite direction that the aircraft was flying. So he actually almost keeps up with that rotation, but not quite.
But they're not flying towards the South Pole.
Yeah, they are. Well, it's southwest. That's what you just said, right?
Southwest. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're flying. Definitely, they're definitely not flying away from it or perpendicular to it. They're definitely getting
but
closer
not straight to it.
No, not straight to it. So no. So the
on the
celestial
left-hand side. Yeah.
Yeah, so the celestial south pole actually ends up in the camera's field of view by the end of that flight. If you map the night sky onto what's in the field of view of that video, the celestial south pole actually appears above the lower. It's in basically the lower left-hand corner of the frame.
It'd be interesting to see your video when you finished. Like, bring it back in, you know. And be interesting to look at.
Yeah, the way I'm doing it now is, it's like super complicated. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I had to teach myself a bunch of new stuff with.
Teach yourself some computer software, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I did. I don't know if it's still in my clipboard. Yeah, it's still in my clipboard, so I'll just paste it in the chat if you want to see what the editing looks like right now. So I'm in 3D software or in video editing software using 3D stuff. What I'm trying to do is fix the virtual camera onto that video that he filmed. So I want the video to stay still against the virtual camera. And I've already added the Earth's rotation. So the Earth rotates about 90 degrees over 6 hours. So that is already there. Of course, the night sky doesn't necessarily move, but I'm going to move the camera and the video and keep it locked onto the stars, so then you will see both how the video traverses the globe simultaneously while it's locked into the night sky behind it.
Awesome, man.
So
knock yourself out, bro. I think it's great.
Hey, the server. This is the question.
That's all we're here to do, man. Is say, hey, man, your claim is that the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference. It's like, wow, man. Okay.
And you guys have a rebuttal to the claim.
Yeah, no one's ever measured it.
Nobody's ever actually measured that little bitch. That's the problem.
How would you measure it in the first place?
Well, that's our question, not yours.
Oh, I just asked.
How would you measure it? That's exactly right. Yeah. How would you measure it?
All right, thank you, Chris.
Do you
Chris
take
fixed the live stream. No, he didn't.
Tape measure and go all the way around? How do you know you went around straight, and not off
That's right.
center?
Well, they're the ones that have given us dimensions. So their claim is they've measured it. So how would you measure that?
If you go to Walmart, they have a sale starting on Sunday. They have a tape measure that's 25 million miles long, and I think if you buy it in bulk, you get a better price. So I think it costs like $3,000. So for $3,000 and a little bit of time, you can measure the circumference of 25,000 miles, man.
Right, but anybody that claims to have measured the Earth, they'll tell you how they did it, no?
Well, yep. Yeah, that's why we're
Well, they
here,
don't
man.
pleasure to have measured it. They measured some shadows, came up with a mass equation.
Right, but
assumed that the Earth was a ball.
They would have the proposal that I had is if they claimed to measure the Earth, whether they measured it by shadows or whatever, they would tell you how they quote unquote did it. Whether or not it's a legitimate measurement is then the question.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not legitimate. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a nice calculation.
I'll be off work in 10 minutes. I'll jump in then.
All right. So
I think the
nobody's measured the Earth's circumference. That's the bottom line, man. Much less the radius. So it's been a while, man. We've been asking for this stuff, and it keeps. Nobody's ever said, "Hey, man, I can do it right here. Here we go. We're gonna measure it." That's it.
If you wanted to prove your fairy tale satanic globe, all you have to do is go to the east rim of the Grand Canyon, look across 70 miles. At 6 feet observation height, 70 miles, there should be 2,993 feet of curvature from where you're standing. And when you look out, it's perfectly flat. And then when you go to the south rim is 6,800 feet high. The north rim is 8,200 feet high. The north rim has a nice little forest of green trees up there. At 6 feet observation height, there should be 216 feet worth of the north rim falling away from you, and you shouldn't be able to see the green trees up there that are 1,400 feet higher than you are, but you can. Nothing is falling away. Nothing is bending away. Nowhere on this God's creation of a stationary plane is anything bending away at 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance, period. Nobody can show it. And it's the most stupid thing ever. And for those of us who believed it the majority of our life, me, 98%, 97% of my life, I can't believe I believed it. But I did because they got me at age 5. Cool story, bro.
Cool fantasy, bro. It's cool fantasy.
But is that a real story?
Absolutely, that's the real story. Absolutely, I've been in the Grand Canyon. I've been in the Grand Canyon a number of times, and I didn't think about it at the time because the Grand Canyon is really cool, man. And I was told I lived on a spinning space ball, and I looked across there. It was beautiful. Then I went to the south rim with my wife. Looked across the north rim. It was beautiful. We even went halfway down, third of the way down into the Grand Canyon. It was beautiful, man. But you know what? Looking back, nothing was curving away from me. Nothing.
Yeah, that's one of the big problems we have here with the globe is that they put the chips on the table and said, "Hey, man, this is the radius, the circumference. There you go."
Question:
And we just said, hey, man, whoa, okay. If you have that as your math, as your evidence for this globe, man, can we check it out, man?
Right,
Now,
but I don't know, I just thought of this, right? Like your
Yeah.
eyes aren't flat.
no, your eyes are, convex, right?
So I mean, like, could it be that your eyes, the way that your eyes are rounded, they're rounded in just the same way, but opposite of. I mean, like, it's ridiculous, right? But I don't know enough about how eyes work.
That's how you would reverse engineer it if you
The
use
eyes,
the
like,
eyeball as-
say we actually, we eyeball everything as flat. Is there a reason? Because our eyes are curved.
But we go to the ocean, man. It's just flat, man. I'm a sailor. Been out there.
Right, but that's how we see
Out
it.
there, man. It's flat.
How does it?
Flat. 360 around me. It's flat.
How does it actually work? Like, what comes into your
There's
eyes?
no curve, man.
The light that comes into your eyes, right? Like,
Sure, man. Yep. The
we
light.
see it as flat. I feel like everything I see is
There's no
perceived as
question, man.
two-dimensional.
That we walk outside the door and every morning and go, do I feel like I'm shooting around the Milky Way at 500,000 miles an hour or 1,000,000 miles an hour? No, you don't feel any. There's no
Right, but I can look at a
possible
curve.
senses of shooting around the Milky Way at millions of miles an hour, man. There's not. No, we don't do that.
I can look at a curved soccer ball, and I mean, I guess it's only the reflections that make it look round. But really, all I see is the circle, which is visible to directly in front of my eyes. Like, I can't see behind the ball.
Somebody mongoed. So we see a ball, man. Well, guess what, man? We can pick up the ball, soccer ball, baseball, whatever, and we can check it out, man. It's round. It's got a bunch of sides to it.
Yeah, I guess you can feel it. I guess
You can feel
once
it,
you
you can
put it
touch
in your
it.
hand, it's physically,
Put
you
your
can see
hand,
it's a
you
ball.
throw
But
it.
the Earth, you couldn't put in your hand.
Nah,
Well,
you've never
flat Earth.
seen that. You've never seen the Earth from outer space as a ball. I mean, with your own two eyes. I mean, nobody has.
Flat Earth professor dude has big
Yes.
hands. He can put the whole world in his hand. Flat Earth dude can put the whole world in his hands. He puts the whole world in his hands.
Maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, my favorite satellite story is about the Samsung selfie satellite. Have you guys ever heard of the Samsung selfie satellite?
I heard about it.
You guys heard about it?
You could pay a couple $100 and get a picture, couldn't you?
You know what? You could pay a couple $100 and you can have your picture taken from space.
Oh my goodness.
I am not kidding. Check it out, man. Google
I heard
it.
about that.
Fucking search it up, man. I don't give a fuck. Search it up. Selfie satellite, man. Turned out, man, that the Samsung selfie satellite was not attached in outer space. It was attached to a big giant balloon. And it crashed back down to Earth, man. And it was the most piece of shit looking thing I've ever seen, man. I mean, it was shitty. But yeah, you can just check it out. That's my favorite satellite story. So don't believe me. Check it out.
So
yeah.
So just a general question: what's like the? I mean, I think there's a theme to this chat, right?
I don't know if there's a theme, man. The theme is we're here 24/7, 365 days a year to talk about Earth, whether it's flat or round or square or whatever you want to come up with, man.
Actually, there's two themes. One is we see too far to live on a ball. So obviously that's real simple to know we live on a stationary plane, flat Earth. And the second theme is the other side's nuts.
All right, is that the theme though?
No, that's just my theme. I'm sorry.
So I'm just wondering, like, there's always like any discussion, any any chat, there's always a theme, right? I mean, it can be dynamic. I think that we saw that, but like generally speaking, it comes back to the theme, right?
I mean, we are dedicated in here to opening this platform to new people that are just looking into where they live.
What do you think the theme is?
I mean, the
Well, I
bottom
just
line
took the
is
name of the server. That's the
the
theme.
name of the server is
24/7
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
That's it.
Discord.
24/7.
No, Discovery. 24. Yeah.
It's
Discovery.
Discord, man. It's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, see, I could only see disco.
It's Discord.
I guess
Yeah,
I
that's what
mean
we do.
disco ... is what I see. I would put it in
So
the
we're
chat.
in here to talk about Earth, whatever shape you think it is,
It is.
24/7.
I kind of like the disco theme though. Oh, I can't post
There's no
pictures.
disco theme, man.
Oh, that's
Can
what it
we
says.
talk
It says
about Flat Earth and then we'll
24/7
play
Flat Earth
disco
disco.
music?
And then there's 3 dots.
I got a disco ball in my car while I'm talking.
How do I get the pictures? I gotta talk to a mod. Oh, man.
Oh shit! 24/7 Flat Earth Disco, man.
That would be funny.
Somebody kick a beat. Fuck's sake, man. Somebody, come on, help me out.
What are you going to
but I'm
post?
just. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Platter did it.
Somebody kick a beat.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess the bigger question was why is it that you guys come here, right? Is it to
Well, it's an interesting
host?
conversation. So when we have people who believe that they live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, we have a discussion with them. But when there's none of those guys in here, we have discussions about other topics as well. So it's
Everything
a good
from
place to be.
auto mechanics to construction to water purification. You name it, man. We'll talk about a variety of things, not just. But if somebody comes in and says, "Hey, man, I know it's a globe, and I can prove it," we're like, "The floor is yours, my friend. Go ahead."
Yeah,
I mean, for me, I had to come in like 3 different, maybe 4 different times to get off the flat Earth topic in the first place.
Yeah,
well, that's it, man. You never know how it's going to go, depending on what time of the day, man. But, yeah, you want to talk about growing food, or growing weed.
Yeah.
There's a couple of professionals around here that do that.
Yeah, I come in for the pizza.
Pizza's good. But the fact is this is a flat Earth server, man. Period.
Yeah.
And
So do you know how they claim to have gotten the Earth's radius? Crazy.
I assume it's got something to do with those shadows that were mentioned earlier.
Oh,
have you got Google handy?
I'm still on the psychoanalysis. I'm like 2 paragraphs deep.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah. Don't worry about that. Google. How do they know the Earth is a sphere of 24,000 miles in circumference?
How do they know the Earth is round?
Well, it's not round; it's a sphere. Round is is also synonymous with flat because it's a shape, a 2D shape.
Right? Yeah, it could just be a circle.
Things, man. 2 different things completely.
Yeah, I googled how do they know the Earth is a sphere, and the first thing that I'm DuckDuckGoing. First thing that came up is how do we know the Earth is round?
Yeah. See, even they can't get their shapes right.
Sphere.
Is this Arizona State University?
How do we know the
What
Earth
does
is
that
round?
say?
From
Submitted
Arizona.
by Danielle, who's a senior in high school.
There you go.
Answer
Right.
that's the question. So she's asking the right questions.
Yeah. What's the answer there?
Some Patrick McGurran, like other planets, the Earth is a sphere. The answer is correct, right? That part, at least with respect to sphere
Was that his
around.
answer? The Earth
No,
is a sphere?
that's the first sentence. It rotates around its own axis slowly but continuously. completes a rotation about once every 24 hours.
What
As
does
it
that tell you about a
rotates,
sphere? How does that
Big
how does
claims.
that prove a sphere?
well, I mean, a circle could also rotate once every 24 hours.
Well, it just like what's rotation got to do with the shape of a sphere?
Oh, this is the first paragraph. He's
All right,
got
cool. What else has he
like
got?
6 paragraphs in here, maybe 7. Number of reasons. We can test many of these ourselves too.
Like?
If the Earth
Does
was
he?
flat, we would be able to look out and see very
No,
far,
we're not
assuming
asking
no
about flat.
buildings.
We're just asking about how they know the Earth is a sphere.
Oh no,
That's
I'm
called
just
it's called a straw man. I know you're just reading the article, but I'm just
yeah.
commentating. I'm just commenting while you're reading it.
We could see another city that's hundreds of miles away,
We can. It's amazing.
or a ship sailing out to sea.
Oh, a geometric horizon.
No matter how far we see, we would still see this ship out at sea.
That's not true either, even on a
Yeah,
flat
but
surface.
they're trying to explain it to a 12th grader, right?
Yeah, but 12th graders aren't kids. They're young adults, you know, like they should be. That if this person who's a 12th grader obviously has done a science class, I'm sure they can understand what the scientific method is and a simple explanation of how they know the Earth is a sphere. Because so far all I've got is a lot of begging the question.
You've probably seen that when the sun is out, it causes a shadow to form. This is the next point. They got a couple of bullet points in here. There's 3 of them. So, it turns out we can use shadows as another piece of evidence that the Earth is round.
Well, how do they do
If
that?
the Earth were flat, then shadows would be the same length regardless of location. This means the sun is hitting all
That's
places on
assuming
Earth at the same
that
angle.
the sun is 93 million miles away.
Right. I mean, I think it would mean the sun is stationary, right?
No, because what they're saying is parallel light rays. They're saying because the sun is so far away, all light rays come in parallel. So they're saying the sun is 93 million miles away. So they cannot give you an answer without using any fallacies or begging the question. So all of these answers are because the Earth is a sphere, it does this. They're not actually giving you a reason of or the proof that the Earth is a sphere, are they?
Well, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I also haven't seen it that the Earth is flat per se from this article, right? I don't think they're trying to argue in that way.
No, I don't think
But
they're arguing. I just think they're, you know,
here's the
treating
last
the
one,
person
right?
who's asking the question like a simpleton. But you know,
Here's the last one. During a lunar eclipse, the Earth passes between the moon and the sun.
what about a Salinellian eclipse where they're both in the
Hold up,
sky at the
hold up.
same time?
When that happens, the sun's projects Earth's shadow onto the moon.
So
When that happens, you can actually see the Earth's shadow if you look up at the moon. If you do this, you'll see there is a round shadow, not a flat one. So I don't think that answers the question to a sphere.
Yeah, instead of curved. Yeah, I think they mean a curved shadow because you can't have a round shadow because a round would be a circle. So you can't project the Earth's size onto something that's smaller. But so out of any of those answers, did you get anything definite that the Earth is a sphere from that?
No, but they end the article this way, right?
Yeah.
A follow-up question might be whether the Earth could be flat and round like a pancake.
Straw man. I
Oh
don't
no, this
think
is
it's.
what I was
Yeah.
getting at earlier. I think this is what you were getting at. This would cause the shadow on the moon to be round, but the shape of maybe not.
No, that's silly. That's yeah.
You would have an ellipse, right? Oh, here it goes. If the Earth were flat but rotating, its shape would be different for ellipses at different times of the day or night.
Yeah, so they're begging the question that we think the Earth is a disk in space. Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering if it's not a sphere, then maybe the next assumption would be that it's a disk in space, right? And the assumption after
Well,
that would be that it's just what you'd say a square or some sort of infinite flat
well,
space,
the problem
convex,
is that
concave.
none of us have ever said that we live on a disk in space. So this is what they do. They just turn it out to make it look ridiculous. They couldn't prove to you that the
Right, but
Earth
they
is a
don't.
sphere without strawmanning the flat Earth. They strawmanned it first of all, saying that if it was flat, you could see forever. That's incorrect because of angular resolution. And then they strawmanned that we think we're a disk in space. So it's two strawmans and not one proof of a sphere in that article. It didn't answer anything, did it?
Right, but I don't think they claim to 100%. At the end of the article, they say these are just a few testable ways we know the Earth is round. Not that
Okay,
it's
so how do
flat.
they know? My question again is, how do they know that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, if it's not round, then it's a circle, right? If it's not a sphere as well. It's either a sphere or a circle of some sort, whether it's convex
Why?
or concave.
Whoa,
Why does it
man.
have to be a circle?
Could be square. Could be a square.
Well, how could if you have a square Earth, how could you have these round projections on the moon? That's what I'm wondering.
Round projections on the moon? So
Oh
you
shit.
mean like a
Hey,
curved line?
hey,
So can you
crazy.
get
Are you in the live stream voice text right above the live stream?
I don't think so. I had
Yeah.
it open like an hour ago.
All right. There's a little video of a flat shadow on the. Anyway.
Oh,
It's
you're
in a
on
curved
Discord or
surface?
on YouTube?
1013. It's right here
On
on the
Discord?
Discord.
A flat
It was,
shadow.
yeah, a flat shadow
On a curved surface.
on a curved surface.
Okay.
Yeah.
Creates a curve, doesn't it? So that they
It's
can throw that
at
one out.
13 minutes after the hour. Yeah.
They're
Check it out.
saying only a curved line can create a curved shadow, but that's not true,
No,
is it?
so that's not what I meant either.
Yeah,
I
it is.
guess
What?
Yeah, it's exactly what you meant.
what I meant is if
We
you
would
had
only
something
see
that
during a lunar eclipse, we would only see the roundness of Earth shadowing the moon. Really?
no,
That's
but
what
I
the
was
article said.
That's
no,
what the
I'm
article
looking.
said.
If I'm looking at this skiff, right? It's that there's never like a unlit part on the sphere, right? So I was saying like if you had a piece of paper that was small enough
Wait,
that
which GIF are you looking at?
the flat GPT one.
Yeah, but which one?
The
Oh,
orange.
okay, great.
Yeah, the
The
orange.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but imagine that you never had a shadow outside of that orange.
Imagine. Just imagine it,
Would
bro.
would it still be the case that it could be round? That's what I don't know.
If you
All
didn't
the
have a
way around?
shadow outside of the orange? What do you mean?
Yeah. Right. I mean, like they never go but like halfway through the paper, right?
Yeah, but
Hey,
there's not a
you can
if
test this shit
you've got a
yourself, dude. Don't
got a
trust us.
line
Test
if you've
this
got a
shit
line
yourself.
on the moon directly in the middle, the line's not curved, it's straight. Yeah, correct?
Yeah, but that's also not what I meant. I meant if you have light all the way around the shadow. and on all edges of the shadow there's light.
Where's the light coming from?
Well, and what's it called? They said a lunar eclipse. The sun's got to be behind the Earth, and the moon in front of it.
Correct. Yep.
So the
Correct.
light would be coming from the sun.
Light would be coming from the sun, so the Earth is in the way of the sun hitting the moon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you trying to say?
I don't know if it's ever the case that you have the phenomena I was talking about in the first place, where you have light all the way around as well, the moon. So if you looked at the moon, if there was like a ring of light on all
No,
edges
you're
of the
talking
shadow.
about a solar. You're talking about a solar eclipse.
That's solar. That's a different eclipse.
Yeah. You're thinking the moon goes in front of the sun, yeah? That's solar eclipse.
Yeah, okay.
A lunar
Yeah.
eclipse is when the Earth gets in the way and creates a shadow on the moon. Is the mainstream.
Yeah, so
narrative.
what I was
Yeah.
talking about is completely on the other side of things.
Yeah. So
It happens,
again,
man.
anything
There's a
in
lot
that
of
article
shit
that
to know, man.
proves that Earth's a globe, or should we look more into it?
Yeah, no, I mean, it just goes back to the fact that I don't really know anything. I don't even know a lunar from a solar eclipse.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's what we're doing here. Yeah. So let's go to the shadows then. They spoke about the shadows. Yeah. So they said if the Earth was flat, all shadows would be the same.
Yeah, but these guys,
Length.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah, why do I have any reason to believe these guys? There's got to be better guys to answer this question.
Yeah. But what this goes to is when we talk about shadows, there's a claim. There's another claim that a guy 2,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago, measured some shadows with some sticks in a well. I don't know. They keep changing the story. So what he did was he assumed that the sun was an infinite distance away, so that you get parallel light rays, right? So they all come in parallel. When have you ever seen parallel light rays?
Is that possible? I guess if you had like a flat LED green.
Yeah, but we're talking about the sun, like just in nature. Have you ever seen the sun come through the clouds and it
Yeah, but you could have
diverges?
is it impossible to have a naturally occurring flat luminescent surface? I don't know if that's the right word
Sorry?
either. If luminescent is right, but a flat
No, because
surface
we're
which
getting in.
produces light.
What I'm getting into is this is the claim that how they got the radius of the Earth. This is how I'm going to go through it with you and explain how they did it. Yeah. So the guy assumed that he lived on a ball. Then he assumed that the sun was an infinite distance away. And then apparently he measured some shadows on the was it the solstice or the
solstice or
measured
equinox.
another shadow somehow. Measured the two shadows because he assumed he lived on a ball and that parallel light rays come in parallel. He did a maths equation and said that the Earth is this big. Now, do you think that is a good enough way to measure the Earth's radius or circumference?
I mean, I think the
Like
real
they still
question
go.
is if there's a better way.
Dude, they've been soaking this way for 2,500 years, man. This is how it was done for 2,500 years.
This is still how they claim.
Still how they claim it today.
But like the idea of science is that you just do whatever is
Science.
best,
No.
right?
Science is a method. It's not a thing, man. Sorry.
Right, but you
Method
just
of
do
cause and
whatever is
effect. So
best and repeatable.
Exactly.
So I think the shadows are
Dude, I did
repeatable.
the test. I gotta know. I know a mathematician in here. Him and I did the test together twice. We did it on the equinox and the
And he's a
solstice.
glober.
He's a
Yeah, I
glober.
mean, I'm a
And
mathematician, but I don't fucking do these tests.
him and I measured some shadows, and we came up with some calculations, and we came up with a calculation that the sun was 3,400 miles away. That's it. That's what we came up with our equations. So it was a shadow on the equinox, on the solstice, and we took those measurements and we calculated them into an assumption, and it came out the Earth and the sun are 3,400 miles apart. Okay, man. Wow. With a math professor. So if anybody can do better than that, man, let me know. Because him and I did it together, and we came up with the distance to the sun at 3,400 miles. Or 40. It's close.
I mean, is that like how? I'm just wondering, like, if I were somehow writing something that leveraged these measurements, some program, or some sort of
Well,
software,
all
right?
you're doing is measuring shadows, because you
Right,
don't
but
know
if
the distance to the sun.
no, but like say like the distance to the sun was somehow a static variable in a
An
program I
assumption.
wrote. Yeah, say it's something that I assume
Yeah.
to be fixed. If I were to write the program and it were a predictive model, right? I would optimize that distance such that the model is the best possible predictor.
What's a predictive model?
Oh,
So
yeah.
some sort of equation is the best way to state it. A set of variables that
Of
given
what though?
Numbers.
numbers given certain
Numbers.
inputs
Lots of
will
numbers.
Yeah, but of what? What are you doing with this model? Like, what
oh
is
it's
it?
just a hypothetical. You could do different things. I don't know what exactly the application is where you would care about the distance from the Earth to the Sun or the diameter of the Earth or anything like this. Maybe something to do with satellites or
Well,
something to do
Oh,
with.
boy. We're
well,
getting
we
off.
only care. We only care because they're making a claim, which is, and it's an unverified claim.
Right,
That's the
but
only reason we care.
I'm just saying, say I were to build one of these devices or one of these models that somehow needs to know that information.
Yep.
And I build it a whole bunch of times, and every time I build it, I change the calculation. That's the independent variable, I guess, right?
What about if? Yep.
I guess that's the experimental variable, right? Everything else is controlled for.
Dependent. Yep.
Everything else is controlled for, right? So I just let.
Well, how is everything else controlled when we live in a dynamic system and they claim gravity and
I'm just
an
assume it is, right?
spheroid? That we don't actually live on a sphere; we live on an oblate spheroid as well. So, how do you
Right,
calculate that
but
into it? Because wouldn't the gravity be
regardless,
bigger at the equator because the mass of the Earth is bigger? So, would you be heavier at the equator? But then you
right?
should be
So
lighter. But then you should
you
be
could
lighter because you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So does that
say
counteract gravity? And like,
say the
you got too
dynamic.
many variables.
Yeah, but
Do you know if
maybe
they've got a scientific model?
the
Do they
dynamic
have a
system,
scientific model?
right? Just assume the dynamic system has a finite number of states.
That's impossible.
Yeah, I'm just assume, right? For discussion purposes.
I'm not really in the realm of assuming.
Right, but
That's how we got in this mess in the first place.
if it were the case that you had a finite number of states, or that here's even better. Say you have an infinite number of states, but they're bounded within a range.
Well, that's how they did it. assumed the sun was an infinite distance away. So there you go. Another
Right, but
assumption.
this is, I'm just saying, you have an infinite number of states, but you can say they're within a certain range, right? Each variable is bounded. Like, it's not possible that the sun is 1 billion miles away, right? It's got to be, I don't know, 1 million to 100 million. I don't know the factors, right? But for instance,
It's got to be.
so
Well,
if you can bound every state, then you can discretize your, although infinite, bounded states. And if you test your model across these states,
model of what though?
is it any model that utilizes the
No, but can we
variable?
talk about a strict model? Like, can we have an example of what model you're talking about? Like,
I
what
don't
would you
really
do?
see. I don't really know enough about them. But say
'Cause it's a
I have a
very vague
model that needs,
conversation.
right, the model that somehow needs one of these factors, whether it's the distance from the Earth to the Sun, or say it's something like this, the distance from the Earth to the Sun. Okay, and somehow this model leverages that distance to optimize a process it performs, or it uses that distance, right, to optimize a process it
A lot of
performs.
words going on with no conclusions, though, isn't there?
Right, but I'm getting there. I mean, you could say it's something like, I don't know, solar energy harvesting, right? Somehow this matters the distance from the sun. If you were to vary the distance and test the energy harvester,
Well, you'd need to know
for example,
You'd need to know the output of the sun to know how far away it was. Yeah, wouldn't you?
well, you could test it across all possible states, right?
Well, test it. All you do is you find out how you measure. What are you calling them? Solar what? You said solar harvesting, but what are we measuring? What are we picking up? What are we picking up from the sun? The radiation from the sun, or what?
Yeah, I guess it's some sort of heat. Doesn't have to be exactly light.
So if you get that, because the only place you can read it is on the Earth. Yep, on the Earth, wherever we live. So then, how do you reverse engineer this to work out the distance of the sun? I don't understand how you do that.
Well, it would have to be
without the output and the distance.
somehow maybe the models that I have the distance of the sun doesn't actually matter, right? It has to matter in the model.
Yeah, what would matter? Like why? Because the only reason we have the distance to the sun is because they assumed the radius of the Earth, and then assumed that Venus was the same size. And then when Venus did a transit of the sun, they came up with the equation that the sun was 93 million miles away. Yeah. So it's pretty bad. You got two assumptions. You got the Earth, size of the Earth, which was assumed, and then you got the assumption that Venus is the same size as Earth and is a planet floating in the outer space. So, when you start with an assumption, what are you going to end up with? You're going to end up with a really wrong answer, aren't you?
You gotta have one thing that is the assumption only, I guess, in the end.
And then how do we confirm our answers when we have the one thing that we're starting with is an assumption?
Well, you test that assumption across.
How do you test it?
Well, you set up many experiments. I guess the assumption is just a hypothesis, right? You don't really assume it. You hypothesize it, right? And then you test it.
That's why I wanted to know what we were looking for, because now we're kind of off into just a vague conversation about assumptions and like what are we actually looking for? Like, and then I think we can talk more clearly about it.
Well, for me, it's like you got to first understand the method, right? You set up a whole bunch of tests.
Yeah, but what's the
with
conclusion we're looking for? What's the hypothesis?
at
Right.
the
Let's do that.
end of
What
all
is
the
our
tests.
hypothesis in this conversation?
At the end of all the tests, you should have one variable that you say is the best.
Yeah, but what is the
assumed.
hypothesis we're talking about? What is it?
Well, it could be anything.
Yeah, but if we're going to have a conversation about it, let's pick one.
Just say you have a pencil. And you have a whole bunch of them, right? So you have a whole bunch of pencils with different wear and tear on them, and you want to
Physical
say
pencils.
that, right? Yeah, and you control that the tip is as sharp as usual, and
Okay.
right.
So
It's
you
a
know what the
certain.
difference. You know what the difference is with this, and and then we get into the sun and outer space. Do you know what the difference is with testing these things?
Well, I'm just getting at the very base.
Yeah.
Kind
The
of
thing is that we can
mechanism.
actually test and do things to these pencils because they're here. The problem with the stuff in claimed outer space is we can't test or go to any of these places to actually confirm that what we're doing is correct. Yeah? See the difference?
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like there's got to be other things where
think
we
that-
can't actually
Yeah,
do it, but we've updated our model, and then as a result, predictions of that model have become more accurate.
What's the updated model?
Well, you change a few static variables.
You need a model to start with, though, to update it.
I mean, like, think about a machine learning model, right? Like, say I have a model that reads a whole bunch of text, and the output of the model is to say whether this text was positive or negative. And you have a paragraph that you read.
Yeah, but that's a physical paragraph, isn't it, that you can check and make sure the machine is correct. Yeah.
You can't control the paragraphs that are generated. I mean, I guess you could if you really want to, but if you're just only taking data that is published by other human beings, not yourself, then you personally can't control that.
I don't know where that's going, that one. Sorry, man.
I mean, it's in the end, it's an uncontrolled model that you observe, and your observation, right?
Can you relate this uncontrolled model to a model of the Earth or the model of the solar system that we live in?
Well, this is what I'm getting at. Is that in the end, the value that you're measuring, whether a paragraph or a sentence is positive or negative, is 100% up for interpretation, and you'll get a different answer from different individuals.
Of course.
It's non-deterministic.
Yeah, but if you want to relate that to the ball, like to the Earth or the solar system that they claim they have a model for, then how do you test these things?
Well, you can't actually measure it, right? That's what we were getting at. So the same point is valid that you
can
can't
measure
actually. Well, say you measure
can't.
the distance
Can't
from the
measure
sun, but can you actually measure how positive or negative a sentence is?
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, it's the same phenomena that you start with a system you can't measure.
You're saying that my perception of whether a sentence is positive or negative is the same as not being able to measure the distance to the sun?
Well, it's the same as your perception of how far you believe the distance of the sun is.
I don't make a claim. I don't really I don't really care how far away it is. They care how far away it is because the sun has to be at that distance for their model that doesn't work to kind of work.
I guess it's the same because, like, I don't really care if a sentence or a paragraph is positive or negative, but in the end, whoever is using that information cares.
You're trying very hard not to talk about Earth, aren't you?
Well, I don't know enough about it, but like something like sentiment
No, that's why we
analysis,
were
I know
having a
about.
conversation about it, though. I was trying to
You
get
don't want to
you
learn.
to.
Well, I'm
Yeah, I was
trying
get you
to think of what you're even getting at by analogy, by something I know a little bit about.
Well, that's why I was taking you into the shadows, but you didn't want to talk about them. I was explaining to you how they got the radius of the Earth, and then everything after that. So they got it from an assumption, and then everything after that is based on an assumption. So the whole thing's flawed. You can't base
I don't think you
a
can
whole
say
model on it.
I didn't get there, right? It's just that I got there by different means.
Okay, but can you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean that was the whole point. I don't think because the earlier train of thought just wasn't making sense to me, right? So I had to go by way of analogy.
Okay, you wanted to turn it into something that you could understand.
Well, that I had enough background.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Time spent in.
So we're at a place where they made assumptions and made the circumference and radius of the Earth. Now you're here like you're on the fence. You don't know it. You're saying you don't know enough. Now it's been explained to you how they got these things. So do you think that is sufficient to claim that they know how big the Earth is?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
For it.
I think you're some bitch ass niggas, and the Earth is round. The fuck you talking about?
Okay, good on you, man. You got any proof? You got any proof for it?
I feel like that was a positive.
I have a lot of proof. I have a lot of proof. Okay?
That was a very positive.
So let me tell you.
Do you have any proof?
Let me tell you. How does how is a flat surface gonna orbit? How is a flat surface gonna orbit the sun?
Hey, have you got any proof of the?
I have a lot of proof. I actually have a lot of proof as well. So how can a flat surface orbit the sun? That's just my question.
You.
How can something?
Okay.
It's just.
So I'm just going to put you on mute for a second, so you can let me ask you a question. All right, I'm going to open your microphone back up because I want to actually have a conversation with you. But if you can just give us a little bit of evidence of why the Earth is a sphere, then that would be great. You're now unmuted.
Okay, so my evidence. How can a flat surface orbit the sun for 364 days a year?
How do we know it's orbiting the sun?
Because it's science. It's
right, but
been proven.
Your evidence is a question in and of itself, right?
Okay, I can ask. How about this? How would that work?
We don't want another question,
how would
right?
we orbit the sun if we were flat? Okay, go on.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not here to answer the question for you. The question we posed is, what is the evidence?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Well, I don't claim to know anything about.
Okay, who claims to know everything? Who claims?
Well, if you can ask a question after you answer the question that was asked first.
Okay, so basically, we have been to the moon, and people have seen with their own eyes the Earth rotating. And how would it work if the Earth was flat? Where would the water go?
Have they? Who's seen this with their own eyes?
Armstrong.
Yeah, how can you confirm that?
Okay, how can you confirm that the Earth is flat? That's my question for you.
See,
no, we're just
with another question.
Exactly, obfuscation.
Okay, question with a question. It works.
Shutting down. Does anyone heard of that?
What?
What's that?
It's just
up and down.
It's just basic
shutting down.
Knowledge. The Earth is round. It's just basic knowledge.
What's your evidence?
What's your evidence that it's
It's
Flat.
really the. I mean, it gets back to where I was going. Is
It's a
that a
philosophy.
positive or negative statement? I mean, it's
What I'm
basic
saying is
evidence that.
what you guys are saying is a philosophy that was proven wrong a long time ago.
No, sorry, mate. You've got your words mixed up. So you actually believe that you live on a space ball with no proof. So
Okay, you believe
what
we
it?
live on a flat surface with
Hang on,
no
just
proof.
let me explain it. Let me explain it.
Right, go
Well,
on.
I got plenty of proof, mate. But
Alright, show me.
you know,
Tell
are,
me.
are you gonna? Have you got enough self control to actually have a conversation, or you're
Yeah,
just gonna
go on.
keep on interrupting me?
Nah,
Yeah.
go on.
So what it is you can't actually prove that you live on a spinning space ball. So what that is, it equates to a religion. Do you know what the definition of religion is?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna bring religion into this as well.
Yeah, having a belief without any proof. Yeah.
So you're not a religion. You're what's it called? You don't
Oh
believe
yeah,
in a
man.
god.
You're not religious then.
No, I'm religious. I'm really religious. I'm Muslim, alhamdulillah.
Okay.
And
Well,
in my book,
I'm pretty sure the Quran says it's flat too. So
I believe in the Quran, and the Quran says that the Earth is round, and it
where
rotates
round or spherical?
round. It's a
Quran,
ball.
dude.
A
Have
sphere.
you read
It's
the
a sphere.
Quran?
A sphere. It's called a sphere.
Yeah. Where does it say this? Can you post it in the live stream?
I don't have the Quran with me. I haven't memorized the Quran.
Made Chat GPT this.
You, the other guy, the
Yeah,
white
go
guy.
on.
Have you read the Quran? The
Yes,
guy
I have.
answering. No,
Yes, I
not
have.
you.
Yes, I
The
have.
other guy.
I read the Quran. It
The,
doesn't
the
say the
white
Earth's
guy.
sphere.
No, I haven't read the
Well, it
Quran,
says
but
that the
Have
Earth's
you read
Has
it?
flat,
the
spread out.
Australian guy read the Quran?
no,
What
but there's
language have
plenty
you
of
read it?
Muslims in here that have said it's flat. So have you? Have you
Muslims.
read it?
Nah,
You haven't
I've
read
read
it
it.
yourself, as by what you were saying before. That
Why are
you
you
just
getting mad?
contradicted yourself, my
Why are you
friend.
getting mad? Why are you screaming at me?
You know,
Yeah.
the
Go
Chat
ahead, mate.
GPT can hallucinate, right? So this, I feel like this is bullshit. Even if I look it up here.
Exactly. Just ChatGPT just proved my point.
Well, I didn't even do it yet.
Okay, go on, do it.
Well,
I just want you to see the point.
I'm looking it up. Does the Quran? How do you spell it? K-A-R-A-N?
Quuran.
K-U-U-R-A-N? Or one U?
Wait, no, one U. Quran.
Oh, it's with a Q. Q-U-R-A-N. The Earth is a sphere. Question mark. The Quran, the holy book of Islam, does not explicitly state that the Earth is a sphere. It's the first
Well,
sentence. The
there
Quran
you go.
was revealed in Arabic over 1400 years ago, and its description of natural phenomenon are often poetic and symbolic. The concept of the Earth being a sphere was not well established in the pre-modern world, so the Quran does not explicitly address the Earth's shape. However, some Muslims and scholars have interpreted certain verses in the Quran as being consistent with the idea of a spherical Earth. For example, there are verses that describe the Earth as being spread out or made flat, which
Like
some
a carpet.
interpret to the Earth's vast
So there
expanse,
we go. Does
but not necessarily implying a flat shape. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
It's
show me
almost
where it says it's
counter
flat. Show me where it says it's flat.
argument
It's flat. Go on.
with the Quran says, according to ChatGPT.
Okay, if you want to go according to ChatGPT, right? Is the Earth flat or round? A sphere?
I'm just
What
putting
will it
the
say?
response in the chat really quick.
No.
'Cause I can't do the
Okay. Let me search. Let me search on ChatGPT. Is the Earth flat or round?
yeah, but that has nothing to do with the Quran.
If you want to go,
As
the
the
Earth is
ChatGPT,
roughly a sphere,
if you can have a round flat table.
and in a hadith from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he says the
Do you
Earth.
even know
If you
what
show
round means? Do you even know what
a
round
sphere,
means? Because you're saying round.
Okay, it's the same thing, same concept. He said, if you shrunk the Earth down to the size of an 8 ball, size of a ball, a tennis ball,
Well, how are you gonna
It would
do
be
that? Nobody can do that. Probably only
okay. It would
God.
be as smooth as an 8 ball. Have you ever?
Who made this story up? Is this like a story that
Okay, it's
someone
a
made up
hadith.
and you
It's a
believe it?
hadith. It's a hadith.
DeGrasse.
Is there? Wait, I have a question. Are there any Muslims in this chat?
Yeah.
Who's a Muslim?
Yeah.
So which Muslim is gonna make the earth as small as a ball? Who's gonna do that?
Allah
Which
subhanahu
Muslim
wa
is
ta'ala.
gonna do that?
No Muslim, no one has the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Exactly. So why are you making claims that only God knows about?
Because it's a hadith. It's from the Prophet. You know what a hadith is? A hadith is a message
Yeah.
from a Prophet. We have
Okay. So when did the Prophet say that you live on a cartoon spinning ball?
cartoon. Well, okay, I have a question. So you're basically coming at me for not having any proof.
No,
Where's
bro.
your
Think
proof?
about
This
it.
is my question to
Think
you.
about. Just think about it. When I see the cartoon, think about it. When you think about this Earth, think about it. What do you see in your mind? What does it pops in your mind?
I see a solar system.
Does it look like a cartoon?
It does not.
Oh, so it looks like a real thing that you can see with your eyes, does it?
Yes, it does.
Oh, really? Have you ever seen the solar system that is not a cartoon?
I've seen pictures. There is a lot of.
You seen photograph or you
Okay,
seen
we see
cartoons
photographs.
of
Yeah.
the
What have you
Tell-
seen?
Be
What have you
honest.
seen?
Under God, have you seen cartoons of the solar system or have you seen real thing with your own eyes? Have you
Satellite
seen
pictures.
this?
Okay, have you seen the
Okay,
Earth
okay, okay.
being?
Type solar system in your Google search right now and tell me what you see. Do you see cartoons or you see photographs, like photographs that you take with a camera? Tell me which one you see.
Wait.
Just type solar system.
Yeah.
And tell me what you see.
I'll tell you what I see. I see a solar system.
Cartoons.
There's no cartoons.
You see cartoons,
So
bro. Think about it.
You saying it's a real photo that you're
Wait.
looking at?
Wait. Okay, I see pictures. Let me wait. Satellite. You know what a satellite is?
Show me the photograph of the satellite that you found on the Google search. Show it to me.
Okay. Wait.
Text it to Jamesy.
Oh, a minute.
Yeah. Cartoons, right? That's what you see when
There's
you
no cartoons.
search solar system.
Wait. I have a question.
I feel like you came in recently, Swaggy, like within the past
Nah,
30
I've been
minutes.
here a long time. I had the same discussion with another guy. It's a long time ago. I haven't been here in a
Do you
while.
see the cartoons of the solar system or
There
no?
are cartoons. I'm not gonna lie. There are cartoons, but there are some real pictures as well.
Told you.
No, but the
Okay.
question is why did you come here?
Me? Because I wanted to learn. I wanted to see what you're thinking about, to be honest.
Yo, we have a
I'm
Muslim
interested in your
flat Earth
thinking.
Discord server if you want to join that.
What?
We have a Muslim flat Earth Discord if you want to join that. I can invite you.
Nah, I'm good. I'm just coming here to just have a conversation as well.
Cool.
So you know the Prophet never said you live in a cartoon, right? Like you're claiming.
No. So what the Prophet says is there's life and there's an afterlife. That's all we know.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. But when did he say you live in a cartoon spinning globe like you looking right now in the cartoon
So
Google
basically,
search? You're saying you live on
so
that. You yourself are claiming that you live in this cartoon, but the
I have
Prophet
a
never
question.
said that.
I have a question though. In Yom al-Qiyam, like the day of judgment, the sun will rise from the east. East or
Yeah,
west, I don't
the
even
sun
know.
is moving, right? You can see the sun rising from the east.
Yeah,
Yes,
the sun
yes,
rises
sure.
from the east. Okay.
Yeah.
How does that
And
work?
then at noon is above your head, right? At noon is above your head.
Yeah, when the sun rises
And
from the east or
then
west.
at the evening is setting. Is the sun moves away from you? You can look at this. It's
Okay, I can
moving
see.
away from you, and then it sets on the west, right?
Then I can see the moon with my own eyes. How
Yeah,
about
me
that? I
too.
can see it
Everybody
spinning.
here can see it. Everybody
Exactly.
can see, unless you're blind. Yeah, you can see the
What
moon.
do you
Yeah,
see? What do you see when you look at the moon?
you see phenomena
Cool.
in the sky. Sky phenomena.
Does the moon spin around or does it not? Do you
No,
think? I have a question. I have a question for you. Can I ask?
it doesn't
So,
spin
You
do you
have
around.
your
think
you doesn't
do you
spin
think the
around. You
Earth is
always
flat?
see one face of the room. You can only see one
Yeah,
face
because
of
that's
the
what
I,
your
moon.
eyes see. I
so
have a
I
question for
want
you.
to know
Do you
something.
think the Earth
Is
is
the
flat?
Earth in the sky?
Well, I have a
Is
Do
the
question.
Earth
you
in the
think the Earth
sky?
is in the sky?
Yeah, good
What do you mean? Is the
question.
Earth in the sky?
Yeah, because
Wait,
you're
guys.
talking about the Earth, and you're just saying, "Have you seen the moon?" But
Wait,
bro, the moon
I have
is
a
above
question.
you. Listen. You need to
Yeah, go
realize this.
on.
Listen, bro. The sky is above your head. Do you agree that you have to look up to look at the sky?
Oh yeah, that's of course because
Yeah.
it's on
Okay.
the
There. Yeah.
on the ground.
And where
When you're on the other side.
and tell me when you where is the ground? Is the ground above your head or under your foot? Under your feet? Where
Okay,
is it? The
what's
ground?
under the ground? What's under the ground?
Okay. Where is the ground? Is it under your feet or above your head?
Okay, it's under my feet due to gravity.
Exactly. So why are you saying the ground that is under your feet, it's something that is above your head?
Then I have a question for you. How would the gravitational pull work if the Earth was just
You
flat? How would it
you
work?
don't know
Because
the
you
answer
need
to that question.
because you need a round, and the gravitational force needs to be in the middle of the Earth for
You're all
gravitational
over
force
the
to work.
place, man. Just stick to one subject and talk
Okay,
about that
wait.
one
Okay, how about
subject.
this?
Okay.
All right.
How? Wait. You
Sir.
see, how does the sun move? Is it like a flat? Do you think the Earth is flat or the whole galaxy, every
You know
planet is
that
flat?
the prophet says, I mean, I don't know about that prophet, but you know that in the scripture it says that why will you want to know things about the sky if you haven't figured the things under your feet first? You don't haven't figured the ground first yet, and you want to talk about
You
things
only
of the
figured
sky,
out
bro.
4% of the ocean.
You listen, you haven't figured out the things under your feet, and you're trying to figure out things of the heavens above, bro. You're really going on a path that you have no idea what you're talking about. So better stick to your God-given senses and your immediate experience and start from there.
So how would the wait? Let me. If there's people on the other side of the Earth, if it's night for
That's
them,
an
how will
assumption.
it
I
be
mean, on the
daylight
other
for
side,
us?
like on the other side of town, like I could be on
North
one
Pole,
side
South
of the
Pole.
town.
No,
You're
no.
saying that there's
Opposite side of the world. North Pole, South
The
Pole.
Earth is
How is one
you're
side daylight and the other side is nighttime? If the Earth was flat, it would all be
the
the same.
sun is not as big as you think it is. The sun is
But it is
smaller,
though. But
and
it is.
the Earth is the floor of the universe. The
Do you
edge of
think
the
that?
Earth is the edge of the universe. You could say.
Do you personally think that?
I
So
know for a fact that I'm standing on the floor.
okay,
yeah.
so
We
Do
can
you
all
know for a
verify that.
fact that you're standing on a ball in the void?
yes, in fact,
Because I know that I know that beneath my feet is ground, and I know the sky's above me.
Yeah, that's
okay,
pretty
so
simple stuff.
wait, so people on the other side of the Earth, like South Pole, North Pole, how would that work? If one side is daylight and
Are
the
you
other
are you
Doesn't
side,
thinking
work.
about the
wait,
cartoon?
wait, let
No,
me, let me
wait,
finish, let me finish, let me
listen.
finish.
You
Daylight and
moved.
night, how would that
Listen,
work?
listen. You moved from the realist level back to the cartoon because right now you're thinking about this cartoon that you never experienced, and you're talking about people in the cartoon, bro.
Can I tell you something?
Right.
How does
Okay,
the
good.
entire world get sunlight if it's flat?
Exactly.
Can you
The
just
whole Earth will get sunlight.
Oh my
If
god.
that, by your logical,
So
like
guys,
guys just one at a
statement, by
time,
your logical
yeah?
statement, the whole world would be the same. It would be sunlight same time, the whole world, and night the same time.
that's an
That's the reason.
assumption.
That's not an assumption. That's a fact. I can tell you for a fact
Yeah.
that it is not
How?
the
But
same.
Hmm.
what if
Why is
the
there different
sun?
timings? Why is there different
What if the
timings?
sun was like a basketball, right? If I threw the basketball up as high as I could throw it,
Okay.
would it be above everybody's head at the same time?
No, because if it was flat, it would have two sides, and the sun would only give sunlight to one side. which is the
How does the
outside.
sun give
Flat,
That's
sunlight
an
to all of
flat.
us?
assumption.
Listen,
One
listen,
sec.
listen, 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 listen. Flat is not what something is. Flat is a description of a surface. You're thinking about the cartoons again. You're thinking about you're replacing the globe cartoon with a flat cartoon. In your mind. What do you see in your mind when you think flat Earth? What do you see? What do you picture in your mind?
Earth with two sides only instead of being a sphere.
Like a
Well, that's
disc.
not correct.
You see a disc in space. That's what you picture.
Yeah, I don't even get to the other side.
Not a
So
disc.
think about it. You think about it. When you think about the globe, you think about a cartoon. Now, when you think about flat Earth, you think about another cartoon. Do you think that's reality?
Then what do you think it looks like?
It's just a flat
I don't.
surface, man.
Flat is a description. A description. Know what something is. We don't know the ends of the universe. Have you been to the ends of the universe? Have you
Wait,
been to God's throne?
wait.
You haven't. You
Can
don't
I
have.
tell you
Listen.
something?
You don't have God's perspective to make a determination of the shape of the whole construct of the universe. Nobody here does.
Can I tell you something? If it was just like a flat surface, as you're saying, that means you could just keep walking and just walk into space instead of having to fly to space.
That is your imagination again, thinking about
No, that's not my
cartoons.
imagination. That what you
Have
said.
you ever walked and reached the shore, the seashore? Have you ever done that in your life?
What do you mean?
So you walk and keep walking and you keep walking and then you reach what? Waters, right? Don't you?
No, no matter how you walk, you're gonna keep spinning.
What?
Like,
When? We're
like
talking
Bro,
about
wait, not
bro,
reality,
spinning.
dude. Reality, man.
bro. Think about you yourself. If you start walking towards a direction, and you're not gonna walk in a straight line because you're gonna have to go move a little bit to reach somewhere. But eventually, you're gonna reach an edge that there is there is the ground and there is water, and you're gonna reach that right that spot. There's water in front of you, and you're standing on the ground. Yes or no?
Called a lake, the
Yeah.
ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. In real life, that will happen. And then what happens if you get on the water and then you travel across it? You reach what? Then you reach another shore. Have you ever done anything besides that? I don't think anybody have. So why are you thinking about falling or reaching like the edge of disc? That's just cartoons that they sold you in your mind, and now you're thinking about cartoons and talking to us about cartoons.
I don't think I'd ever walk into space for sure. If I imagine that I walk indefinitely, I would expect to eventually get back to where I started.
Or you keep walking
That,
and then you run.
how would you?
You keep walking. Go ahead, my bad, bro.
No, you're right. I was just gonna say, how would you do that? How would you get back to the same place?
Oh, I'm just thinking from the glober perspective that say I walk, eventually I get to the ocean, say I can walk on water, I walk over the ocean into
So
Europe.
you can do a circle. You do in a circle. Does that mean sphere necessarily? Can you do
I
a
think
No,
circle
that's,
around?
I'm just saying that.
Listen. Can you do a circle around your house? Can you? Can you
Yeah,
do
but
a circle
that's
around your
not what I
house?
was. I'm just all I was saying is that I would eventually get back to where I started.
Okay,
That's what I
so but
was
you're
saying.
saying sphere is related to if
No,
you
that's
start in
that's
one
the
point.
cartoon that I have, because if I were to imagine what that walk would look like, I would imagine going around a globe.
Yeah, you can't do that in reality, can you?
No, I'm just this is the
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm just saying that this, if I were to imagine it, that's how I would imagine it. Not that I'm going to somehow walk into space, but that I would eventually walk around the globe.
How can you walk on a globe? A globe is on a table. It's a construct that people make to represent some type of projection, and you only use it for decorative purposes. You don't do anything with it, so you will
No,
never be able to stand on that globe.
I'm just using globe as in the globe theory, right? So as if
There is no globe theory, nor a
we
scientific one.
we believed that the world itself was a globe and I could walk all the way around it. This is what would happen if I walked all the way around it as I view it today. And that's, I mean, I don't have any reason as to why, but just there was the question, right? Some people propose that you walk off into space.
Yeah, but the globe has a geometry, right? The globe has a specific dimensions, doesn't it?
So I don't know any specific dimensions.
Does it has a radius, a circumference, that kind of stuff?
Traditionally,
You-
a sphere would, but I don't
yeah,
know
is that
those
geometry?
factors.
Is that geometry? Does the globe has a geometry?
I mean that if you're talking about radius, circumference, etc., that is geometry. Yes.
So can you use geometry to figure that out? The globe, if it was real or not. Can you measure this globe and do the numbers? Use geometry to say globe or no globe?
No, and I'm not claiming to either.
That's fine. If you're not claiming that, that's totally fine. I'm just saying.
It's just, I mean, I don't think we ever got to what you would imagine if you walked indefinitely. How you currently imagine that to
Well, we're
play
not
out.
here for hypotheticals.
Yeah, but I mean, the question was posed as hypotheticals, so it's like if you ask the question, you can't answer it with your best effort.
And that's the only thing you can do when you talk about the globe. Just make hypotheticals. And if there was a globe, if there was a cartoon, then you go to that place, you go to that imaginary, made up story, and people talk about the globe. But when you go to reality, you never find this globe anywhere in reality. That's
Right,
what
but
we try to tell you.
you also don't find yourself walking into space, and that's not even on the same idea of a globe, right? I don't know what that would some
Has
sort
anyone
of
actually started
edge
from
truth.
point A and then walked around the entire globe just to end up back at point A again? Because I'm pretty sure it's never actually been done or proven.
I feel like somebody has flown, right? Amelia Earhart or something.
You feel it
West,
very deeply
not
in yourself. Do you
I
feel that
feel like
happen?
I've heard that.
I mean, she flew, but she didn't fly around the entire globe in like a circle and end up where she started.
Yeah, well, I just don't quite study that, but that was the gut feeling I had. Because I think that the previous idea was to go off your gut, right? No.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, but it's all speculation in the end. Because even on the flat Earth, no one's actually gone all the way to the end to see what's over there. And even if we wanted to, we really couldn't. Because there's a lot of treaties. You can't just grab a ship and go wherever you want. There's a lot of international
That's
regulation
what
and
I
stuff.
was
So
fucking wondering about. If you just wanted to do it today, right?
Bro, you
yeah, I mean,
can't
we
leave
How
your
could,
hard
but
would that
you
be?
can't leave
can't.
you can't go to your neighboring country without permission. You think you're gonna travel the world willy nilly?
And not anymore. Maybe like long time ago, but now we
100
live in
years
like a
ago.
police state kind of. Yeah, and a lot of these old maps from like 100 years ago, they all show a lot of continents and stuff around, Antarctica and stuff. They show a lot of land that doesn't exist on modern day maps. A lot of them, they have Antarctica as like an ice wall, and they have like lands beyond the ice wall. Sometimes they have land around the ice wall. But a lot of the old maps are like pretty different from the modern maps we have today, where it's just everything ends in Antarctica and then just loops back. But the reality is we can't really go and verify that for ourselves.
Yeah, and if you like even tried to do it, there's no way to say that they're not gonna just take you on some bullshit tour.
Yeah, I think it's better because of that. We just stick to what we can verify, What can we actually see in terms of, stuff we can test out? Like, can we see a curve on the Earth? Is there any way to measure the curve? Can we prove it? Stuff like that's kind of more grounded in reality and provable. Because we can't, none of us can go to the edge of the Earth or go around the Earth. So it's kind of useless to talk about it, in my opinion, at least.
If there are no curves, then that means if you went to the highest point of Earth, you could see the entire Earth, right?
No,
Well, maybe
because
if you have God's eyes, maybe, but not with your eyes. You have a limitation
No,
of
like,
you can't see the whole thing.
yeah, but you would see that there are stuff that you like cannot see because they're too far. But you know, you would see it.
the thing is, our eyes are still limited. They can't see all the way to the end. You know, our eyes still have kind of like a cutoff point where you can't see beyond that. Even then, when people say the Earth's flat, they don't mean it's like literally like 100% flat plane. There's still uneven land. There's still mountains and hills, so you can still have your vision obscured by stuff. You know, like we know
Is
hills exist. Obviously, on the flat Earth, it's not like we're claiming hills don't exist or there aren't mountains or different elevations and stuff like that.
isn't like a big part of the world daytime and the other and another big part of the world totally nighttime? How are you gonna see in the night side when there's no light illuminating anything? How are you gonna
Well,
see the whole world is if half of it is illuminated and the other region of it is dark, completely dark? How are you gonna see the whole thing? Can you?
wait, what do you think Earth looks like? Just like a flat surface?
You go outside, look at your window, and you see the way it looks.
I mean, I cannot see the entire thing.
No,
I'm just seeing what's
exactly,
around me.
exactly. We can't see the whole thing. Yes, correct. We lack the frame of reference. We lack God's eye view. People thinking that they can see the whole earth is it's just crazy. Can't see your town. See the whole earth.
Yeah, fuck it. I could go to the highest place within 100 miles. Couldn't even see Utah.
You're gonna see as the visibility allows you to see, and then darkness. Can't see anymore from that point over.
I couldn't
How are
even
you
see
gonna see through the darkness?
the nearest mountain.
Exactly. I'm gonna see the whole earth.
What brought you here, though? What do you think about the globe Earth in general? Are you like skeptical or what's up?
I think that's for AK, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's skeptical about people believing they live in a cartoon. You can be skeptical about that pretty easily.
Yeah, I think it's nice to be open-minded.
Yeah, I mean,
The,
here's my take. What brought me here is I mean, I
the
didn't really have a clear opinion, but I was wondering if there was like any so if anybody had a certain idea that the Earth was round, that there's some like preconceived notion that these guys are immediately wrong. Right.
You heard the guy earlier, remember? The Earth is round, it's a sphere, whatever, right? And he says, solar system. It looks like a solar system. I said, have you ever seen the solar system? Go check it out. Does it look like a cartoon? He said, no, it looks real. He went and checked Google and he admitted, oh yeah, it kind of looks like a cartoon. Think about it. Think about the Earth or the solar system in your mind. Picture it.
Yeah, no, but what I was getting at, the like common perspective of a flat Earth discussion is a closed-minded set of individuals that are set in their beliefs and they don't have, or they
Brain
not
for
only
themselves, they're just in a cult and they don't think and they are
yeah,
they
so
they
they
just it's a
ban
church.
they ban any users who have objecting views, right? They just kick them out of the chat. They don't listen to their opinion, right? But it's honestly, I came here. It's completely opposite.
Well, about the banning, you can go to any server that are not related to this topic, and they'll ban you for just saying the incorrect term or something. They just ban you for any reason. So I guess people in this server or these communities are not the only ones that use the banning feature.
Right. What I was getting at, it doesn't have to be banning or right. It's the rejection of an opposing idea.
I mean, talking to other people is always good, but these days it's always painted as black and white. These days, you can't talk to these people. You have to shut them out. They're all wrong. Blah blah blah, and it's all taken as gospel. No one does their own thinking. No one talks to each other. So that's the problem these days.
People do talk, but remember, if you're gonna start claiming, the certain things, certain terms come with baggages, right? Like flat Earth. Oh, flat
Yeah.
Earth equals retarded, basically, and that's a
Yeah.
weaponized term.
Yeah, I mean, like even YouTube and stuff, there was a lot of, I remember a while back, you could see a lot of flat earth content. Now, if you look up like flat earth, it's all like flat earth debunking. You can't find any actual objective information on it anymore. To me, that's kind
Yeah,
of
it's
just
a
preventing
label.
actual discussion.
It's
Right. I
exactly
think
because
that
people are opening the window to talk about this topic, the cosmology of the world, and open the window. They label it whatever, flat Earth server, right? People talk about
Yeah.
many things, and then that term is used to label a whole group of people as lesser humans or lesser people because they don't believe in the globe. So you don't believe in the globe, therefore you're a flat earther, therefore you're a moron, you're a retard. Whatever you say is not valid because you don't believe in the globe. You see the logic? How easy it is?
Yeah, it's kind of like a gospel. And people who don't follow the gospel, they're considered heretics, and you're not supposed to talk to them. And they're anti-science, they're Nazis, they're this, they're that. It's all like a bunch of strawmen, pretty much.
What? You don't believe in the globe? What are you, a flat earther?
Yeah.
right. What I was getting
You went
at
to
is
the
that
moon?
it's like
Go ahead.
it's backwards, right? Than the common perception. Like the common perception would be that the flat earthers, as you said, they're heretics, right? But
Well, I'm
I
not a
feel like
flat earther, and you're gonna find retarded people in all groups, flat earthers, globe earthers. So yeah, someone is not a label. You're not a globe earther. You're not a flat earther. You're not any of those things. You could know about the topics. You could know about the globe, right? The globe is a whatever made up story about a cosmology made up in Narnia by in people defended its days, whatever. Yeah, right. You can know about these topics, but you're not that label, bro. You're not the the label. It's not who you are. So yeah, let people label you and say, yeah, I am the label. And there you go. You're gonna get what you asked for. You are a label. Good for you. If you're gonna be judging people because of one label, yeah, pretty stupid actually.
Right, crazy that you assumed that flat earthers are the ones that mute everyone and deny science and aren't able to have a decent conversation. Is that what
No, that's not
you were
it.
saying, or that's the
No.
perception that
I've read
the rest of people have?
Yeah, I've read some research papers, and like,
Yeah.
so with the concept that I'm looking at is what's called an echo chamber, and
Yeah.
there's what's called an epistemic bubble, in which that you have basically just by any means of derivation ended up in a group where you have no opposing views.
Think about the globe as an echo chamber. Think about it. Isn't the globe an echo chamber? Go into mainstream and deny the globe. See what happens.
Yeah,
We have plenty of opposing views here.
You can have the idea at many different levels of abstraction, right? So flat Earth was just one level of abstraction, but you could put it on any
The echo
label.
chamber doesn't
right?
really that necessarily have to be like a dirty term, does it?
No, it doesn't. It can be a good thing, right? I mean, it could
Yeah.
just be there's no. I mean, at the most abstract level, there's no possible other way of going about it, right? So it traditionally it's like the connotation is it's a bad thing that you have no opposing opinion. That's the epistemic bubble, right? No matter the means. But the idea of an echo chamber is you have no opposing opinion due to some sort of rejection to any presented opposing opinion or prior prophecy that that opposing opinion would come, and you should be aware of it and know that it's heresy. Right, so like in research that I've read, flat Earth is a topic where they look into the possibility of echo chambers. They also traditionally do this on both sides of the political spectrum, right? Liberal or conservative.
Yeah.
Or they always need a topic, right? So whether it's even if it's like red or blue, political or liberal or conservative, they often even look even more granular, like gun control or marriage rights, etc. Right? They take these different levels of
Yeah, but
abstraction.
think about it. Think about it. Social stuff and politics is one thing, but the realist level of how the foundation, the axiomatic place that we found ourselves in, my opinion, your opinion, has no effect on the reality that we're standing. So some people are making a story about the cosmology of the world and selling it. That's the globe, right? They sell it. You see it everywhere. They push it since the first day you're born. Sell it to you through your eyes, right? Through the
But
movies, through the cartoons.
here's the analogy that I'm thinking of, right? Say I'm trying to invent something new for the betterment of society. It could be that whatever this is, I could never invent unless I get some opposing opinion. Right? So say like 90% of the world loves one thing and 10% hate it. Well, I mean, 10% of the world's a huge market, and you could make that 10% of the world have a better life by inventing something for them. So like having that opposing opinion is valuable in and of itself because you could make the world a better place.
Having the realist level acknowledgement is pretty important because delusional people can cause a lot of trouble, no matter what society you're in. People that are pushing delusions in children's minds are definitely doing a disservice to the community, to the world. And if someone is pushing lies, selling them as truth, it has to be pointed out. Some people has to point the lie out, no? What do you think? Someone is lying. Do you think someone should be like, hey, what you're saying right there, do you have any evidence for your claim? You think that's okay to do in a society?
I don't think that you should go around pushing lies ever.
So why are they lying?
Usually for what ulterior motives, for their own interest, to have a competitive advantage, possibly, or to take
An
advantage.
advantage. Yeah. Yep. Many reasons to lie. Why not lie?
I don't really think it gives you an advantage, does it? Like it's only temporary, short term.
Sure. But
Some people could
well,
probably get away their whole life on lies. Sure, it's possible, but I think in the end, the risk is much higher than the reward. So, from an expected value perspective, like if I were to lie 1,000,000 times or tell the truth 1,000,000 times, I'd be better off if I did this experiment 1,000,000 times, telling the
when you
truth.
have people invested, that their careers depend on in the lie or in promoting a made-up fantasy land that doesn't exist in reality, they can't verify, they can't demonstrate, but they still talk about it and get paid for it. It's like talking about anime, but they're the experts, right? The priest. They know better than you. That's why they're there. They are the priest position. You don't know about the globe? There's priests out there that will tell you everything about it. Can they demonstrate it? Verify it? No. But still, they tell you about it and get paid for it. It's incentivized. But it's a lie that is in between a foundation that is the truth, right? Because we all standing on the ground and the skies above our heads. We are in this medium. Everybody is, um, and we are operating all in foundational truth. For you to cross the street, you have to use your senses, right? And you have to follow what is truth and just operate. But then you have lies within the ecosystem or the environment, and some people have an advantage over others if they can lie, and people believe that lie and do their operations based on that lie. It's not doesn't mean that everybody believes in the lie or everybody is operating under that. Not everybody is, but some are, and definitely there's benefits to for convincing other people of doing things.
So, what's the disadvantage, right, of uncovering the lie, if there's a lie? That now the liar lies about you and gets you fired.
Exactly. Especially if the liar is incentivized to keep lying.
And if they have that priest role to where their lie is believed over even evidence, right?
But this lie in specific, it goes deeper because people actually believe it, even though they cannot verify it. In their minds, they think it's true. That's why they talk about it. But they never seen it. They never verify it. They only seen cartoons about it. And they talk about it like it's truth in the realist level, but it's in their minds. Look, the moon. Therefore, the ground that you're standing on is the cartoon that you saw on TV. Think about that logic. The people actually, 20 minutes ago, someone actually said that in here. Bro, look at the moon. Therefore, you live in a sphere because look at the moon. Plot logic. And it's based on a lie that was given and promoted, programmed into the mind. TV programming. What do you see in the TV programming? Globes, globe, round, earth, globe, earth, 24/7. The programming works. Not for everyone. It doesn't work for everyone.
Listen to their arguments about why they, you ask them a simple question: why do you believe you live on a spinning globe? Because orbits wouldn't happen if it were flat. What kind of an answer is that?
That's a programmed answer. It was programmed into their psyche.
Think
And if you
about the
disagree
logic
with
in
the
that answer, like.
if you disagree with that answer, then you're retarded. You're subhuman to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's an echo chamber, right? They actively reject. I mean, it's just by any chance of coincidence that one, as they grew up, they encountered only people that agreed with the point of view. And at some point, they encountered somebody, or they've talked to people. It was prophesized that they would eventually talk to somebody that did not believe in that view, and they're wrong for so and so reason. And then they come into contact with that person and they reject them because they already knew. It was pre-foreseen knowledge. And then I mean, actually this is something I was reading about, right? So as a result of it being prophesized, then they praise the prophet being correct.
A prophet can be correct. I have no problems with that.
Even had like your so-called experts come in here and agree that like most people will believe that they live on the spinning ball because it's just the propaganda. These are people that are proponents for the spinning ball, and they'll agree that yeah, most people just believe it because it's propaganda. It's just programmed into them, right? Other prophets saying this, like it's not Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he said, you don't see curvature if you're 2 millimeters above this beach ball, right? He stated after that he doesn't like that there's aspects of society that want to steal from the actual beauty that could be experienced, right? In his belief system, right? He's saying, I want this to be a genuine experience, not a made up one. And he doesn't like that there's people out there misrepresenting his belief in the cosmos.
Yeah. Can you believe there's people out there that don't believe what I believe? shameful. You shouldn't have a job. You shouldn't. I mean, you don't participate in this religion. You're done. Nah, it's big and it's promoted, but people operate outside of even this whole glober versus flat Earth BS. I mean, reality is dependent on reality. There's no need of cartoons. You don't need cartoons to, operate in the realism level. Some people do.
Yeah, so what do you think if I got a paper I gotta write 1 page talking about publishing it? What if the content was a discussion on globers as being in an echo chamber?
I like that actually, because it is because they accuse other groups, like let's say this community, right? They come in here, oh, this is an echo chamber, right? But think about it. Think about the globe. The globe is an actual echo chamber of its own merit, for whatever that is.
Right, so I put a quote in the chat. It says, first, an echo chamber involves a significant, some of the F's don't come through as they should, disparity of trust between insiders and outsiders. So assume the globers are insiders. So there is, I think, inherently a significant disparity of trust between globers and flat earthers per se. Second, an echo chamber involves beliefs espoused by the insiders, reinforcing that disparity. So beliefs that, the globe is inherently a globe, or the earth is inherently a globe for these reasons. The essential
You can
feature
also
of
go
echo
ahead. Go ahead.
chambers seems designed to self-reinforce particular alignment of trust. Yeah, and then you had something to say.
Yeah, like you could also put the question mark. I don't know the answer, right? Maybe half of the answer I do, but can globe earthers and flat earthers both be wrong? Right? Something like that, some curveball, not just being, oh, this is one group and I agree, this is the other group, I agree, whatever, right? Because you could agree with a bunch of things. Because we talk about real things and you say, yeah, real things, yeah, that's real. Both sides can use real examples of reality and kind of like promote their ideas, right? But do we all know? We do know. I do know my meter experience, and I do know I'm not standing on a cartoon. But let's say I'm a flat earther, even though I'm not a flat earther. But do I know the reality of this world beyond my own means? Right? I
Right, so
mean,
the inherent feature is that there's this set of beliefs that you don't give up, right? There's this label that you inherently accept. So for me, I wouldn't say you're a glober or a flat earther, right? It's that you don't inherently accept the label. And so in that case, you're not inherently in either echo chamber. But as soon as you accept the label and reject the other side without listening to their argument, then you become within the chamber that you're closed off to the outside perspective.
and then there's the things that we can verify and demonstrate that doesn't matter who looks at it. Some things are the way they are. There is certain, laws of nature, things, ways, the ways that things function, and doesn't matter what a flat earther says or a globe earther says. Reality is reality. You could have all these debates, you could argue about all this until we die, and this real is level is just gonna be there. Doesn't matter what we said about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always people in the middle, right? Who are in the real, they look at both sides. They say, "Oh well, I can
There's
see from
people in
both
the world that
perspectives."
will never have this conversation and will never listen to these debates, and they will operate in the realist level flawless, like not flawlessly, but really well, and they will never talk about this globe flat. They will never have the conversation, never even hear about it, and they will still operate in reality with their own skills, their own way of doing things. But they're gonna operate under a foundation, under the foundation of reality, right? Because how else are you gonna do anything?
Right, but that's not. I mean, regardless of globe or flat, right? If this is
Regardless,
right, I think there's always polarities in people's lives when they operate, right? Do you sacrifice the lamb or do you sacrifice the cattle? Do you eat the mushroom or do you not because it could be poisonous? Do you this or that, right? And there's always kind of like the troll that says even though he lives in a society that accepts one way of life, tries the other, and says, "Hey, well, it still works." You know, I'm not dead, so
just
that's
add
like
in
the
order
escape.
all of those variables because you're saying you're writing something, so it's kind of cool that you think about it from many angles, not just flatter angle, glober angle. That's it. No,
I think
bring it more to the realist level and look up to the how do you say? Shakespeare said the world is a stage. So look to the stage. You see the globe they're arguing and the flat earth they're arguing. And talk about that argument there in your book, and then add all of the variables in place for the argument to be possible in the first place, which is antecedents, foundations, right? The thing that needs to be before the other things can be. You're gonna hear the globe or defending the globe no matter what. Doesn't matter how much evidence against the globe you present to some people. They're gonna still claim it is a globe. And some people are incentivized to be that way, so yeah. Monetarily incentivized. And some others are just have like a romantic relationship idea with space and alien girls. Want to marry some Martian girl one day. That's why they already prepaid their flight to Mars. And they have this idea in their minds that one day, one day we're gonna go to space, boys. Meet the alien girls. If you go by definition, an alien is a foreign, not native to the land that you are standing. So if you're in a foreign land, you are an alien to that land. But people today hear alien and they think beings from other planets. But by definition, alien meaning beings from other planets is in the science fiction or the fictional section. When you use alien, the word alien by definition to talk about beings from outer space is fantasy. You're talking movie script, cartoons. When you use the word alien in its proper uh, use, can be used in legalese for a foreigner, not natives, not native to that area of the world. So if you want an alien girlfriend, you can go to Mexico.
Well, then
And
you're the
you'll be the
alien,
alien.
right? Yeah.
You are the alien, exactly. Exactly. So you just go to, let's say you go to Texas and you're not from Texas and you meet a Mexican girl in Texas and you say, "Would you like to date an alien?" And she'd be like, "Sure. I'm an alien." You see? You can make that pickup line better than I did, but you can do it. Even the language has been the words, the meanings of the words have been, I don't know what word to use, but mixed up or
Misconceived.
yeah. Even in this community, people hear alien and they're thinking about green guys from other planets. Even the flat earthers, they hear the word alien and they talking about, oh no, there's no aliens. Aliens don't exist. Bro, go to the definition of the word. Don't we talk about the meanings of words? Words have meanings, right? And a foreigner is an alien. So there are aliens because you might be one if you're not in the native land that you were born. You are an alien, bro. So don't demonize the words because someone related it to fantasy cartoons and they're promoting it as that. That doesn't mean that the word doesn't have an use or a meaning, an actual meaning to the realist level. No, let's just throw the words out because someone used it for something else. Let's not use it anymore. How about that for an echo chamber?
Yeah, I mean, I look at I'm just writing now, actually. It's like the literature is frequently in agreement that the phrase is not well defined. There's
What
always
phrase?
echo chamber, right?
Yeah,
So how do you actually
honestly,
measure if something is or is not an echo chamber? That's where the definition comes into a key play.
etymology of alien. Read that so you can hear what I said. Belonging to a foreign country or nation. A hypothetical or fictional being from another world. You see, you can use the word alien in a fictional sense. So you can write a story about a cartoon and you could say aliens from Mars coming to visit us on Earth. You could say that, you could write about it. It makes sense, fictional. That's the fictional use of that word. And you can use it in the realist level as a describing a foreigner from another country or a nation.
Or you could leave it to interpretation of the reader.
Yeah, but you see how people abandon the actual meaning and they hear alien and they're just thinking about green beings from other planets. They don't relate it to real things in the real world. They actually speaking words and thinking about cartoons at the same time. Imagine talking and thinking about Fantasyland and just talking about that. One day I'm gonna go to outer space, and meet aliens. It has to be detrimental for a generation to just be believing in a lie. It has to have some side effects, some adverse reactions to society, country, nation, family, self. You will find a common trend that many people that believe they come from space dust, dust from the sun. They, you know, they're pretty far away from, I don't know, morality and kind of like having, I don't know, I find a lot of these glow believers very, I don't know, it's like bodies without souls for some reason. I don't know what I want to say with that, but they'll see, I don't know, forget about it. They'll see people dying and suffering and they'll laugh about it. It's disgusting. Make a joke about it. I mean, your well respected leaders, your priests are, let's go to space. People gotta look up to them. People in high places have to look up. People standing in high places, especially the astronauts. You wanna look? Those are the most high people, right? The most high. They wanna replace the most high by them being the most high ones. The highest ones. Look up to them. Which is the coolest people ever lived? I mean, policemen, doctors, firefighters, pilots, pretty high. But who goes higher than astronauts? Those are rock stars for rock stars. Astronauts. They're like the top of the top. Astronauts. Bro, I want to be an astronaut.
And I already got people up at work.
Yeah. NC72. You've been here before, NC72?
Ever since this year.
Bro, the guy earlier, he was talking about the Quran and the Prophet. That the Prophet said that the earth is round.
Chat
And I asked
GPT. I
him,
hope
bro,
the Chat GPT shit was right.
yeah, chat. Oh, was it you that read chat GPT?
Yeah, I have no clue if it was right or not, but it said.
But he contradicted what he said.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. No, but he went a little bit honest, but that's the thing. People are so like mentally programmed that they resist even themselves. Because I asked him, bro, this solar system that you mentioned, have you ever seen this? Think about it. How does it look like? Does it look like a cartoon? I said, hell no, it doesn't look like a cartoon. Google it right now and tell me how it looks. And he started looking at the cartoons. He took a time. No, no, it's a photograph, a satellite photograph. And he started looking and looking, and then he said, "You know what? It kind of looks like a cartoon." Oh my god!
Yeah, the closest you can get is like a picture of the sky from the ground. And you can see, I don't know where I'm looking at. This one's from NASA. It's like the Milky Way. You know, the stripe that you could, I've seen it before.
Words words don't have meanings; they have definitions. We are speaking the Queen's English with 21 consonants and 5 vowels. The Queen's English is a restrictive language. Consonants restrict speech and vowels are free-flowing. The average person uses a synonymous, equivocal, colloquial language that is open to interpretation by the reader. The average person thinks and believes that theory is synonymous with fact, that the opposite of guilty is not guilty. I've been here. Okay, yeah. Thanks for that, NC72. Cool, cool. Thanks for the reply.
This is a good title. I was looking up the Wikipedia definition of echo chamber, and 2 of the 3 citations they had for the definition I had already read in full. But the one I didn't is disinformation and echo chambers. how disinformation circulates on social media through identity-driven controversies.
An echo chamber is an environment where a person only encounters information or opinions that reflect and reinforce their own. The term is a metaphor based on an acoustic echo chamber in which sounds reverberate in a hollow enclosure. That makes a lot of sense to me. That's what I thought it meant. Not on those words, but yeah, kind of like
An
echoes with me.
analogy.
Yeah. It's like Earth is a globe. Why? Because it's a globe. How do you know it's a globe? Because it's a globe. But how? Because it must be a globe. It has to be.
Don't worry, somebody will come up to you in a year and say it's not a globe. And I have foreseen this.
Yeah, but that will be retarded, right? That'll be like a flat earther, and
But why
that'll
do
be
they
stupid.
then teach you why it's not a globe, right? They teach you all the straw mans for that reason.
Yeah. Because it has to be a globe. Therefore, it can not be a globe because it has to be. I can't think about anything else that it could be besides a globe. Yeah. Well trained. Right. If it's not a globe, give me a replacement right now. Replace it for me. What is it? What is it? Please tell me. It's not a globe. I rather. I don't want to say that. If space is not real. Oh, you posted something in the VC check-in. Person. Uh, no. Crazy cars. Posted that in a different channel.
No, my bad.
It's all good. Not a big deal. This is a sleepy time for most people. We do have Dart Vector. How are you, Dart Vector? What is it? Is that a walrus? Walrus. Dart Vector. Is that a sea elephant you got there? You can unmute yourself, dude. And Timbo will
Hello.
talk to you from upside down Australia. Hey, Dart Vector.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, it's a sea
How are
elephant
you?
on my avatar. Fine, thank you. You?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for replying. Are you trying to keep it low? You sound kind of low. Trying to not
Yeah,
make
my
that much
wife
noise.
is still sleeping.
Oh, bro, I'm not gonna bother you. If you don't want to make noise, don't make noise, brother. I'll give you VC Verify. So later, when you join, you can open your mic without needing someone to mute you in the server. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
So later on, when you have more, let's say, you're freely to speak louder and have a conversation without bothering other people around you, then you unmute and you can ask any questions related to the server.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Hey, James, is that you?
Yes.
How you
I mean,
doing,
that's
brother?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm good. Just you in here right now, holding it down?
Yeah, you can say that. I'm just opening my mouth and saying things.
Have you been here a while?
I think for probably 2 hours, something like that.
Yeah. Did you guys get any good content for the stream today with Glovers? Or at least for the last 2 hours?
I think so, because there was there was some polite people in here. There was some glow believers. They had some conversations when I jumped in. And then there was another gentleman that was claiming that the prophet, from the Quran said that the earth is round, something like that, right? And
Oh, yeah.
he he spoke about the solar system and that kind of stuff. And I said, bro, have you ever seen the solar system? My bad.
Heretic, I'm here to learn about echo chambers, writing a paper on them. You can read as much as you want, right? But to dive into what you previously conceived as one, realize it's not as bigger learning experience in my opinion.
The hell? James, you. What the fuck? Where the hell did you go?
I'm here. I'm just
Oh,
might
you
be.
trailed. I didn't hear what the last thing you said. You just went on mute now. Confused me.
No, the guy was saying that he's seen satellite photograph from the solar system, and I said, bro, go to Google and search for these photographs. Show me, and I said, you're gonna see it only looks like a cartoon, right? And he
Mm-hmm.
said, no, photograph. And then eventually he was looking, and he said, you know what? I think it does look like a cartoon. He's just trying to
That's
have him
hilarious. That's good.
say what he's seen about the globe. So the solar system, you seen this? Cartoons. Anyways, bro, I gotta mute for now.
Oh, okay. Sure. Well, anyway, yes, nobody else in here. I was gonna come in here and just find out what was going on. I was gonna give a shout out to some people. Maybe I'll wait because ain't nobody around. All right, I'm gonna log off. Anybody's listening? Hope y'all have a good night.
Echo, 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 echo.
Hello again, everyone.
Hello, hello.
What's up?
Just trying to wrap up some writing here. 3.5 paragraphs deep.
So I see there's a lot of people there and here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just.
I think there will be, here will be non-stop conversation with everyone. But it's
I think some.
strange to me that it's silent here.
I think sometimes it's just you step away. That's what's going on.
Most of the people in this server are from America, right? Or no?
I couldn't tell you.
Sorry, come again, please?
I couldn't tell you the demographics of the server.
Okay. Are you new here?
No, but I've never really paid much attention to that.
Okay. So where are you from?
I'm from America. I'm on Eastern time.
Hmm. Now I'm live in Cyprus, but I'm originally from Russia.
Oh, I almost went to a conference in Cyprus.
So how was there?
Didn't go. Didn't get the paper accepted.
Okay. Why?
I need some work.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Think maybe a less well-known conference it could have got into, but the one in Cyprus was rather renowned. So hard to get anything in there.
Okay. I'm sorry, my English not so good as I want to, so I didn't understand you, but it's not your fault. Just my English is not so good.
So it's the conference is well credited, maybe, or highly regarded. So it's like to pass the review process is much harder. Or I guess maybe the simplest way I could put it is the acceptance rate is low. So they get a lot of submissions every year
Mm-hmm.
and only ever accept a few. So maybe 10%, 1%. I don't know the ratio, but not not as many as some of the others. So when did you get to Cyprus?
In January, before that I were in Kazakhstan because I don't want to be mobilized to war. So I left my country and I tried to find a job anywhere. And I found a IT company here in Cyprus. So I moved here in January.
Was that a common or rare, or I mean, just the act of trying it, one, and then so that's one question one, and then question two follow up is the average success rate if you were to try it.
Sorry, can you ask me another way? I mean,
Um, did your friends move too, or just you?
yeah, yeah, me, my wife, and my friends.
So in your um, environment, it was common. Your neighbors or
My neighbors
others?
are locals, so my environment here are most locals. But I'm came to Cyprus with my friends. They live not far away from me, so we talk to each other. And the IT company that I'm working on is also Russian. I mean, and every people that works in this company are Russian, but a company is belong to Cyprus, and I'm have a time with my colleagues, so I'm mostly speak Russian with my colleagues, with my friends, and don't speak much in English or in Greek. So I came here, I mean on this server, to boost my English and have opportunity to uh, have conversations with the locals and other people. As I know, the best way to improve your English is to speak with native speakers. So I'm trying to speak with you.
Was it hard to move?
Not really. It was hard to decide to move, but when you have a decision, it's not so hard.
So what do you do at this IT company?
Testing.
Software or
No, I'm testing programs. I mean, just forgot the name of my passion. QA engineer.
QA quality, maybe pre-production. Usually, I see.
Quality assurance engineer.
Yeah, I usually see there's the development, quality, and production stages for program release. In what domain? Domain, like websites, finance, engineering, security.
Sorry, it's too hard for me. I'm not knowing such words, so I can't answer you for now.
Do you know industry?
Yeah.
So the question of what domain is similar
Bank
to what industry?
Bank software. Did I answer your question?
Microsoft?
No. We are developing software for bank system. It's not to any specific no, I can't say it. I don't know how.
Crypto? Cryptocurrency?
No.
So you said bank software?
Yeah.
So cash bank or investment bank?
Cash bank mostly.
Okay. Yeah. So to track money between people?
Yeah.
Cool. So somebody makes software and that does this tracking and you make sure it passes the tests.
Yep. It's pretty what I'm doing. Yeah.
I do engineering.
What kind of?
Automotive.
Mm-hmm.
For driver assistance. So between normal car and self-driving car.
I'm studied to be a mining engineer in
Mining?
Russia. Yeah. Because Russia full of natural resources, so it's kind of good profession in Russia when you can make a lot of money.
Yeah, I like automotive because it's big in Germany. And I've enjoyed good times in Germany.
Okay, nice. I was in Germany once when I was 10 or 11 years old. It was a very long time ago. I don't quite remember all the details of my trip, but I remember that it was a very clean country, especially compared with France, Paris. I was in Paris and then I came to Berlin, and in comparing to these cities, Berlin was more clean than the Paris.
Berlin is still quite dirty though, right?
Sorry, coming up, please.
Still pretty dirty in Berlin.
No, Berlin was pretty clean, not dirty. When I was there.
Maybe that was many years ago, right?
Yeah. It was almost 20 years ago.
I was there 7 or 8 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Maybe because of migrants from Africa or something like that.
I I think most big cities have dirt.
Yeah, yeah, I can agree with you. Alright then, thank you for conversation. I have to go. Bye bye. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffy you to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Quantum Eraser School's Crack Rabbit and Ray Notes.
I don't know. How about the crack rabbit? Has anybody talked to the crack rabbit?
Crack Rabbit was here yesterday, and nobody talked to Tiago yet.
A
Well,
rabbit on
welcome to the server, guys.
Crack Rabbit was we had some good combos yesterday with or last night with Crack Rabbit, so yeah, come on out here, Crack Rabbit.
Hey,
Introduce
look,
yourself to everyone.
Introduce? I've been around forever. What are you talking about?
Should we dangle a bag of crack to get him to come over here?
Yeah, you could try, I guess. I don't know.
Does anyone know Pablo on here? Has anyone spoken to Pablo before?
Wait, isn't Crack Rabbit already speaking? I don't know about Pablo though.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, Pablo's off here, but he's been sending me message requests asking if I'd like some not safe for work pictures. I was wondering if he wanted some nudes of me.
You might as well fire him off, dog. That's all I say. Expect the unexpected always, right?
Yeah. I can send him some nudes if he wants something for the bank.
Elijah, who the fuck would do this in the first picture? In the first one on the left. Who the fuck would do that?
What do you mean?
Well, no.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Okay, look. It's so funny because like it's like taking TikTok by storm for some dumb fucking reason. I don't even have TikTok, but I've seen it a bunch. It's this weird thing where like they're like, wow, your arms